Chapter 16 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Midway between the outbursting stream of water and the rock slide, Henry and Ricardo stood in hurried debate. Beside them, crouched on the ground, moaned and prayed the last priest of the Mayas. From him, by numerous shakings that served to clear his addled old head, Henry had managed to extract a rather vague account of what had occurred inside the mountain.
Only his son was bitten and fell into that hole,
Henry reasoned hopefully.
That's right.
Ricardo concurred.
He never saw any damage beyond the wetting happen to the rest of them.
And they may be right now, high up above the floor in some chamber.
Henry went on.
Now if we could attack the slide, we might open the cave and drain the water off. If they're alive, they can last for many days. For lack of water is what kills quickly. And they've certainly more water than they know what to do with. They can get along without food for a long time, but what gets me is how Torres got inside with them.
Wonder if he wasn't responsible for that attack of the Carrows upon us.
Ricardo suggested, but Henry scouted the idea.
Anyway,
he said,
that isn't the present proposition. Which proposition is how to get inside that mountain on the chance that they are still alive. You and I couldn't go through that slide in a month. If we could get 50 men to help, night and day shifts, we might open her up in 48 hours. So the primary thing is to get the men. Here's what we must do. I'll take a mule and beat it back to that Karu community and promise them the contents of one of Francis's checkbooks, if they will come and help. Failing that, I can get up a crowd in San Antonio. So here's where I pull out on the run. In the meantime, you can work out trails and bring up all the mules, peons, grub, and camp equipment. Also, keep your ears to the cliff. They might start signaling through it with tappings.
Into the village of the Carus, Henry forced his mule, much to the reluctance of the mule, and equally as much to the astonishment of the Carus, who thus saw their stronghold invaded single-handed by one of the party they had attempted to annihilate. They squatted about their doors and loafed in the sunshine under a show of lethargy, hiding the astonishment that tingled through them and almost put them on their toes. As has been ever the way, the very daring of the white man over savage and mongrel breeds in this instance stunned the Carus to inaction. Only a man, they could not help but reason in their slow way, a superior man, a noble or overriding man, equipped with potencies beyond their dreaming, could dare to ride into their strength of numbers on a fagged and mutinous mule. They spoke a mongrel Spanish which he could understand, and in turn they understood his Spanish. But what he told them concerning the disaster in the sacred mountain had no effect of rousing them. With impassive faces, shrugging shoulders of utmost indifference, they listened to his proposition of a rescue and promise of high pay for their time.
If a mountain has swallowed up the gringos, then is it the will of God, and who are we to interfere between God and his will?
They replied.
We are poor men, but we care not to work for any man, nor do we care to make war upon God. Also, it was the gringos' fault. This is not their country. They have no right here playing pranks on our mountains. Their troubles are between them and God. We have troubles enough of our own, and our wives are unruly.
Long after the siesta hour, on his third and most reluctant mule, Henry rode into sleepy San Antonio. In the main street, midway between the court and the jail, he pulled up at sight of the jefe politico and the little fat old judge, with, at their heels, a dozen gendarmes and a couple of wretched prisoners, runaway peons from the henequen plantations at Santos. While the judge and the jefe listened to Henry's tale and appeal for help, the jefe gave one slow wink to the judge, who was his judge, his creature, body and soul of him.
Yes, certainly we will help you.
The Jefe said at the end, stretching his arms and yawning.
How soon can we get the men together and start?
Henry demanded eagerly.
As for that, we are very busy. Are we not, honorable judge?
The Jefe replied with lazy insolence.
We are very busy.
The judge yawned into Henry's face.
Too busy for a time.
The Jefe went on.
We regret that not tomorrow nor next day shall we be able to try and rescue your gringos. Now, a little later.
Say next Christmas.
The judge suggested.
Yes,
Concurred the Jefe with a grateful bow.
About next Christmas, come around and see us. And if the pressure of our affairs has somewhat eased, then maybe, possibly, we shall find it convenient to go about beginning to attempt to raise the expedition you have requested. In the meantime, good day to you, Señor Morgan.
You mean that?
Henry demanded with wrathful face.
the very face he must have worn when he slew Señor Alfaro Solano treacherously from the back.
The Jefe soliloquized ominously, but Henry ignored the later insult.
I'll tell you what you are.
He flamed in righteous wrath.
Beware.
The judge cautioned him.
I snap my fingers at you.
Henry retorted.
You have no power over me. I am a full-pardoned man by the President of Panama himself. And this is what you are. You are half-breeds. You are mongrel pigs.
Pray, proceed, Señor,
said the Jefe with the suave politeness of deathly rage.
You've neither the virtues of the Spaniard nor of the Carib, but the vices of both, thrice compounded. Mongrel pigs, that's what you are, and all you are, the pair of you.
Are you through, Señor? Quite through?
The Jefe queried softly. At the same moment, he gave a signal to the gendarmes, who sprang upon Henry from behind and disarmed him.
Even the President of the Republic of Panama cannot pardon in anticipation of a crime not yet committed. Am I right, Judge?
Said the Jefe.
This is a fresh offense.
The judge took the cue promptly.
This gringo dog has blasphemed against the law.
Then shall he be tried, and tried now, right here, immediately. We will not bother to go back and reopen court. We shall try him, and when we have disposed of him, we shall proceed. I have a very good bottle of wine.
I care not for wine.
The judge disclaimed hastily.
Mine shall be mezcal. And in the meantime, and now, having been both witness and victim of the offense, and there being no need of evidence further than what I already possess, I find the prisoner guilty. Is there anything you would suggest, Señor Mariano Becare Hijos?
24 hours in the stocks to cool his heated gringo head.
The Jefe answered.
Such is the sentence.
The judge affirmed.
To begin at once, take the prisoner away, gendarmes, and put him in the stocks.
Daybreak found Henry in the stocks, with a dozen hours of such imprisonment already behind him, lying on his back asleep. But the sleep was restless, being vexed subjectively by nightmare dreams of his mountain-imprisoned companions, and objectively by the stings of countless mosquitoes. So it was, twisting and squirming and striking at the winged pests, he awoke to full consciousness of his predicament, and this awoke the full expression of his profanity. Irritated beyond endurance by the poison from 1,000 mosquito bites, He filled the dawn so largely with his curses as to attract the attention of a man carrying a bag of tools. This was a trim-figured, eagle-faced young man, clad in the military garb of an aviator of the United States Army. He deflected his course so as to come by the stocks, and paused, and listened, and stared with quizzical admiration.
"Friend,"
he said when Henry ceased to catch breath,
"last night, when I found myself marooned here with half my outfit left on board, I did a bit of swearing myself. But it was only a trifle compared with yours. I salute you, sir. You've an army teamster skinned a mile. Now, if you don't mind running over the string again, I shall be better equipped the next time I want to do any cussing."
And who in hell are you?
Henry demanded.
And what in hell are you doing here?
"I don't blame you."
The aviator grinned.
"With a face swollen like that, you've got a right to be rude. And who beat you up? In hell, I haven't ascertained my status yet. But here on earth I am known as Parsons, Lieutenant Parsons. I am not doing anything in hell as yet. But here in Panama, I am scheduled to fly across this day from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Is there any way I may serve you before I start?"
Sure.
Henry nodded.
Take a tool out of that bag of yours and smash this padlock. I'll get rheumatism if I have to stick here much longer. My name's Morgan, and no man has beaten me up. Those are mosquito bites.
With several blows of a wrench, Lieutenant Parsons smashed the ancient padlock and helped Henry to his feet. Even while rubbing the circulation back into his feet and ankles, Henry, in a rush, was telling the army aviator of the predicament and possibly tragic disaster to Leoncia and Francis.
I love that Francis,
he concluded.
He is the dead spit of myself. We're more like twins, and we must be distantly related. As for the senorita, not only do I love her, but I am engaged to marry her. Now will you help? Where's the machine? It takes a long time to get to the Maya mountain on foot or muleback. But if you give me a lift in your machine, I'd be there in no time, along with 100 sticks of dynamite which you could procure for me, and with which I could blow the side out of that mountain and drain off the water.
Lieutenant Parsons hesitated.
Say yes, say yes,
Henry pleaded. Back in the heart of the sacred mountain, the three imprisoned ones found themselves in total darkness the instant the stone that blocked the exit from the idol chamber had settled into place. Francis and Leoncia groped for each other and touched hands. In another moment, his arm was around her, and the deliciousness of the contact robbed the situation of half its terror. Near them, they could hear Torres breathing heavily. At last he muttered,
"Mother of God, but that was a close shave. What next, I wonder?"
"There will be many nexts before we get out of this neck of the woods,"
Francis assured him.
"and we might as well start getting out."
The method of procedure was quickly arranged. Placing Leoncia behind him, her hand clutching the hem of his jacket so as to be guided by him, he moved ahead with his left hand in contact with the wall. Abreast of him, Torres felt his way along the right-hand wall. By their voices, they could thus keep track of each other, measure the width of the passage, and guard against being separated into forked passages. Fortunately, the tunnel, for tunnel it truly was, had a smooth floor, so that, while they groped their way, they did not stumble. Francis refused to use his matches unless extremity arose, and took precaution against falling into a possible pit by cautiously advancing 1 foot at a time and ascertaining solid stone under it ere putting on his weight. As a result, their progress was slow. At no greater speed than 1/2 mile an hour did they proceed. Once only did they encounter branching passages. Here he lighted a precious match from his waterproof case, and found that between the two passages there was nothing to choose. They were as like as two peas.
The only way is to try one,
he concluded.
and if it gets us nowhere, to retrace and try the other. There's one thing certain. These passages lead somewhere, or the Mayas wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of making them.
10 minutes later, he halted suddenly and cried warning. The foot he had advanced was suspended in emptiness where the floor should have been. Another match was struck, and they found themselves on the edge of a natural cavern of such proportions that neither to right nor left, nor up nor down nor across, could the tiny flame expose any limits to it. But they did manage to make out a rough sort of stairway, half natural, half improved by man, which fell away beneath them into the pit of black. In another hour, having followed the path down the length of the floor of the cavern, they were rewarded by a feeble glimmer of daylight, which grew stronger as they advanced. Before they knew it, they had come to the source of it, being much nearer than they had judged. And Francis, tearing away vines and shrubbery, crawled out into the blaze of the afternoon sun. In a moment, Leoncia and Torres were beside him, gazing down into a valley from an eyrie on a cliff. Nearly circular was the valley, a full league in diameter, and it appeared to be mountain-walled and cliff-walled for its entire circumference.
It is the Valley of Lost Souls,
Torres uttered solemnly.
I have heard of it, but never did I believe.
So have I heard of it and never believed,
Leoncia gasped.
And what of it?
Demanded Francis.
We're not lost souls, but good flesh and blood persons. We should worry.
But Francis, listen.
Leoncia said.
The tales I have heard of it ever since I was a little girl, all agreed that no person who ever got into it ever got out again.
Granting that that is so,
Francis could not help smiling.
then how did the tales come out? If nobody ever came out again to tell about it, how does it happen that everybody outside knows about it?
I don't know.
Leoncia admitted.
I only tell you what I have heard. Besides, I never believed. But this answers all the descriptions of the tales.
Nobody ever got out,
Torres affirmed with the same solemn utterance.
Then how do you know that anybody got in?
Francis persisted.
All the lost souls live here.
Was the reply.
That is why we've never seen them, because they never got out. I tell you, Mr. Francis Morgan, that I am no creature without reason. I have been educated. I have studied in Europe. I have done business in your own New York. I know science and philosophy, and yet I do know that this is the valley, once in, from which no one emerges.
Well, we're not in yet, are we?
Retorted Francis with a slight manifestation of impatience.
And we don't have to go in, do we?
He crawled forward to the verge of the shelf of loose soil and crumbling stone in order to get a better view of the distant object his eye had just picked out.
If that isn't a grass-thatched roof...
At that moment, the soil broke away under his hands. In a flash, the whole soft slope on which they rested broke away, and all three were sliding and rolling down the steep slope in the midst of a miniature avalanche of soil, gravel, and grass tufts. The two men picked themselves up first in the thicket of bushes which had arrested them, but before they could get to Leoncia, she too was up and laughing.
Just as you were saying we didn't have to go into the valley,
she gurgled at Francis.
Now will you believe?
But Francis was busy. Reaching out his hand, he caught and stopped a familiar object bounding down the steep slope after them. It was Torres's helmet purloined from the chamber of mummies, and to Torres he tossed it.
"Throw it away,"
Leoncia said.
"It's the only protection against the sun I possess,"
was his reply as, turning it over in his hands, his eyes lighted upon an inscription on the inside. He showed it to his companions, reading it aloud.
"Tabasco."
"I have heard,"
Leoncia breathed.
"And you heard right."
Torres nodded.
Tabasco was my direct ancestor. My mother was a Tabasco. He came over the Spanish Main with Cortés.
"He mutinied."
Leoncia took up the tale.
"I remember it well from my father and from my uncle Alfaro. With a dozen comrades he sought the Maya treasure. They led a sea tribe of Caribs, 100 strong including their women, as auxiliaries. Mendoza, under Cortez's instructions, pursued, and his report in the archives, so Uncle Alfaro told me, says that they were driven into the Valley of the Lost Souls, where they were left to perish miserably."
"And he evidently tried to get out by the way we've just come in."
Torres continued.
"And the Mayas caught him and made a mummy of him."
He jammed the ancient helmet down on his head, saying,
"Low as the sun is in the afternoon sky, it bites my crown like acid."
And famine bites at me like acid.
Francis confessed.
Is the valley inhabited?
"I should know, Señor."
Torres replied.
"There is a narrative of Mendoza in which he reported that Tabasco and his party were left there to perish miserably. This I do know. They were never seen again of men."
Looks as though plenty of food could be grown in a place like this.
Francis began, but broke off at sight of Leoncia picking berries from a bush.
Here, stop that, Leoncia. We've got enough troubles without having a very charming but very much poisoned young woman on our hands.
"They're all right,"
she said, calmly eating.
"You can see where the birds have been pecking and eating them."
In which case I apologize and join you.
Francis cried, filling his mouth with the luscious fruit.
And if I could catch the birds that did the pecking, I'd eat them too.
By the time they had eased the sharpest of their hunger pains, the sun was so low that Torres removed the helmet of Tabasco.
"We might as well stop here for the night,"
he said.
"I left my shoes in the cave with the mummies and lost Tabasco's old boots during the swimming. My feet are cut to ribbons, and there is plenty of seasoned grass here out of which I can plait a pair of sandals."
While occupied with this task, Francis built a fire and gathered a supply of wood, for, despite the low latitude, the high altitude made fire a necessity for a night's lodging. Ere he had completed the supply, Leoncia, curled up on her side, her head in the hollow of her arm, was sound asleep. Against the side of her, away from the fire, Francis thoughtfully packed a mound of dry leaves and dry forest mold. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daybreak in the Valley of the Lost Souls, and the long house in the village of the Tribe of the Lost Souls. Fully 80 feet in length was the long house, with half as much in width, built of adobe bricks, and rising 30 feet to a gable roof thatched with straw. Out of the house feebly walked the priest of the sun, an old man, tottery on his legs, sandal-footed, clad in a long robe of rude homespun cloth, in whose withered Indian face were haunting reminiscences of the racial lineaments of the ancient conquistadores. On his head was a curious cap of gold, arched over by a semicircle of polished golden spikes. The effect was obvious, namely, the rising sun and the rays of the rising sun. He tottered across the open space to where a great hollow log swung suspended between two posts carved with totemic and heraldic devices. He glanced at the eastern horizon, already red with the dawning, to reassure himself that he was on time, lifted a stick, the end of which was fibre-woven into a ball, and struck the hollow log. Feeble as he was, and light as was the blow, the hollow log boomed and reverberated like distant thunder. Almost immediately, while he continued slowly to beat, from the grass-thatched dwellings that formed the square about the long house emerged the lost souls, men and women, old and young, and children and babes in arms. They all came out and converged upon the sun-priest. No more archaic spectacle could be witnessed in the 20th century world. Indians indubitably they were, yet in many of their faces were the racial reminiscences of the Spaniard. Some faces, to all appearance, were all Spanish, others, by the same token, were all Indian, but betwixt and between, the majority of them betrayed the inbred blend of both races. But more bizarre was their costume, unremarkable in the women, who were garbed in long, discreet robes of homespun cloth, but most remarkable in the men, whose homespun was grotesquely fashioned after the style of Spanish dress that obtained in Spain at the time of Columbus's first voyage. Homely and sad-looking were the men and women, as of a breed too closely interbred to retain joy of life. This was true of the youths and maidens, of the children, and of the very babes against breasts, true, with the exception of two. One, a girl child of 10, in whose face was fire and spirit and intelligence. Amongst the sodden faces of the sodden and stupid lost souls, her face stood out like a flaming flower. Only other like hers was the face of the old sun-priest, cunning, crafty, intelligent. While the priest continued to beat the resounding log, the entire tribe formed about him in a semicircle, facing the east. As the sun showed the edge of its upper rim, the priest greeted it and hailed it with a quaint and medieval Spanish, himself making low obeisance thrice repeated, while the tribe prostrated itself. And when the full sun shone clear of the horizon, all the tribe, under the direction of the priest, arose and uttered a joyful chant. Just as he had dismissed his people, a thin pillar of smoke, rising in the quiet air across the valley, caught the priest's eye. He pointed it out and commanded several of the young men.
"It rises in the forbidden place of fear where no member of the tribe may wander. It is some devil of a pursuer sent out by our enemies who have vainly sought our hiding place through the centuries. He must not escape to make report, for our enemies are powerful, and we shall be destroyed. Go, kill him, that we may not be killed."
About the fire, which had been replenished at intervals throughout the night, Leoncia, Francis, and Torres lay asleep, the latter with his new-made sandals on his feet and with the helmet of Tabasco pulled tightly down on his head to keep off the dew. Leoncia was the first to awaken, and so curious was the scene that confronted her that she watched quietly through her down-dropped lashes. 3 of the strange lost tribe men, bows still stretched and arrows drawn in what was evident to her as the interrupted act of slaying her and her companions, were staring with amazement at the face of the unconscious Torres. They looked at each other in doubt, let their bows straighten, and shook their heads in patent advertisement that they were not going to kill. Closer they crept upon Torres, squatting on their hams, the better to scrutinize his face and the helmet, which latter seemed to arouse their keenest interest. From where she lay, Leoncia was able privily to nudge Francis's shoulder with her foot. He awoke quietly, and quietly sat up, attracting the attention of the strangers. Immediately they made the universal peace sign, laying down their bows and extending their palms outward in token of being weaponless.
"Good morning, merry strangers,"
Francis addressed them in English, which made them shake their heads while it aroused Torres.
They must be lost souls,
Leoncia whispered to Francis.
Or real estate agents.
He smiled back.
At least the valley is inhabited. Torres, who are your friends? From the way they regard you, one would think they were relatives of yours.
Quite ignoring them, the three lost souls drew apart a slight distance and debated in low, sibilant tones.
Sounds like a queer sort of Spanish,
Francis observed.
It's medieval, to say the least,
Leoncia confirmed.
It's the Spanish of the conquistadores, pretty badly gone to seed.
Torres contributed.
You see, I was right. The lost souls never get away.
At any rate, they must give and be given in marriage.
Francis quipped.
Else how explain these three young huskies?
But by this time, the three huskies, having reached agreement, were beckoning them with encouraging gestures to follow across the valley.
They're good-natured and friendly cusses, to say the least, despite their sorrowful mug,
said Francis as they prepared to follow.
But did you ever see a sadder-faced aggregation in your life? They must have been born in the dark of the moon, or had all their sweet gazelles die, or something or other worse.
It's just the kind of faces one would expect of lost souls,
Leoncia answered.
And if we never get out of here, I suppose we'll get into looking a whole lot sadder than they do.
He came back.
Anyway, I hope they're leading us to breakfast. Those berries were better than nothing, but that is not saying much.
An hour or more afterward, still obediently following their guides, they emerged upon the clearings, the dwelling places, and the long house of the tribe.
These are descendants of the Vasco's party and the Caribs,
Torres affirmed as he glanced over the assembled faces.
That is incontrovertible on the face of it.
And they've relapsed from the Christian religion of Vasco to old heathen worship,
added Francis.
Look at that altar, there. It's a stone altar, and from the smell of it, that is no breakfast, but a sacrifice that is cooking, in spite of the fact that it smells like mutton.
Thank heaven it's only a lamb,
Leoncia breathed.
The old sun worship included human sacrifice, and this is sun worship. See that old man there in the long shroud with the golden rayed cap of gold? He's a sun priest. Uncle Alvaro has told me all about the sun worshippers.
Behind and above the altar was a great metal image of the sun.
Gold, all gold,
Francis whispered.
And without alloy. Look at those spikes, the size of them. Yet so pure is the metal that I wager a child could bend them any way it wished, and even tie knots in them.
Merciful God, look at that!
Leoncia gasped, indicating with her eyes a crude stone bust that stood to one side of the altar and slightly lower.
It is the face of Torres. It is the face of the mummy in the Maya cave.
And there is an inscription.
Francis stepped closer to see and was peremptorily waved back by the priest.
It says, De Vasco. Notice that it has the same sort of helmet that Torres is wearing. And say, glance at the priest. If he doesn't look like Torres's full brother, I've never fancied a resemblance in my life.
The priest, with angry face and imperative gesture, motioned Francis to silence and made obeisance to the cooking sacrifice. As if in response, a flaw of wind put out the flame of the cooking.
The sun god is angry,
the priest announced with great solemnity, his queer Spanish nevertheless being intelligible to the newcomers.
Strangers have come among us and remain unslain. That is why the sun god is angry. Speak, you young men who have brought the strangers alive to our altar. Was it not my bidding, which is ever and always the bidding of the sun god, that you should slay them?
One of the three young men stepped tremblingly forth, and with trembling forefingers pointed at the face of Torres and at the face of the stone bust.
"We recognized him,"
he quavered.
"and we could not slay him, for we remembered prophecy, and that our great ancestor would someday return. Is this stranger he? We do not know. We dare not know nor judge. Yours, O priest, is the knowledge, and yours be the judgment. Is this he?"
The priest looked closely at Torres and exclaimed incoherently. Turning his back abruptly, he rekindled the sacred cooking fire from a pot of fire at the base of an altar, but the fire flamed up, flickered down, and died.
"The sun god is angry,"
the priest reiterated, whereat the lost souls beat their breasts and moaned and lamented.
"The sacrifice is unacceptable, for the fire will not burn. Strange things are afoot. This is a matter of the deeper mysteries which I alone may know. We shall not sacrifice the strangers now. I must take time to inform myself of the sun god's will."
With his hands he waved the tribespeople away, ceasing the ceremonial half completed, and directed that the 3 captives be taken into the long house.
"I can't follow the play,"
Francis whispered in Leoncia's ear.
"but just the same, I hope here's where we eat."
"Look at that pretty little girl,"
said Leoncia, indicating with her eyes the child with the face of fire and spirit.
"Torres has already spotted her,"
Francis whispered back.
"I caught him winking at her. He doesn't know the play, nor which way the cat will jump, but he isn't missing a chance to make friends. We'll have to keep an eye on him, for he's a treacherous hound and capable of throwing us over any time, if it would serve to save his skin."
Inside the long house, seated on rough-plaited mats of grass, they found themselves quickly served with food. Clear drinking water and a thick stew of meat and vegetables were served in generous quantity in queer unglazed pottery jars. Also, they were given hot cakes of ground Indian corn that were not altogether unlike tortillas. After the women who served had departed, the little girl, who had led them and commanded them, remained. Torres resumed his overtures, but she, graciously ignoring him, devoted herself to Leoncia, who seemed to fascinate her.
"She's a sort of hostess, I take it,"
Francis explained.
"You know, like the maids of the village in Samoa, who entertain all travelers and all visitors of no matter how high rank, and who come pretty close to presiding at all functions and ceremonials. They are selected by the high chiefs for their beauty, their virtue, and their intelligence. And this one reminds me very much of them, except that she's so awfully young."
Closer she came to Leoncia, and fascinated though she patently was by the beautiful strange woman, in her bearing of approach there was no hint of servility nor sense of inferiority.
"Tell me,"
she said in the quaint archaic Spanish of the valley,
"is that man really Capitan de Vasco, returned from his home in the sun and the sky?"
Torres smirked and bowed, and proclaimed proudly,
"I am a de Vasco."
"Not a de Vasco, but de Vasco himself."
Leoncia coached him in English.
"It's a good bet. Play it."
Francis commanded, likewise in English.
"It may pull us all out of a hole. I'm not particularly stuck on that priest, and he seems the high cockalorum over these lost souls."
"I have at last come back from the sun,"
Torres told the little maid, taking his cue. She favored him with a long and unwavering look in which they could see her think and judge and appraise. Then, with expressionless face, she bowed to him respectfully, and, with scarcely a glance at Francis, turned to Leoncia and favored her with a friendly smile that was an illumination.
"I did not know that God made women so beautiful as you,"
the little maid said softly ere she turned to go out. At the door she paused to add,
"The lady who dreams is beautiful, but she is strangely different from you."
But hardly had she gone when the sun priest, followed by a number of young men, entered, apparently for the purpose of removing the dishes and the uneaten food. Even as some of them were in the act of bending over to pick up the dishes, at a signal from the priest they sprang upon the three guests, bound their hands and arms securely behind them, and led them out to the sun god's altar before the assembled tribe. Here, where they observed a crucible on a tripod over a fierce fire, they were tied to fresh sunken posts, while many eager hands heaped fuel about them to their knees.
"Now buck up! Be as haughty as a real Spaniard!"
Francis at the same time instructed and insulted Torres.
"You're Davasco himself. Hundreds of years before, you were here on earth in this very valley, with the ancestors of these mongrels."
You must die.
The sun priest was now addressing them, while the lost souls nodded unanimously.
For 400 years, as we count our sojourn in this valley, we have slain all strangers. You were not slain, and behold the instant anger of the sun god. Our altar fire went out.
The lost souls moaned and howled and pounded their chests.
Therefore, to appease the sun god, you shall now die.
Beware,
Torres proclaimed, prompted in whispers, sometimes by Francis, sometimes by Leoncia.
I am Davasco. I have just come from the sun.
He nodded with his head, because of his tied hands, at the stone bust.
I am that Davasco. I led your ancestors here 400 years ago, and I left you here, commanding you to remain until my return.
The sun priest hesitated.
"Well, priest, speak up and answer the divine Davasco."
Francis spoke harshly.
How do I know that he is divine?
The priest countered quickly.
Do I not look much like him myself? Am I, therefore, divine? Am I Davasco? Is he Davasco? Or may not Davasco be yet in the sun? For truly I know that I am man born of woman 18 years ago, and that I am not Davasco.
"You have not spoken to Davasco."
Francis threatened, as he bowed in vast humility to Torres and hissed at him in English.
"Be haughty, damn you, be haughty."
The priest wavered for the moment, and then addressed Torres.
I am the faithful priest of the sun. Not lightly can I relinquish my trust. If you are the divine Davasco, then answer me one question.
Torres nodded with magnificent haughtiness.
Do you love gold?
Love gold?
Torres jeered.
I am a great captain in the sun, and the sun is made of gold. Gold? It is like to me this dirt beneath my feet, and the rock of which your mighty mountains are composed.
Bravo.
Leoncia whispered approval.
Then, O divine Davasco.
The sun priest said humbly, though he could not quite muffle the ring of triumph in his voice.
Are you fit to pass the ancient and usual test? When you have drunk the drink of gold and can still say that you are Davasco, then will I and all of us bow down and worship you. We have had occasional intruders in this valley. Always did they come athirst for gold. But when we had satisfied their thirst, inevitably they thirsted no more, for they were dead.
As he spoke, while the lost souls looked on eagerly, and while the three strangers looked on with no less keenness of apprehension, the priest thrust his hand into the open mouth of a large leather bag and began dropping handfuls of gold nuggets into the heated crucible of the tripod. So near were they that they could see the gold melt into fluid and rise up in the crucible like the drink it was intended to be. The little maid, daring on her extraordinary position in the Lost Souls tribe, came up to the Sun Priest and spoke that all might hear.
That is de Vasco, the Capitan de Vasco, the divine Capitan de Vasco, who led our ancestors here the long, long time ago.
The priest tried to silence her with a frown, but the maid repeated her statement, pointing eloquently from the bust to Torres and back again, and the priest felt his grip on the situation slipping, while inwardly he cursed the sinful love of the mother of the little girl which had made her his daughter.
Hush!
He commanded sternly.
These are things of which you know nothing. If he be the Captain de Vasco, being divine, he will drink the gold and be unharmed.
Into a rude pottery pitcher, which had been heated in the pot of fire at the base of the altar, he poured the molten gold. At a signal, several of the young men laid aside their spears, and with the evident intention of prying her teeth apart, advanced on Leoncia.
Hold, priest!
Francis shouted stentoriously.
She is not divine, as de Vasco is divine. Try the golden drink on de Vasco.
Whereat Torres bestowed upon Francis a look of malignant anger.
Stand on your haughty pride,
Francis instructed him.
Decline the drink. Show them the inside of your helmet.
I will not drink,
Torres cried, half in a panic as the priest turned to him.
You shall drink. If you are de Vasco, the divine captain from the sun, we will then know it, and we will fall down and worship you.
Torres looked appeal at Francis, which the priest's narrow eyes did not fail to catch.
Looks as though you'll have to drink it,
Francis said dryly.
Anyway, do it for the lady's sake, and die like a hero.
With a sudden violent strain at the cords that bound him, Torres jerked one hand free, pulled off his helmet, and held it so that the priest could gaze inside.
Behold what is graven therein,
Torres commanded. Such was the priest's startlement at sight of the inscription, de Vasco, that the pitcher fell from his hand. The molten gold spilling forth set the dry debris on the ground afire, while one of the spearmen, spattered on the foot, danced away with wild yells of pain. But the sun priest quickly recovered himself. Seizing the fire pot, he was about to set fire to the faggots heaped about his 3 victims, when the little maid intervened.
The sun god would not let the great captain drink the drink,
she said.
The sun god spilled it from your hand.
And when all the lost souls began to murmur that there was more in the matter than appeared to their priest, the latter was compelled to hold his hand. Nevertheless was he resolved on the destruction of the 3 intruders. So, craftily, he addressed his people.
We shall wait for a sign. Bring oil. We will give the sun god time for a sign. Bring a candle.
Pouring the jar of oil over the faggots to make them more inflammable, he set the lighted stub of a candle in the midst of the saturated fuel, and said,
The life of the candle will be the duration of the time for the sign. Is it well, O people?
And all the lost souls murmured,
It is well.
Torres looked appeal to Francis, who replied,
The old brute certainly pinched on the length of the candle. It won't last 5 minutes at best, and maybe inside 3 minutes we'll be going up in smoke.
What can we do?
Torres demanded frantically, while Leoncia looked bravely, with a sad, brave smile of love, into Francis's eyes.
Pray for rain,
Francis answered.
And the sky is as clear as a bell. After that, die game. Don't squeal too loud.
And his eyes returned to Leoncia's, and expressed what he had never dared express to her before, his full heart of love. Apart, by virtue of the posts to which they were tied and which separated them, they had never been so close together, and the bond that drew them and united them was their eyes. First of all, the little maid, gazing into the sky for the sign, saw it. Torres, who had eyes only for the candle stub, nearly burned to its base, heard the maid's cry and looked up, and at the same time he heard, as all of them heard, the droning flight as of some monstrous insect in the sky.
An aeroplane,
Francis muttered.
Torres, claim it for the sign.
But no need to claim was necessary. Above them, not more than 100 feet, it swooped and circled, the first airplane the lost souls had ever seen, while from it, like a benediction from heaven, descended the familiar
"Back to back against the mainmast held at bay the entire crew."
Completing the circle and rising to an elevation of nearly 1,000 feet, they saw an object detach itself directly overhead, fall like a plummet for 300 feet, then expand into a spread parachute, with beneath it, like a spider suspended on a web, the form of a man, which last, as it neared the ground, again began to sing,
"Back to back against the mainmast held at bay the entire crew."
And then event crowded on event with supremest rapidity. The stub of the candle fell apart, the flaming wick fell into the tiny lake of molten fat, the lake flamed, and the oil-saturated faggots about it flamed, and Henry, landing in the thick of the lost souls, blanketing a good portion of them under his parachute, in a couple of leaps was beside his friends and kicking the blazing faggots right and left. Only for a second did he desist. This was when the sun priest interfered. A right hook to the jaw put that aged confidant of God down on his back, and while he slowly recuperated and crawled to his feet, Henry slashed clear the lashings that bound Leoncia, Francis, and Torres. His arms were out to embrace Leoncia when she thrust him away with,
"Quick! There is no time for explanation. Down on your knees to Torres and pretend you are his slave. And don't talk Spanish. Talk English."
Henry could not comprehend, and while Leoncia reassured him with her eyes, he saw Francis prostrate himself at the feet of their common enemy.
"Gee,"
Henry muttered as he joined Francis.
"Here goes, but it's worse than rat poison."
Leoncia followed him, and all the lost souls went down prone before the Capitan de Basco, who received in their midst celestial messengers direct from the sun. All went down except the priest, who, mightily shaken, was meditating doing it when the mocking devil of melodrama in Torres's soul prompted him to overdo his part. As haughtily as Francis had coached him, he lifted his right foot and placed it down on Henry's neck, incidentally covering and pinching most of his ear. And Henry literally went up in the air.
"You can't step on my ear, Torres,"
he shouted, at the same time dropping him, as he had dropped the priest, with his right hook.
"And now the beans are spilled,"
Francis commented in dry and spiritless disgust.
"The sun god stuff is finished, right here and now."
The sun priest, exultantly signaling his spearmen, grasped the situation. But Henry dropped the muzzle of his automatic pistol to the old priest's midriff, and the priest, remembering the legends of deadly missiles propelled by the mysterious substance called gunpowder, smiled appeasingly and waved back his spearmen.
"This is beyond my powers of wisdom and judgment,"
he addressed his tribespeople, while ever his wavering glance returned to the muzzle of Henry's pistol.
"I shall appeal to the last resort. Let the messenger be sent to wake the lady who dreams. Tell her that strangers from the sky, and mayhap the sun, are here in our valley, and that only the wisdom of her far dreams will make clear to us what we do not understand, and what even I do not understand."
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Convoyed by the spearmen, the party of Leoncia, the two Morgans, and Torres was led through the pleasant fields, all under a high state of primitive cultivation, and on across running streams, and through woodland stretches, and neat pastures where grazed cows of so miniature a breed that, full grown, they were no larger than young calves.
"They're milch cows, without mistake,"
Henry commented.
"and they're perfect beauties. But did you ever see such dwarfs? A strong man could lift up the biggest specimen and walk off with it."
Don't fool yourself.
Francis spoke up.
Take that one over there, the black one. I'll wager it's not an ounce under 300 weight.
"How much will you wager?"
Henry challenged.
Name the bet,
was the reply.
"Then 100 even."
Henry stated.
"That I can lift it up and walk away with it."
Done.
But the bet was never to be decided, for the instant Henry left the path, he was poked back by the spearmen, who scowled and made signs that they were to proceed straight ahead. Where the way came to lead past the foot of a very rugged cliff, they saw above them many goats.
Domesticated,
said Francis.
Look at the herd, boys.
I was sure it was goat meat in that stew.
Henry nodded.
I always did like goats. If the lady who dreams, whoever she may be, vetoes the priest and lets us live, and if we have to stay with the lost souls for the rest of our days, I'm going to petition to be made master goat herd of the realm. Then I'll build you a nice little cottage, Leoncia, and you can become the exalted cheesemaker to the queen.
But he did not whimsically wander farther, for at that moment they emerged upon a lake so beautiful as to bring a long whistle from Francis, a hand-clap from Leoncia, and a muttered ejaculation of appreciation from Torres. Fully a mile in length it stretched, with more than half the same in width, and was a perfect oval. With one exception, no habitation broke the fringe of trees, bamboo thickets, and rushes that circled its shore, even along the foot of the cliff where the bamboo was exceptionally luxuriant. On the placid surface was so vividly mirrored the surrounding mountains that the eye could scarcely discern where reality ended and reflection began. In the midst of her rapture over the perfect reflection, Leoncia broke off to exclaim her disappointment in that the water was not crystal clear.
What a pity it is so muddy.
That's because of the wash of the rich soil of the valley floor,
Henry elucidated.
It's hundreds of feet deep, that soil.
The whole valley must have been a lake at some time,
Francis concurred.
Run your eye along the cliff and see the old water lines. I wonder what made it shrink.
Earthquake, most likely, opened up some subterranean exit and drained it off to its present level. And keeps on draining it, too. Its rich chocolate color shows the amount of water that flows in all the time, and that it doesn't have much chance to settle. It's the catch basin for the entire circling watershed of the valley.
Well, there's one house at least,
Leoncia was saying 5 minutes later, as they rounded an angle of the cliff and saw, tucked against the cliff and extending out over the water, a low-roofed bungalow-like dwelling. The piles were massive tree trunks, but the walls of the house were of bamboo, and the roof was thatched with grass straw. So isolated was it that the only access, except by boat, was a 20-foot bridge so narrow that two could not walk on it abreast. At either end of the bridge, evidently armed guards or sentries, stood two young men of the tribe. They moved aside at a gesture of command from the sun priest and let the party pass, although the two Morgans did not fail to notice that the spearmen who had accompanied them from the longhouse remained beyond the bridge. Across the bridge, and entered into the bungalow-like dwelling on stilts, they found themselves in a large room, better furnished, crude as the furnishings were, than they would have expected in the Valley of Lost Souls. The grass mats on the floor were of fine and careful weave, and the shades of split bamboo that covered the window openings were of patient workmanship. At the far end, against the wall, was a huge golden emblem of the rising sun, similar to the one before the altar by the longhouse. But by far most striking were 2 living creatures who strangely inhabited the place and who scarcely moved. Beneath the rising sun, raised above the floor on a sort of dais, was a many-pillowed divan that was half thrown, and on the divan, among the pillows, clad in a softly shimmering robe of some material no one of them had seen before, reclined a sleeping woman. Only her breast softly rose and softly fell to her breathing. No lost soul was she of the inbred and degenerate mixture of Carib and Spaniard. On her head was a tiara of beaten gold and sparkling gems, so large that almost it seemed a crown. Before her, on the floor, were 2 tripods of gold, the one containing smoldering fire, the other, vastly larger, a golden bowl fully a fathom in diameter. Between the tripods, resting with outstretched paws like the Sphinx, with unblinking eyes and without a quiver, a great dog, snow-white of coat and resembling a Russian wolfhound, steadfastly regarded the intruders.
She looks like a lady, and seems like a queen, and certainly dreams to the queen's taste,
Henry whispered and earned a scowl from the sun-priest. Leoncia was breathless, but Torres shuddered and crossed himself, and said,
"This I have never heard of, the Valley of Lost Souls. This woman who sleeps is a Spanish lady. She is of the pure Spanish blood. She is Castilian. I am as certain as I stand here that her eyes are blue, and yet that pallor."
Again he shuddered.
"It is an unearthly sleep, as if she tempered with drugs, and had long tempered with drugs."
The very thing.
Francis broke in with excited whispers.
The lady who dreams drug dreams. They must keep her here doped up as a sort of super priestess or super oracle. That's all right, old priest.
He broke off to say in Spanish,
If we wake her up, what of it? We have been brought here to meet her, and, I hope, awake.
The lady stirred, as if the whispering had penetrated her profound of sleep, and for the first time the dog moved, turning his head toward her so that her own down-dropping hand rested on his neck caressingly. The priest was imperative now in his scowls and gestured commands for silence, and in absolute silence they stood and watched the awakening of the oracle. Slowly she drew herself half upright, paused, and recaressed the happy wolfhound, whose cruel fangs were exposed in a formidable, long-jawed laugh of joy. Awesome the situation was to them, yet more awesome it became to them when she turned her eyes full upon them for the first time. Never had they seen such eyes, in which smoldered the world and all the worlds. Halfway did Leoncia cross herself, while Torres, swept away by his own awe, completed his own crossing of himself, and with moving lips of silence enunciated his favorite prayer to the Virgin. Even Francis and Henry looked, and could not take their gaze away from the twin wells of blue that seemed almost dark in the shade of the long, black eyelashes.
A blue-eyed brunette,
Francis managed to whisper. But such eyes! Round they were rather than long, and yet they were not round. Square they might have been, had they not been more round than square. Such shape had they that they were as if blocked off in the artist's swift and sketchy way of establishing circles out of the sums of angles. The long, dark lashes veiled them and perpetuated the illusion of their darkness. Yet there was no surprise nor startlement in them at first sight of her visitors. Dreamily incurious were they, yet they were languidly certain of comprehension of what they beheld. Still further, to awe those who so beheld, her eyes betrayed a complicated totality of paradoxical alivenesses. Pain trembled, its quivering anguish perpetually impending. Sensitiveness moistly hinted of itself like a spring rain-shower on the distant sea horizon, or a dew-fall of a mountain morning. Pain, ever pain, resided in the midst of languorous slumbrousness. The fire of immeasurable courage threatened to glint into the electric spark of action and fortitude. Deep slumber, like a palpitant, tapestried background, seemed ever ready to obliterate all in sleep. And over all, through all, permeating all, brooded ageless wisdom. This was accentuated by cheeks slightly hollowed, hinting of asceticism. Upon them was a flush, either hectic or of the paint-box. When she stood up, she showed herself to be slender and fragile as a fairy. Tiny were her bones, not too generously flesh-covered, yet the lines of her were not thin. Had either Henry or Francis registered his impression aloud, he would have proclaimed her the roundest thin woman he had ever seen. The sun-priest prostrated his aged frame till he lay stretched flat out on the floor, his old forehead burrowing into the grass mat. The rest remained upright, although Torres evidenced by a crumpling at the knees that he would have followed the priest's action had his companions shown signs of accompanying him. As it was, his knees did partly crumple, but straightened again and stiffened under the controlled example of Leoncia and the Morgans. At first the lady had no eyes for aught but Leoncia, and after a careful looking over of her, with a curt upward lift of head, she commanded her to approach. Too imperative by far was it, in Leoncia's thought, to proceed from so ethereally beautiful a creature, and she sensed with immediacy an antagonism that must exist between them. So she did not move, until the sun-priest muttered harshly that she must obey. She approached, regardless of the huge, long-haired hound, threading between the tripods and past the beast, nor would stop until commanded by a second nod as curt as the first. For a long minute the two women gazed steadily into each other's eyes, at the end of which, with a flicker of triumph, Leoncia observed the other's eyes droop. But the flicker was temporary, for Leoncia saw that the lady was studying her dress with haughty curiosity. She even reached out her slender, pallid hand and felt the texture of the cloth and caressed it as only a woman can.
"Priest,"
she summoned sharply.
"This is the third day of the sun in the house of Manco. Long ago I told you something concerning this day. Speak."
Writhing in excess of servility, the sun-priest quavered.
"That on this day strange events were to occur. They have occurred, O Queen."
Already had the queen forgotten. Still caressing the cloth of Leoncia's dress, her eyes were bent upon it in curious examination.
"You are very fortunate,"
the queen said, at the same time motioning her back to rejoin the others.
"You are well loved of men. All is not clear, yet does it seem that you are too well loved of men."
Her voice, mellow and low, tranquil as silver, modulated in exquisite rhythms of sound, was almost as a distant temple bell calling believers to worship, or sad souls to quiet judgment. But to Leoncia it was not given to appreciate the wonderful voice. Instead, only was she aware of anger flaming up to her cheeks and burning in her pulse.
"I have seen you before, and often,"
the queen went on.
"Never!"
Leoncia cried out.
"Hush!"
the sun-priest hissed at her.
"There,"
the queen said, pointing at the great golden bowl.
"Before and often have I seen you there. You also there,"
she addressed Henry.
"And you,"
she confirmed to Francis, although her great blue eyes opened wider and she gazed at him long, too long to suit Leoncia, who knew the stab of jealousy that only a woman can thrust into a woman's heart. The queen's eyes glinted when they had moved on to rest on Torres.
"And who are you, stranger, so strangely apparelled, the helmet of a knight upon your head, upon your feet the sandals of a slave?"
"I am Davasco,"
he answered stoutly.
The name has an ancient ring.
She smiled.
I am the ancient Davasco,
He pursued, advancing unsummoned. She smiled at his temerity, but did not stay him.
This is the helmet I wore 400 years ago when I led the ancestors of the lost souls into this valley.
The queen smiled quiet unbelief as she quietly asked,
Then you were born 400 years ago?
Yes, and never. I was never born. I am Davasco. I have always been. My home is in the sun.
Her delicately stenciled brows drew quizzically to interrogation, though she said nothing. From a gold-wrought box beside her on the divan, she pinched what seemed a powder between a fragile and almost transparent thumb and forefinger, and her thin, beautiful lips curved to gentle mockery as she casually tossed the powder into the great tripod. A sheen of smoke arose, and in a moment was lost to sight.
Look,
she commanded. And Torres, approaching the great bowl, gazed into it. What he saw, the rest of his party never learned, but the queen herself leaned forward, and gazing down from above, saw with him, her face a beautiful advertisement of gentle and pitying mockery. And what Torres himself saw was a bedroom and a berth in the second story of the Bocas del Toro house he had inherited. Pitiful it was, with its last secrecy exposed, as was the gently smiling pity on the queen's face. And in that flashing glimpse of magic vision, Torres saw confirmed about himself what he had always guessed and suspected.
Would you see more?
The queen softly mocked.
I have shown you the beginning of you. Look now, and behold your ending.
But Torres, too deeply impressed by what he had already seen, shuddered away in recoil.
Forgive me, beautiful woman,
he pleaded.
And let me pass, forget, as I shall hope ever to forget.
It is gone,
she said, with a careless wave of her hand over the bowl.
But I cannot forget. The record will persist always in my mind. But you, O man, so young of life, so ancient of helmet, have I beheld before this day, there in my mirror of the world. You have vexed me much of late with your portending, yet not with the helmet.
She smiled with quiet wisdom.
Always, it seems to me, I saw a chamber of the dead, of the long dead, upright on their unmoving legs, and guarding through eternity mysteries alien to their faith and race. And in that dolorous company did it seem that I saw one who wore your ancient helmet. Shall I speak further?
No, no,
Torres implored. She bowed and nodded him back. Next, her scrutiny centered on Francis, whom she nodded forward. She stood up upon the dais as if to greet him, and, as if troubled by the fact that she must gaze down on him, stepped from the dais to the floor so that she might gaze up into his face as she extended her hand. Hesitatingly he took her hand in his, then knew not what next to do. Almost did it appear that she read his thought, for she said,
Do it. I have never had it done to me before. I have never seen it done, save in my dreams and in the visions shown me in my mirror of the world.
And Francis bent and kissed her hand, and because she did not signify to withdraw it, he continued to hold it, while against his palm he felt the faint but steady pulse of her pink fingertips. And so they stood in pose, neither speaking, Francis embarrassed, the queen sighing faintly, while the sex anger of woman tore at Leoncia's heart, until Henry blurted out in gleeful English,
"Do it again, Francis. She likes it."
The sun priest hissed silencing command at him, but the queen, half withdrawing her hand with a startle like a maiden's, returned it as deeply as before into Francis's clasp, and addressed herself to Henry.
I too know the language you speak,
she admonished.
Yet am I unashamed. I, who have never known a man, do admit that I like it. It is the first kiss that I have ever had. Francis, for such your friend calls you, obey your friend. I like it. I do like it. Once again, kiss my hand.
Francis obeyed, waiting while her hand still lingered in his, and while she, oblivious to all else, as if toying with some beautiful thought, gazed lingeringly up into his eyes. By a visible effort she pulled herself together, released his hand abruptly, gestured him back to the others, and addressed the sun priest.
Well, priest,
she said, with a return of the sharpness in her voice.
You have brought these captives here for a reason which I already know. Yet would I hear you state it yourself.
O lady who dreams, shall we not kill these intruders, as has ever been our custom? The people are mystified and in doubt of my judgment, and demand decision from you.
And you would kill.
Such is my judgment. I seek now your judgment, that yours and mine may be one.
She glanced over the faces of the 4 captives. For Torres, her brooding expression portrayed only pity. To Leoncia she extended a frown, to Henry doubt, and upon Francis she gazed a full minute, her face growing tender, at least to Leoncia's angry observation.
Are any of you unmarried?
The queen asked suddenly.
Nay.
She anticipated them.
It is given me to know that you are all unmarried.
She turned quickly to Leoncia.
Is it well,
she demanded,
that a woman should have 2 husbands?
Both Henry and Francis could not refrain from smiling their amusement at so absurdly irrelevant a question. But to Leoncia it was neither absurd nor irrelevant, and in her cheeks arose the flush of anger again. This was a woman, she knew, with whom she had to deal, and who was dealing with her like a woman.
It is not well,
Leoncia answered with a clear, ringing voice.
It is very strange,
the queen pondered aloud.
It is very strange, yet is it not fair? Since there are equal numbers of men and women in the world, it cannot be fair for one woman to have 2 husbands. For if so, it means that another woman shall have no husband.
Another pinch of dust she tossed into the great bowl of gold. The sheen of smoke arose and vanished as before.
The mirror of the world will tell me, priest, what disposition shall be made of our captives.
Just ere she leaned over to gaze into the bowl, a fresh thought deflected her. With an embracing wave of arm, she invited them all up to the bowl.
We may all look,
she said.
I do not promise you we will see the same visions of our dreams, nor shall I know what you will have seen. Each for himself will see and know. You too, priest.
They found the bowl, 6 feet in diameter that it was, half full of some unknown metal liquid.
It might be quicksilver, but it isn't,
Henry whispered to Francis.
I've never seen the like of any similar metal. It strikes me as hotly molten.
It is very cold,
the queen corrected him in English.
Yet it is fire. You, Francis, feel the bowl outside.
He obeyed, laying his full palm unhesitatingly to the yellow outer surface.
Colder than the atmosphere of the room,
he adjudged.
But look,
the queen cried, tossing more powder upon the contents.
It is fire that remains cold.
It is the powder that smokes with the heat of its own containment,
Torres blurted out, and at the same time feeling into the bottom of his coat pocket. He drew forth a pinch of crumbs of tobacco, match splinters, and cloth fluff.
This will not burn,
he challenged, inviting invitation by extending the pinch of rubbish over the bowl as if to drop it in. The queen nodded consent, and all saw the rubbish fall upon the liquid metal surface. The particles made no indentation on that surface, only did they transform into smoke that sheened upward and was gone. No remnant of ash remained.
Still, it is cold,
said Torres, imitating Francis and feeling the outside of the bowl.
Thrust your finger into the contents,
the Queen suggested to Torres.
No,
he said.
You are right,
she confirmed.
Had you done so, you would now be with one finger less than the number with which you were born.
She tossed in more powder.
Now shall each behold what he alone will behold.
And it was so. To Leoncia was it given to see an ocean separate her and Francis. To Henry was it given to see the Queen and Francis married by so strange a ceremony that scarcely did he realize, until at the close, that it was a wedding taking place. The Queen, from a flying gallery in a great house, looked down into a magnificent drawing-room that Francis would have recognized as builded by his father had her vision been his, and beside her, his arm about her, she saw Francis. Francis saw but one thing, vastly perturbing, the face of Leoncia, immobile as death, with, thrust into it, squarely between the eyes, a slender bladed dagger. Yet he did not see any blood flowing from the wound of the dagger. Torres glimpsed the beginning of what he knew must be his end, crossed himself, and alone of all of them shrank back, refusing to see further. While the sun-priest saw the vision of his secret sin, the face and form of the woman for whom he had betrayed the worship of the sun, and the face and form of the maid of the village at the long house. As all drew back by common consent when the visions faded, Leoncia turned like a tigress with flashing eyes upon the Queen, crying,
"Your mirror lies! Your mirror of the world lies!"
Francis and Henry, still under the heavy spell of what they had themselves beheld, were startled and surprised by Leoncia's outburst, but the Queen, speaking softly, replied,
"My mirror of the world has never lied. I know not what you saw, but I do know, whatever it was, that it is the truth."
"You are a monster!"
Leoncia cried on.
"You are a vile witch that lies!"
"You and I are women,"
the Queen chided with sweet gentleness,
"and may not know of ourselves, being women. Men will decide whether or not I am a witch that lies, or a woman with a woman's heart of love. In the meanwhile, being women, and therefore weak, let us be kind to each other. And now, priest of the sun, to judgment. You, as priest under the sun god, know more of the ancient rule and procedure than I do. You know more than do I about myself and how I came to be here. You know that always, mother and daughter, and by mother and daughter, has the tribe maintained a queen of mystery, a lady of dreams. The time has come when we must consider the future generations. The strangers have come, and they are unmarried. This must be the wedding day decreed, if the generations to come after of the tribe are to possess a queen to dream for them. It is well, and time and need and place are met. I have dreamed to judgment, and the judgment is that I shall marry, of these strangers, the stranger allotted to me before the foundations of the world were laid. The test is this: if no one of these will marry, then shall they die, and their warm blood be offered up by you before the altar of the sun. If one will marry me, then all shall live, and time hereafter will register our futures."
The sun priest, trembling with anger, strove to protest, but she commanded,
"Silence, priest. By me only do you rule the people. At a word from me to the people, well, you know, it is not an easy way to die."
She turned to the three men, saying,
"And who will marry me?"
They looked embarrassment and consternation at one another, but none spoke.
"I am a woman,"
the Queen went on teasingly.
and therefore am I not desirable to men? Is it that I am not young? Is it, as women go, that I am not beautiful? Is it that men's tastes are so strange that no man cares to clasp the sweet of me in his arms and press his lips on mine, as good Francis there did on my hand?
She turned her eyes on Leoncia.
You be the judge. You are a woman well loved of men. Am I not such a woman as you, and shall I not be loved?
You will ever be kinder to men than to women.
Leoncia answered, cryptically as regarded the three men who heard, but clearly to the woman's brain of the queen.
And as a woman,
Leoncia continued,
you are strangely beautiful and luring, and there are men in this world, many men, who could be made mad to clasp you in their arms. But I warn you, Queen, that in this world are men and men and men.
Having heard and debated this, the queen turned abruptly to the priest.
You have heard, priest. This day a man shall marry me. If no man marries me, these three men shall be offered up on your altar. So shall be offered up this woman, who, it would seem, would put shame upon me by having me less than she.
Still she addressed the priest, although her message was for the others.
There are three men of them, one of whom, long cycles before he was born, was destined to marry me. So, priest, I say, take the captives away into some other apartment, and let them decide among themselves which is the man.
Since it has been so long destined,
Leoncia flamed forth,
then why put it to the chance of their decision? You know the man. Why put it to the risk? Name the man, Queen, and name him now.
The man shall be selected in the way I have indicated,
the queen replied, as at the same time, absently, she tossed a pinch of powder into the great bowl, and absently glanced therein.
So now depart, and let the inevitable choice be made.
They were already moving out of the room, when a cry from the queen stopped them.
Wait,
she ordered.
Come, Francis. I have seen something that concerns you. Come, gaze with me upon the mirror of the world.
And while the others paused, Francis gazed with her upon the strange liquid metal surface. He saw himself in the library of his New York house, and he saw beside him the lady who dreams, his arm around her. Next he saw her curiosity at sight of the stock ticker. As he tried to explain it to her, he glanced at the tape and read such disturbing information thereon that he sprang to the nearest telephone, and as the vision faded, saw himself calling up his broker.
What was it you saw?
Leoncia questioned as they passed out. And Francis lied. He did not mention seeing the lady who dreams in his New York library. Instead, he replied,
It was a stock ticker, and it showed a bear market on Wall Street somersaulting into a panic. Now, how did she know I was interested in Wall Street and stock tickers?
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Somebody's got to marry that crazy woman.
Leoncia spoke up as they lolled upon the mats of the room to which the priest had taken them.
Not only will he be a hero by saving our lives, but he will save his own life as well. Now, Señor Torres, is your chance to save all our lives and your own.
Brr.
Torres shivered.
I would not marry her for 10 million gold. She is too wise. She is terrible. She, how shall I say it? She, as you Americans say, gets my goat. I am brave man, but before her I am not brave. The flesh under me melts in a sweat of fear. Not for less than 10 million would I dare to overcome my fear. Now Henry and Francis are braver than I. Let one of them marry her.
But I am engaged to marry Leoncia.
Henry spoke up promptly.
Therefore, I cannot marry the queen.
And their eyes centered on Francis, but before he could reply, Leoncia broke in.
"It is not fair,"
she said.
"No one of you wants to marry her. The only equitable way to settle it will be by drawing lots."
As she spoke, she pulled 3 straws from the mat on which she sat and broke one off very short.
"The man who draws the short straw shall be the victim. You, Señor Torres, draw first."
Wedding bells for the short straw.
Henry grinned. Torres crossed himself, shivered, and drew. So patently long was the straw that he executed a series of dancing steps as he sang,
"No wedding bells for me, I'm as happy as can be."
Francis drew next, and an equally long straw was his portion. To Henry there was no choice. The remaining straw in Leoncia's hand was the fatal one. All tragedy was in his face as he looked instantly at Leoncia, and she, observing, melted in pity, while Francis saw her pity, and did some rapid thinking. It was the way out. All the perplexity of the situation could be thus easily solved. Great as was his love for Leoncia, greater was his man's loyalty to Henry. Francis did not hesitate. With a merry slap of his hand on Henry's shoulder, he cried,
"Well, here's the one unattached bachelor who isn't afraid of matrimony. I'll marry her."
Henry's relief was as if he had been reprieved from impending death. His hand shot out to Francis's hand, and while they clasped, their eyes gazed squarely into each other's, as only decent, honest men's may gaze. Nor did either see the dismay registered in Leoncia's face at this unexpected denouement. The lady who dreams had been right. Leoncia, as a woman, was unfair, loving 2 men and denying the lady her fair share of men. But any discussion that might have taken place was prevented by the little maid of the village who entered with women to serve them the midday meal. It was Torres's sharp eyes that first lighted upon the string of gems about the maid's neck. Rubies they were, and magnificent.
"The lady who dreams just gave them to me,"
the maid said, pleased with their pleasure in her new possession.
"Has she any more?"
Torres asked.
"Of course,"
was the reply.
"Only just now did she show me a great chest of them. And there were all kinds, and much larger. But they were not strung. They were like so much shelled corn."
While the others ate and talked, Torres nervously smoked a cigarette. After that, he arose and claimed a passing indisposition that prevented him from eating.
"Listen,"
he quoth impressively.
"I speak better Spanish than either of you 2 Morgans. Also, I know I am confident the Spanish woman character better. To show you my heart's in the right place, go into her now and see if I can talk her out of this matrimonial proposition."
One of the spearmen barred Torres's way, but after going within, returned and motioned him to enter. The queen reclined on the divan, nodded him to her graciously.
"You do not eat?"
she queried solicitously, and added, after he had reaffirmed his loss of appetite,
"Then will you drink?"
Torres's eyes sparkled. Between the excitement he had gone through for the past several days and the new adventure he was resolved upon he knew not how to achieve, he felt the important need of a drink. The queen clapped her hands and issued commands to the waiting woman, who responded.
"It is very ancient, centuries old, as you will recognize, Davasco, who brought it here yourself 4 centuries ago,"
she said, as a man carried in and broached a small wooden keg. About the age of the keg there could be no doubt, and Torres, knowing that it had crossed the Western Ocean 12 generations before, felt his throat tickle with desire to taste its contents. The drink poured by the waiting woman was a big one, yet was Torres startled by the mildness of it. But quickly the magic of 4 centuries-old spirits began to course through his veins and set the maggots crawling in his brain. The queen bade him sit on the edge of the divan at her feet, where she could observe him, and asked,
"You came unsummoned. What is it you have to tell me, or ask of me?"
"I am the one selected,"
he replied, twisting his mustache and striving to look the enticingness of a male man on love-adventure bent.
"Strange,"
she said.
"I saw not your face in the mirror of the world. There is some mistake, eh?"
"A mistake,"
he acknowledged readily, reading certain knowledge in her eyes.
"It was the drink. There is magic in it that makes me speak the message of my heart to you. I want you so."
Again, with laughing eyes, she summoned the waiting woman and had his pottery mug replenished.
"A second mistake perhaps will now result, eh?"
she teased when he had downed the drink.
"No, O Queen,"
he replied.
"Now all is clarity. My true heart I can master. Francis Morgan, the one who kissed your hand, is the man selected to be your husband."
"It is true,"
she said solemnly.
"His was the face I saw, and knew from the first."
Thus encouraged, Torres continued,
"I am his friend, his very good best friend. You who know all things, know the custom of the marriage dowry. He has sent me, his best friend, to inquire into and examine the dowry of his bride. You must know that he is among the richest of men in his own country, where men are very rich."
So suddenly did she arise on the divan that Torres cringed and half shrank down in his panic expectance of a knife blade between his shoulders. Instead, the queen walked swiftly, or rather glided, to the doorway to an inner apartment.
"Come,"
she summoned imperiously. Once inside, at the first glance around, Torres knew the room for what it was, her sleeping chamber. But his eyes had little space for such details. Lifting the lid of a heavy chest of ironwood, brass-bound, she motioned him to look in. He obeyed, and saw the amazement of the world. The little maid had spoken true. Like so many shelled corn, the chest was filled with an incalculable treasure of gems, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, the most precious, the purest and largest of their kinds.
"Thrust in your arms to the shoulders,"
she said,
"and make sure that these baubles be real and of the adamant of flint, rather than illusions and reflections of unreality, dreamed real in a dream. Thus may you make certain report to your very rich friend, who is to marry me."
And Torres, the madness of the ancient drink like fire in his brain, did as he was told.
"These trifles of glass are such an astonishment,"
she plagued.
"Your eyes are as if they were witnessing great wonders."
"I never dreamed in all the world there was such a treasure,"
he muttered in his drunkenness.
"They are beyond price."
"They are beyond price."
"They are beyond the value of valor and love and honor."
"They are beyond all things. They are madness."
"Can a woman's or a man's true love be purchased by them?"
"They can purchase all the world."
"Come,"
the queen said.
"You are a man. You have held women in your arms. Will they purchase women?"
Since the beginning of time, women have been bought and sold for them, and for them women have sold themselves.
"Will they buy me the heart of your good friend Francis?"
For the first time, Torres looked at her, and nodded and muttered, his eyes swimming with drink and wild-eyed with sight of such array of gems.
Will good Francis so value them?
Torres nodded speechlessly.
Do all persons so value them?
Again he nodded emphatically. She began to laugh in silvery derision. Bending at haphazard, she clutched a priceless handful of the pretties.
Come,
she commanded.
I will show you how I value them.
She led him across the room and out on a platform that extended around 3 sides of a space of water, the 4th side being the perpendicular cliff. At the base of the cliff, the water formed a whirlpool that advertised the drainage exit for the lake, which Torres had heard the Morgans speculate about. With another silvery tease of laughter, the queen tossed the handful of priceless gems into the heart of the whirlpool.
Thus I value them,
she said. Torres was aghast, and, for the nonce, well-nigh sobered by such wantonness.
And they never come back.
She laughed on.
Nothing ever comes back. Look.
She flung in a handful of flowers that raced around and around the whirl and quickly sucked down from sight in the center of it.
If nothing comes back, where does everything go?
Torres asked thickly. The queen shrugged her shoulders, although he knew that she knew the secret of the waters.
More than one man has gone that way,
she said dreamily.
None of them has ever returned. My mother went that way after she was dead. I was a girl then.
She roused.
But you, helmeted one, go now. Make report to your master. Your friend, I mean. Tell him what I possess for dowry, and if he be half as mad as you about the bits of glass, swiftly will his arms surround me. I shall remain here, and in dreams await his coming. The play of the water fascinates me.
Dismissed, Torres entered the sleeping chamber, crept back to steal a glimpse of the queen, and saw her sunk down on the platform, head on hand, and gazing into the whirlpool. Swiftly he made his way to the chest, lifted the lid, and stowed a scooping handful into his trousers pocket. Ere he could scoop a second handful, the mocking laughter of the queen was at his back. Fear and rage mastered him to such extent that he sprang toward her, and pursuing her out upon the platform, was only prevented from seizing her by the dagger she threatened him with.
Thief,
she said quietly.
Without honor are you, and the way of all thieves in this valley is death. I shall summon my spearmen and have you thrown into the whirling water.
And his extremity gave Torres cunning. Glancing apprehensively at the water that threatened him, he ejaculated a cry of horror, as if at what strange thing he had seen, sank down on one knee, and buried his convulsed face of simulated fear in his hands. The queen looked sideways to see what he had seen, which was his moment. He rose in the air upon her like a leaping tiger, clutching her wrists and wresting the dagger from her. He wiped the sweat from his face and trembled while he slowly recovered himself. Meanwhile, she gazed upon him curiously, without fear.
You are a woman of evil,
he snarled at her, still shaking with rage.
A witch that traffics with the powers of darkness and all devilish things. Yet you are a woman, born of woman, and therefore mortal. The weakness of mortality and of woman is yours. Wherefore I give you now your choice of 2 things. Either you shall be thrown into the whirl of water and perish, or...
Or,
she prompted.
Or...
He paused, licked his dry lips, and burst forth.
No, by the Mother of God, I am not afraid. Or marry me this day, which is the other choice.
You would marry me for me, or for the treasure?
For the treasure.
he admitted brazenly.
But it is written in the book of life that I shall marry Francis,
she objected.
Then we will rewrite that page of the book of life.
As if it could be done,
she laughed.
Then will I prove your mortality there in the whirl, whither I shall fling you as you flung the flowers.
Truly intrepid Torres was for the first time. Intrepid because of the ancient drink that burned in his blood and brain, and because he was master of the situation. Also, like a true Latin American, he loved a scene wherein he could strut and elocute. Yet she startled him by emitting a hiss similar to the Latin way of calling a servitor. He regarded her suspiciously, glanced at the doorway to the sleeping chamber, then returned his gaze to her. Like a ghost, seeing it only vaguely out of the corner of his eye, the great white hound erupted through the doorway. Startled again, Torres involuntarily stepped to the side, but his foot failed to come to rest on the emptiness of air it encountered, and the weight of his body toppled him down off the platform into the water. Even as he fell and screamed his despair, he saw the hound in mid-air leaping after him. Swimmer that he was, Torres was like a straw in the grip of the current, and the lady who dreams, gazing down upon him, fascinated from the edge of the platform, saw him disappear, and the hound after him, into the heart of the whirlpool from which there was no return. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Long the lady who dreams gazed down at the playing waters. At last, with a sigh,
My poor dog,
she arose. The passing of Torres had meant nothing to her. Accustomed from girlhood to exercise the high powers of life and death over her semi-savage and degenerate people, human life, per se, had no sacredness to her. If life were good and lovely, then naturally it was the right thing to let it live. But if life were evil, ugly, and dangerous to other lives, then the thing was to let it die or make it die. Thus, to her, Torres had been an episode, unpleasant, but quickly over. But it was too bad about the dog. Clapping her hands loudly as she entered her chamber to summon one of her women, she made sure that the lid of the jewel chest was raised. To the woman she gave a command, and herself returned to the platform, from where she could look into the room unobserved. A few minutes later, guided by the woman, Francis entered the chamber and was left alone. He was not in a happy mood. Fine as had been his giving up of Leoncia, he had no pleasure from the deed. Nor was there any pleasure in looking forward to marrying the strange lady who ruled over the lost souls and resided in this weird lake-dwelling. Unlike Torres, however, she did not arouse in him fear or animosity. Quite to the contrary, Francis's feeling toward her was largely that of pity. He could not help but be impressed by the tragic pathos of the ripe and lovely woman desperately seeking love and a mate, despite her imperious and cavalier methods. At a glance he recognized the room for what it was, and idly wondered if he were already considered the bridegroom, sans discussion, sans acquiescence, sans ceremony. In his brown study, the chest scarcely caught his attention. The queen, watching, saw him evidently waiting for her, and after a few minutes walk over to the chest. He gathered up a handful of the gems, dropped them one by one carelessly back as if they had been so many marbles, and turned and strolled over to examine the leopard skins on her couch. Next he sat down upon it, oblivious equally of couch or treasure. All of which was provocative of such delight to the queen that she could no longer restrain herself to mere spying. Entering the room and greeting him, she laughed.
Was Señor Torres a liar?
Was?
Francis queried for the need of saying something as he arose before her.
He is no longer,
she assured him.
Which is neither here nor there.
She hastened on as Francis began to betray interest in the matter of Torres's end.
He is gone, and it is well that he is gone, for he can never come back. But he did lie, didn't he?
Undoubtedly,
Francis replied.
He is a confounded liar.
He could not help noticing the way her face fell when he so heartily agreed with her concerning Torres's veracity.
What did he say?
Francis questioned.
That he was the one selected to marry me.
A liar,
Francis commented dryly.
Next, he said that you were the selected one, which was also a lie.
Her voice trailed off. Francis shook his head. The involuntary cry of joy the Queen uttered touched his heart to such tenderness of pity that almost did he put his arms around her to soothe her. She waited for him to speak.
I am the one to marry you,
he went on steadily.
You are very beautiful. When shall we be married?
The wild joy in her face was such that he swore to himself that never would he willingly mar that face with marks of sorrow. She might be ruler over the lost souls, with the wealth of Ind, and with supernatural powers of mirror-gazing, but most poignantly she appealed to him as a lonely and naive woman, overspilling of love and totally unversed in love.
And I shall tell you of another lie this Torres animal told to me.
She burst forth exultantly.
He told me that you were rich, and that before you married me, you desired to know what wealth was mine. He told me you had sent him to inquire into what riches I possessed. This I know was a lie. You are not marrying me for that.
With a scornful gesture at the jewel chest. Francis shook his head.
You are marrying me for myself.
She rushed on in triumph.
For yourself.
Francis could not help but lie. And then he beheld an amazing thing. The Queen, this Queen who was the sheerest autocrat, who said, "Come here and go there," who dismissed the death of Torres with its mere announcement, and who selected her royal spouse without so much as consulting his prenuptial wishes, this Queen began to blush. Up her neck, flooding her face to her ears and forehead, welled the pink tide of maidenly modesty and embarrassment, and such sight of faltering made Francis likewise falter. He knew not what to do, and felt a warmth of blood rising under the suntan of his own face. Never, he thought, had there been a man and woman situation like it in all the history of men and women. The mutual embarrassment of the pair of them was appalling, and to save his life he could not have summoned a jot of initiative. Thus the Queen was compelled to speak first.
And now,
she said, blushing still more furiously,
you must make love to me.
Francis strove to speak, but his lips were so dry that he licked them and succeeded only in stammering incoherently.
I never have been loved,
the Queen continued bravely.
The affairs of my people are not love. My people are animals without reason. But we, you and I, are man and woman. There must be wooing and tenderness. That much I have learned from my mirror of the world. But I am unskilled. I know not how. But you, from out of the great world, must surely know. I wait. You must love me.
She sank down upon the couch, drawing Francis beside her, and, true to her word, proceeded to wait, while he, bidden to love at command, was paralyzed by the preposterous impossibility of so obeying.
Am I not beautiful?
The Queen queried after another pause.
Are not your arms as mad to be about me as I am mad to have them about me? Never have a man's lips touched my lips. What is a kiss like? On the lips, I mean. Your lips on my hand were ecstasy. You kissed then, not alone my hand, but my soul. My heart was there, throbbing against the press of your lips. Did you not feel it? And so,
she was saying half an hour later as they sat on the couch hand in hand,
I have told you the little I know of myself. I do not know the past, except what I have been told of it. The present I see clearly in the mirror of the world. The future I can likewise see, but vaguely. Nor can I always understand what I see. I was born here, so was my mother and her mother. How it chanced is that always into the life of each queen came a lover. Sometimes, as you, they came here. My mother's mother, so it was told me, left the valley to find her lover and was gone a long time, for years. So did my mother go forth. The secret way is known to me, where the long-dead conquistadors guard the Maya mysteries, and where Davasco himself stands, whose helmet this Torres animal had the impudence to steal and claim for his own. Had you not come, I should have been compelled to go forth and find you, for you were my appointed one, and had to be.
A woman entered, followed by a spearman, and Francis could scarce make his way through the quaint, antiquated Spanish of the conversation that ensued. In commingled anger and joy, the queen epitomized it to him.
We are to depart now to the longhouse for our wedding. The priest of the sun is stubborn, I know not why, save that he has been balked of the blood of all of you on his altar. He is very bloodthirsty. He is the sun priest, but he is possessed of little reason. I have report that he is striving to turn the people against our wedding. The dog!
She clenched her hands, her face set, and her eyes blazed with royal fury.
He shall marry us by the ancient custom, before the longhouse, at the altar of the sun.
It's not too late, Francis, to change your mind,
Henry urged.
Besides, it is not fair. The short straw was mine. Am I not right, Leoncia?
Leoncia could not reply. They stood in a group at the forefront of the assembled lost souls, before the altar. Inside the longhouse, the queen and the sun priest were closeted.
You wouldn't want to see Henry marry her, would you, Leoncia?
Francis argued.
Nor you either.
Leoncia countered.
Torres is the only one I'd like to have seen marry her. I don't like her. I would not care to see any friend of mine her husband.
You're almost jealous,
commented Henry.
Just the same, Francis doesn't seem so very cast down over his fate.
She's not at all bad,
Francis retorted.
And I can accept my fate with dignity, if not with equanimity. And I'll tell you something else, Henry. Now that you are harping on this strain, she wouldn't marry you if you asked her.
Oh, I don't know,
Henry began.
Then ask her,
was the challenge.
Here she comes now. Look at her eyes. There's trouble brewing. And the priest, black as thunder. You just propose to her and see what chance you've got while I'm around.
Henry nodded his head stubbornly.
I will, but not to show you what kind of a woman conqueror I am, but for the sake of fair play. I wasn't playing the game when I accepted your sacrifice of yourself, but I am going to play the game now.
Before they could prevent him, he had thrust his way to the queen, shouldered in between her and the priest, and began to speak earnestly. And the queen laughed as she listened, but her laughter was not for Henry. With shining triumph, she laughed across at Leoncia. Not many moments were required to say no to Henry's persuasions, whereupon the queen joined Leoncia and Francis, the priest tagging at her heels, and Henry following more slowly, trying to conceal the gladness that was his at being rejected.
What do you think?
The queen addressed Leoncia directly.
Good Henry has just asked me to marry him. which makes the 4th this day. Am I not well loved? Have you ever had 4 lovers, all desiring to marry you on your wedding day?
4!
Francis exclaimed. The queen looked at him tenderly.
Yourself, and Henry, whom I have just declined. And before either of you, this day, the insolent Torres, and just now, in the long house, the priest here.
Wrath began to fire her eyes and cheeks at the recollection.
This priest of the sun, this priest long since renegade to his vows, this man who is only half a man, wanted me to marry him. The dog, the beast. And he had the insolence to say at the end that I should not marry Francis. Come, I will show him.
She nodded her own private spearmen up about the group, and with her eyes directed 2 of them behind the priest to include him. At sight of this, murmurs began to arise in the crowd.
Proceed, priest,
the queen commanded harshly.
Else will my men kill you now.
He turned sharply about, as if to appeal to the people, but the speech that trembled to his lips died unuttered at sight of the spear points at his breast. He bowed to the inevitable and led the way close to the altar, placing the queen and Francis facing him, while he stood above on the platform of the altar, looking at them and over them at the lost souls.
I am the priest of the sun,
he began.
My vows are holy. As the vowed priest, I am to marry this woman, the lady who dreams, to this stranger and intruder whose blood is already forfeit to our altar. My vows are holy. I cannot be false to them. I refuse to marry this woman to this man. In the name of the sun god, I refuse to perform this ceremony.
Then shall you die, priest, here and now.
The queen hissed at him, nodding the near spearmen to lift their spears against him, and nodding the other spearmen to face the murmuring and semi-mutinous lost souls. Followed a pregnant pause. For less than a minute, but for nearly a minute, no word was uttered, no thought was betrayed by a restless movement. All stood like so many statues, and all gazed upon the priest against whose heart the poised spears rested. He whose blood of heart and life was nearest at stake in the issue was the first to act. He gave in. Calmly he turned his back to the threatening spears, knelt, and in archaic Spanish prayed an invocation of fruitfulness to the sun. Returning to the queen and Francis, with a gesture he made them fully bow and almost half kneel before him. As he touched their hands with his fingertips, he could not forbear the involuntary scowl that convulsed his features. As the couple arose at his indication, he broke a small corn cake in 2, handing a half to each.
The Eucharist,
Henry whispered to Leoncia, as the pair crumbled and ate their portions of cake.
The Roman Catholic worship Davasco must have brought in with him, twisted about until it is now the marriage ceremony.
She whispered back comprehension, although at sight of Francis thus being lost to her, she was holding herself tightly for control, her lips bloodless and stretched to thinness, her nails hurting into her palms. From the altar, the priest took and presented to the queen a tiny dagger and a tiny golden cup. She spoke to Francis, who rolled up his sleeve and presented to her his bared left forearm. About to scarify his flesh, she paused, considered till all could see her visibly think, and instead of breaking his skin, she touched the dagger point carefully to her tongue. And then arose rage. At the taste of the blade, she threw the weapon from her, half sprang at the priest, half gave command to her spearmen for the death of him, and shook and trembled in the violence of her effort for self-possession. following with her eyes the flight of the dagger to assure herself that its poisoned point should not strike the flesh of another and wreak its evilness upon it, she drew from the breastfold of her dress another tiny dagger. This, too, she tested with her tongue, ere she broke Francis's skin with the point of it, and caught in the cup of gold the several red blood drops that exuded from the incision. Francis repeated the same for her and on her, whereupon, under her flashing eyes, the priest took the cup and offered the commingled blood upon the altar. Came a pause. The queen frowned.
"If blood is to be shed this day on the altar of the sun god,"
she began threateningly. And the priest, as if recollecting what he was loath to do, turned to the people and made solemn pronouncement that the twain were man and wife. The queen turned to Francis with glowing invitation to his arms. As he folded her to him and kissed her eager lips, Leoncia gasped and leaned closely to Henry for support. Nor did Francis fail to observe and understand her passing indisposition, although when the flush-faced queen next sparkled triumph at her sister-woman, Leoncia was to all appearance proudly indifferent. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two thoughts flickered in Torres's mind as he was sucked down. The first was of the great white hound which had leaped in after him. The second was that the mirror of the world told lies. That this was his end he was certain, yet the little he had dared permit himself to glimpse in the mirror had given no hint of an end anything like this. A good swimmer, as he was engulfed and sucked on in rapid, fluid darkness, he knew fear that he might have his brains knocked out by the stone walls or roof of the subterranean passage through which he was being swept. But the freak of the currents was such that not once did he collide with any part of his anatomy. Sometimes he was aware of being banked against water cushions that tokened the imminence of a wall or boulder, at which times he shrank as it were into smaller compass, like a sea turtle drawing in its head before the onslaught of sharks. Less than a minute, as he measured the passage of time by the holding of his breath, elapsed, ere, in an easier flowing stream, his head emerged above the surface, and he refreshed his lungs with great inhalations of cool air. Instead of swimming, he contented himself with keeping afloat, and with wondering what had happened to the hound, and what next excitement would vex his underground adventure. Soon he glimpsed light ahead, the dim but unmistakable light of day, and as the way grew brighter, he turned his face back and saw what made him proceed to swim with a speed stroke. What he saw was the hound swimming high, with the teeth of its huge jaws gleaming in the increasing light. Under the source of the light he saw a shelving bank and climbed out. His first thought, which he half carried out, was to reach into his pocket for the gems he had stolen from the queen's chest. But a reverberant barking that grew to thunder in the cavern reminded him of his fanged pursuer, and he drew forth the queen's dagger instead. Again, two thoughts divided his judgment for action. Should he try to kill the swimming brute ere it landed, or should he retreat up the rocks toward the light on the chance that the stream might carry the hound past him? His judgment settled on the second course of action, and he fled upward along a narrow ledge. But the dog landed and followed with such four-footed certainty of speed that it swiftly overtook him. Torres turned at bay on the cramped footing, crouched, and brandished the dagger against the brute's leap. But the hound did not leap. Instead, playfully, with jaws widespread of laughter, it sat down and extended its right paw in greeting. As he took the paw in his hand and shook it, Torres almost collapsed in the revulsion of relief. He laughed with exuberant shrillness that advertised semi-hysteria, and continued to pump the hound's leg up and down, while the hound, with wide jaws and gentle eyes, laughed as exuberantly back. Pursuing the shelf, the hound contentedly at heel and occasionally sniffing his calves, Torres found that the narrow track, paralleling the river, after an ascent, descended to it again. And then Torres saw two things, one that made him pause and shudder, and one that made his heart beat high with hope. The first was the underground river. Rushing straight at the wall of rock, it plunged into it in a chaos of foam and turbulence, with stiffly serrated and spitefully spitting waves that advertised its swiftness and momentum. The second was an opening to one side, through which streamed white daylight. Possibly 15 feet in diameter was this opening, but across it was stretched a spider web more monstrous than any product of a madman's fancy. Most ominous of all was the debris of bones that lay beneath. The threads of the web were of silver and of the thickness of a lead pencil. He shuddered as he touched a thread with his hand. It clung to his flesh like glue, and only by an effort that agitated the entire web did he succeed in freeing his hand. Upon his clothes and upon the coat of the dog he rubbed off the stickiness from his skin. Between two of the lower guys of the great web, he saw that there was space for him to crawl through the opening to the day. But ere he attempted it, caution led him to test the opening by helping and shoving the hound ahead of him. The white beast crawled and scrambled out of sight, and Torres was about to follow it when it returned. Such was the panic haste of its return that it collided with him and both fell. But the man managed to save himself by clinging with his hands to the rocks, while the four-footed brute, not able so to check itself, fell into the churning water. Even as Torres reached a hand out to try to save it, the dog was carried under the rock. Long Torres debated. That farther subterranean plunge of the river was dreadful to contemplate. Above was the open way to the day, and the life of him yearned towards the day as a bee or a flower toward the sun. Yet what had the hound encountered to drive it back in such precipitate retreat? As he pondered, he became aware that his hand was resting on a rounded surface. He picked the object up and gazed into the eyeless, noseless features of a human skull. His frightened glances played over the carpet of bones, and beyond all doubt he made out the ribs and spinal columns and thigh bones of what had once been men. This inclined him toward the water as the way out, but at sight of the foaming madness of it plunging through solid rock, he recoiled. Drawing the queen's dagger, he crawled up between the web guys with infinite carefulness, saw what the hound had seen, and came back in such vertigo of retreat that he, too, fell into the water, and with but time to fill his lungs with air, was drawn into the opening and into darkness. In the meanwhile, back at the lake dwelling of the queen, events no less portentous were occurring with no less equal rapidity. Just returned from the ceremony at the Long House, the wedding party was in the action of seating itself for what might be called the wedding breakfast, when an arrow, penetrating an interstice in the bamboo wall, flashed between the Queen and Francis and transfixed the opposite wall, where its feathered shaft vibrated from the violence of its suddenly arrested flight. A rush to the windows looking out upon the narrow bridge showed Henry and Francis the gravity of the situation. Even as they looked, they saw the Queen's spearman, who guarded the approach to the bridge, midway across it in flight, falling into the water with the shaft of an arrow vibrating out of his back in similar fashion to the one on the wall of the room. Beyond the bridge, on the shore, headed by their priest and backed by their women and children, all the male lost souls were arching the air full with feathered bolts from their bows. A spearman of the Queen tottered into the apartment, his limbs spreading vainly to support him, his eyes glazing, his lips beating a soundless message which his fading life could not utter, as he fell prone, his back bristling with arrow shafts like a porcupine. Henry sprang to the door that gave entrance from the bridge, and with his automatic swept it clear of the charging lost souls who could advance only in single file, and who fell as they advanced before his fire. The siege of the frail house was brief. Though Francis, protected by Henry's automatic, destroyed the bridge, by no method could the besieged put out the blazing thatch of roof ignited in a score of places by the fire arrows discharged under the Sun Priest's directions.
"There is but one way to escape,"
the Queen panted, on the platform overlooking the whirl of waters, as she clasped one hand of Francis in hers and threatened to precipitate herself clingingly into his arms.
"It wins to the world."
She pointed to the sucking heart of the whirlpool.
"No one has ever returned from that. In my mirror I have beheld them pass, dead, always, and out to the wider world. Except for Torres, I have never seen the living go, only the dead, and they have never returned, nor has Torres returned."
All eyes looked to all eyes at sight of the dreadfulness of the way.
"There is no other way?"
Henry demanded as he drew Leoncia close to him. The Queen shook her head. About them already burning portions of the thatch were falling, while their ears were deafened by the bloodlust chantings of the lost souls on the lake shore. The Queen disengaged her hand from Francis's, with the evident intention of dashing into her sleeping room, then caught his hand and led him in. As he stood wonderingly beside her, she slammed down the lid on the chest of jewels and fastened it. Next, she kicked aside the floor matting and lifted a trap door that opened down to the water. At her indication, Francis dragged over the chest and dropped it through.
"Even the Sun Priest does not know that hiding place,"
she whispered, ere she caught his hand again and, running, led him back to the others on the platform.
"It is now time to depart from this place,"
she announced.
"Hold me in your arms, good Francis, husband of mine, and lift me and leap with me,"
she commanded.
"We will lead the way."
And so they leapt. As the roof was crashing down in a wrath of fire and flying embers, Henry caught Leoncia to him and sprang after into the whirl of waters wherein Francis and the Queen had already disappeared. Like Torres, the 4 fugitives escaped injury against the rocks and were borne onward by the underground river to the daylight opening where the great spiderweb guarded the way. Henry had an easier time of it, for Leoncia knew how to swim. But Francis's swimming prowess enabled him to keep the Queen up. She obeyed him implicitly, floating low in the water, nor clutched at his arms, nor acted as a drag on him in any way. At the ledge, all 4 drew out of the water and rested. The 2 women devoted themselves to wringing out their hair, which had been flung adrift all about them by the swirling currents.
It is not the first mountain I have been in the heart of with you 2.
Leoncia laughed to the Morgans, although more than for them was her speech intended for the Queen.
"It is the first time I have been in the heart of a mountain with my husband."
The Queen laughed back, and the barb of her dart sank deep into Leoncia.
"Seems as though your wife, Francis, and my wife-to-be aren't going to hit it off too well together,"
Henry said with the sharpness of censure that man is wont to employ to conceal the embarrassment caused by his womankind. And as inevitable result of such male men's ways, all that Henry gained was a silence more awkward and more embarrassing. The 2 women almost enjoyed the situation. Francis cudgelled his brains vainly for some remark that would ameliorate matters, while Henry, in desperation, arose suddenly with the observation that he was going to explore a bit, and invited by his hand out to help her to her feet, the Queen to accompany him. Francis and Leoncia sat on for a moment in stubborn silence. He was the first to break it.
For 2 cents, I'd give you a thorough shaking, Leoncia.
And what have I done now?
She countered.
As if you didn't know. You've been behaving abominably.
It is you who have behaved abominably.
She half sobbed in spite of her determination to betray no such feminine signs of weakness.
Who asked you to marry her? You did not draw the short straw, yet you must volunteer, must rush in where even angels would fear to tread. Did I ask you to? Almost did my heart stop beating when I heard you tell Henry you would marry her. I thought I was going to faint. You had not even consulted me, yet it was on my suggestion, in order to save you from her, that the straws were drawn. Yes, and I am not too little shameless to admit that it was because I wanted to save you for myself. Henry does not love me as you led me to believe you loved me. I never loved Henry as I loved you, as I do love you even now. God forgive me.
Francis was swept beyond himself. He caught her and pressed her to him in a crushing embrace.
And on your very wedding day,
she gasped reproachfully in the midmost of his embrace. His arms died away from about her.
And this from you, Leoncia, at such a moment,
he murmured sadly.
And why not?
She flared.
You loved me. You gave me to understand beyond all chance of misunderstanding that you loved me. Yet here, today, you went out of your way, went eagerly and gladly, and married yourself to the first woman with a white skin who presented herself.
You are jealous,
he charged, and knew a heartthrob of joy as she nodded.
And I grant you are jealous, but at the same time, exercising the woman's prerogative of lying, you are lying now. What I did was not done eagerly nor gladly. I did it for your sake and my sake, or for Henry's sake, rather. Thank God I have a man's honor still left to me.
Man's honor does not always satisfy woman,
she replied.
Would you prefer me dishonorable?
He was swift on the uptake.
I am only a woman who loves,
she pleaded.
You are a stinging female wasp,
he raged.
And you are not fair.
Is any woman fair when she loves?
She made the great confession and acknowledgment.
Men may succeed in living in their heads of honor, but no, as a humble woman, I humbly state my womanhood. That woman lives only in her heart of love.
Perhaps you are right. Honor, like arithmetic, can be reasoned and calculated, which leaves a woman no morality, but only
moods.
Leoncia completed abjectly for him. Calls from Henry and the Queen put an end to the conversation, for Leoncia and Francis quickly joined the others in gazing at the great web.
Did you ever see so monstrous a web?
Leoncia exclaimed.
I'd like to see the monster that made it,
said Henry.
And I'd rather see it than be it,
Francis paraphrased from The Purple Cow.
It is our good fortune that we do not have to go that way,
the Queen said. All looked inquiry at her, and she pointed down to the stream.
That is the way,
she said.
I know it. Often and often in my mirror of the world have I seen the way. When my mother died and was buried in the whirlpool, I followed her body in the mirror, and I saw it come to this place and go by this place still in the water.
But she was dead,
Leoncia objected quickly. The rivalry between them fanned instantly.
One of my spearmen,
the Queen went on quietly.
A handsome youth, alas, dared to look at me as a lover. He was flung in alive. I watched him too in the mirror. When he came to this place, he climbed out. I saw him crawl under the web to the day, and I saw him retreat backward from the day and throw himself into the stream.
Another dead one,
Henry commented grimly.
No, for I followed him on in the mirror. And though all was darkness for a time, and I could see nothing, in the end, and shortly, under the sun, he emerged into the bosom of a large river, and swam to the shore, and climbed the bank. It was the left-hand bank, as I remember well, and disappearing among large trees such as do not grow in the Valley of Lost Souls.
But, like Torres, the rest of them recoiled from thought of the dark plunge through the living rock.
These are the bones of animals and of men,
the queen warned,
who were daunted by the way of the water and who strove to gain the sun. Men there are there, behold, or at least what remains of them for a space. The bones, ere in time, the bones too pass into nothingness.
Even so,
said Francis,
I suddenly discover a pressing need to look into the eye of the sun. Do the rest of you remain here while I investigate?
Drawing his automatic, the watertightness of the cartridges a guarantee, he crawled under the web. The moment he had disappeared from view beyond the web, they heard him begin to shoot. Next, they saw him retreating backward, still shooting. And next, falling upon him, 2 yards across from black-haired leg-tip to black-haired leg-tip, the denizen of the web, a monstrous spider, still wriggling with departing life, shot through and through again and again. The solid center of its body, from which the legs radiated, was the size of a normal wastebasket, and the substantial density of it crunched audibly as it struck on Francis's shoulders and back, rebounded, the hairy legs still helplessly quivering, and pitched down into the wave-crisping water. All 4 pair of eyes watched the corpse of it plunge against the wall of rock, suck down, and disappear.
Where there's one, there are 2,
said Henry, looking dubiously up towards the daylight.
It is the only way,
said the queen.
Come, my husband, each in the other's arms, let us win through the darkness to the sun-bright world. Remember, I have never seen it, and soon, with you, shall I, for the first time, see it.
Her arms open in invitation, Francis could not decline.
It is a hole in the sheer wall of a precipice 1,000 feet deep,
he explained to the others the glimpse he had caught from beyond the spider web as he clasped the queen in his arms and leaped off. Henry had gathered Leoncia to him and was about to leap when she stopped him.
Why did you accept Francis to sacrifice?
She demanded.
Because...
He paused and looked at her wonderingly.
Because I wanted you,
he completed.
Because I was engaged to you as well, while Francis was unattached. Besides, if I'm not greatly mistaken, Francis appears to be a pretty well-satisfied bridegroom.
No.
She shook her head emphatically.
He has a chivalrous spirit, and he is acting his part in order to not hurt her feelings.
Oh, I don't know. Remember, before the altar, at the Long House, when I said I was going to ask the Queen to marry me? That he bragged she wouldn't marry me if I did ask? Well, the conclusion's pretty obvious that he wanted her himself. And why shouldn't he? He's a bachelor, and she's some nice woman herself.
But Leoncia scarcely heard. With a quick movement, leaning back in his arms away from him so that she could look him squarely in the eyes, she demanded,
How do you love me? Do you love me madly? Do you love me badly, madly? Do I mean that to you, and more, and more, and more?
He could only look his bewilderment.
Do you? Do you?
She urged passionately.
Of course I do,
he made slow answer.
But it would never have entered my head to describe it that way. Why, you're the one woman for me. Rather would I describe it as loving you deeply and greatly and enduringly. Why, you seem so much a part of me that I feel almost as if I had always known you. It was that way from the first.
She is an abominable woman,
Leoncia broke forth irrelevantly.
I hated her from the first.
My, what a spitfire. I hate to think how much you would have hated her had I married her instead of Francis.
We'd better follow them.
She put an end to the discussion. And Henry, very much bepuzzled, clasped her tightly, and leaped off into the white turmoil of water. On the bank of the Gualaca River sat 2 Indian girls fishing. Just upstream from them arose the precipitous cliff of one of the buttresses of the lofty mountains. The main stream flowed past in chocolate-covered spate, but directly beneath them, where they fished, was a quiet eddy. No less quiet was the fishing. No bites jerked their rods in token that the bait was enticing. One of them, Nicoya, yawned, ate a banana, yawned again, and held the skin she was about to cast aside, suspended in her hand.
"We've been very quiet, Concordia,"
she observed to her companion,
"and it has won us no fish. Now shall I make a noise and a splash? Since they say what goes up must come down, why should not something come up after something has gone down? I'm going to try. There!"
She threw the banana peel into the water and lazily watched the point where it had struck.
"If anything comes up, I hope it will be big,"
Concordia murmured with equal laziness. And upon their astonished gaze, even as they looked, arose up out of the brown depths a great white hound. They jerked their poles up and behind them on the bank, threw their arms about each other, and watched the hound gain the shore at the lower end of the eddy, climb the sloping bank, pause to shake himself, and then disappear among the trees. Nicoya and Concordia giggled.
"Try it again,"
Concordia urged.
"No, you this time, and see what you can bring up."
Quite unbelieving, Concordia tossed in a clod of earth, and almost immediately a helmeted head arose on the flood. Clutching each other very tightly, they watched the man under the helmet gain the shore where the hound had landed and disappear into the forest. Again the 2 Indian girls giggled, but this time, urge as they would, neither could raise the courage to throw anything into the water. Some time later, still giggling over the strange occurrences, they were espied by 2 young Indian men who were hugging the bank as they paddled their canoe up against the stream.
"What makes you laugh?"
one of them greeted.
"We've been seeing things,"
Nicoya gurgled down to them.
"Then you have been drinking pulque,"
the young man charged. Both girls shook their heads, and Concordia said,
"We don't have to drink to see things. First, when Nicoya threw in a banana skin, we saw a dog come up out of the water. A white dog that was as big as a tiger of the mountains."
"And when Concordia threw in a clod,"
the other girl took up the tale,
"up came a man with a head of iron. It is magic. Concordia and I can work magic."
"Jose,"
one of the Indians addressed his mate,
"this merits a drink."
And each in turn, while the other with his paddle held the canoe in place, took a swig from a square-face Holland gin bottle part full of pulque.
"No,"
said Jose, when the girls had begged him for a drink.
"1 drink of pulque, and you might see more white dogs as big as tigers, or more iron-headed men."
"All right."
Nicoya accepted the rebuff.
"Then do you throw in your pulque bottle and see what you will see. We drew a dog and a man. Your prize may be the devil."
"I should like to see the devil,"
said Jose, taking another drain at the bottle.
"The pulque is a true fire of bravery. I should very much like to see the devil."
He passed the bottle to his companion with a gesture to finish it.
"Now throw it into the water,"
Jose commanded. The empty bottle struck with a forceful splash, and the evoking was realized with startling immediacy, for up to the surface floated the monstrous hairy body of the slain spider, which was too much for ordinary Indian flesh and blood. So suddenly did both young men recoil from the sight that they capsized their canoe. When their heads emerged from the water, they struck out for the swift current and were swiftly borne away downstream, followed more slowly by the swamped canoe. Nicoya and Concordia had been too frightened to giggle. They held on to each other and waited, watching the magic water, and out of the tails of their eyes observing the frightened young men capture the canoe, tow it to shore, and run out and hide on the bank. The afternoon sun was getting low in the sky ere the girls summoned courage again to evoke the magic water. Only after much discussion did they agree to fling in clods of earth at the same time. And up arose a man and a woman, Francis and the Queen. The girls fell over backward into the bushes, and were themselves unobserved as they watched Francis swim with the Queen to shore.
It may just have happened. All these things may just have happened at the very times we threw things into the water.
Nicoya whispered to Concordia 5 minutes later.
But when we threw one thing in, only one came up.
Concordia argued.
And when we threw two, two came up.
Very well,
said Nicoya.
Let us now prove it. Let us try again, both of us. If nothing comes up, then have we no power of magic.
Together they threw in clods, and up rose another man and woman. But this pair, Henry and Leoncia, could swim, and they swam side by side to the natural landing place, and, like the rest that had preceded them, passed on out of sight among the trees. Long the 2 Indian girls lingered, for they had agreed to throw nothing, and if something arose, then would coincidence be proved. But if nothing arose, because nothing further was by them evoked, they could only conclude that the magic was truly theirs. They lay hidden, and watched the water until darkness hid it from their eyes, and slowly and soberly they took the trail back to their village, overcome by an awareness of having been blessed by the gods. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not until the day following his escape from the subterranean river did Torres reach San Antonio. He arrived on foot, jaded and dirty, a small Indian boy at his heels carrying the helmet of Tabasco, for Torres wanted to show the helmet to the Jefe and the judge in evidence of the narrative of strange adventure he chuckled to tell them. First on the main street he encountered the Jefe, who cried out loudly at his appearance.
Is it truly you, Señor Torres?
The Jefe crossed himself solemnly ere he shook hands. The solid flesh, and even more so, the dirt and grit of the other's hand, convinced the Jefe of reality and substance, whereupon the Jefe became wrathful.
And here I have been looking upon you as dead,
he exclaimed.
That Carew dog of a Jose Moncheno, he came back and reported you dead and buried until the day of judgment in the heart of the Maya mountain.
He is a fool, and I am possibly the richest man in Panama.
Torres replied grandiosely.
At least like the ancient and heroic conquistadores. I have braved all dangers and penetrated to this treasure. I have seen it. Nay.
Torres's hand had been sunk into his trousers pocket to bring forth the filched gems of the lady who dreams, but he withdrew the hand empty. Too many curious eyes of the street were already centered upon him and the draggled figure he cut.
I have much to say to you,
he told the Jefe.
That cannot well be said now. I have knocked on the doors of the dead and worn the shrouds of corpses, and I have consorted with men 4 centuries dead, but who were not dust, and I have beheld them drowned in the second death. I have gone through mountains as well as over them, and broken bread with lost souls, and gazed into the mirror of the world. All of which I shall tell you, my best friend, and the honorable judge, in due time, for I shall make you rich along with me.
Have you looked upon the Pulque when it was sour?
The Jefe quipped incredulously.
I have not had drink stronger than water since I last departed from San Antonio,
was the reply.
And I shall go now to my house and drink a long, long drink. And after that I shall bathe the filth from me and put on garments whole and decent.
Not immediately, as he proceeded, did Torres gain his house. A ragged urchin exclaimed out at sight of him, ran up to him, and handed him an envelope that he knew familiarly to be from the local government wireless, and that he was certain had been sent by Regan.
You're doing well. Imperative you keep party away from New York for 3 weeks more. 50,000 if you succeed.
Borrowing a pencil from the boy, Torres wrote a reply on the back of the envelope.
Send the money. Party will never come back from mountains where he is lost.
2 other occurrences delayed Torres's long drink and bath. Just as he was entering the jewelry store of old Rodriguez Fernandez, he was intercepted by the old Maya priest with whom he had long parted in the Maya mountain. He recoiled as from an apparition, for sure he was that the old man was drowned in the room of the gods. Like the Jefe, at sight of Torres, so Torres, at sight of the priest, drew back in startled surprise.
Go away,
he said.
Depart, restless old man. You are a spirit. Thy body lies drowned and horrible in the heart of the mountain. You are in appearance a ghost. Go away. Nothing corporeal resides in this illusion of you, else would I strike you. You are a ghost. Depart at once. I should not like to strike a ghost.
But the ghost seized his hands and clung to them with such beseeching corporality as to unconvince him.
Money,
the Ancient One babbled.
Let me have money. Lend me money. I will repay. I who know the secrets of the Maya treasure. My son is lost in the mountain with the treasure. The gringos also are lost in the mountain. Help me to rescue my son. With him alone will I be satisfied, while the treasure shall all be yours. But we must take men, and much of the white man's wonderful powder, and tear a hole out of the mountain, so that the water will run away. He is not drowned. He is a prisoner of the water in the room where stand the jewel-eyed Chia and XXIII. Their eyes of green and red alone will pay for all the wonderful powder in the world. So let me have the money with which to buy the wonderful powder.
But Álvarez Torres was a strangely constituted man. Some warp or slant or idiosyncrasy of his nature always raised insuperable obstacles to his parting with money when such parting was unavoidable. And the richer he got, the more positively this idiosyncrasy asserted itself.
Money,
he asserted harshly as he thrust the old priest aside and pulled open the door of Fernandez's shop.
It is I who should have money? I who am all rags and tatters as a beggar? I have no money for myself, much less for you, old man. Besides, it was you, and not I, who led your son to the Maya mountain. On your hair be it, not on mine, the death of your son, who fell into the pit under the feet of Kia that was digged by your ancestors, not by mine.
Again the Ancient One clutched at him and yammered for money with which to buy dynamite. So roughly did Torres thrust him aside that his old legs failed to perform their wonted duty, and he fell upon the flagstones. The shop of Rodriguez Fernandez was small and dirty, and contained scarcely more than a small and dirty showcase that rested upon an equally small and dirty counter. The place was grimy with the undusted and unswept filth of a generation. Lizards and cockroaches crawled along the walls, spiders webbed in every corner, and Torres saw, crossing the ceiling above, what made him step hastily to the side. It was a 7-inch centipede which he did not care to have fall casually upon his head or down his back between shirt and skin. and when he appeared crawling out like a huge spider himself from some inner den of an unventilated cubicle, Fernandez looked like an Elizabethan stage representation of Shylock. Withal, he was a dirtier Shylock than even the Elizabethan stage could have stomached. The jeweler fawned to Torres, and in a cracked falsetto humbled himself even beneath the dirt of his shop. Torres pulled from his pocket a haphazard dozen or more of the gems filched from the queen's chest, selected the smallest, and without a word, while at the same time returning the rest to his pocket, passed it over to the jeweler.
"I am a poor man,"
he cackled, the while Torres could not fail to see how keenly he scrutinized the gem. He dropped it on the top of the showcase as of little worth, and looked inquiringly at his customer. But Torres waited in a silence which he knew would compel the garrulity of covetous age to utterance.
"Do I understand that the Honorable Señor Torres seeks advice about the quality of the stone?"
The old jeweler finally quavered. Torres did no more than nod curtly.
"It is a natural gem. It is small. It, as you can see for yourself, is not perfect. And it is clear that much of it will be lost in the cutting."
"How much is it worth?"
Torres demanded with impatient bluntness.
"I am a poor man,"
Fernandez reiterated.
"I have not asked you to buy it, old fool. But now that you bring the matter up, how much will you give for it?"
"As I was saying, craving your patience, Honorable Señor, as I was saying, I am a very poor man. There are days when I cannot spend 10 centavos for a morsel of spoiled fish. There are days when I cannot afford a sip of the cheap red wine I learned was tonic to my system when I was a lad, far from Barcelona, serving my apprenticeship in Italy. I am so very poor that I do not buy costly pretties."
"Not to sell again at a profit?"
Torres cut in.
"If I am sure of my profit,"
the old man cackled,
"yes, then I will buy. But being poor, I cannot pay more than a little."
He picked up the gem and studied it long and carefully.
"I would give,"
he began hesitatingly.
"I would give, but please, Honorable Señor, know that I am a very poor man. This day only a spoonful of onion soup with my morning coffee and a mouthful of crust past my lips."
"In God's name, old fool, what will you give?"
Torres thundered.
$500, but I doubt the profit that will remain to me."
"Gold?"
"Mex,"
came the reply, which cut the offer in half, and which Torres knew was a lie.
"Of course Mex, only Mex. All our transactions are in Mex."
Despite his elation at so large a price for so small a gem, Torres play-acted impatience as he reached to take back the gem. But the old man jerked his hand away, loath to let go of the bargain it contained.
"We are old friends,"
he cackled shrilly.
"I first saw you when, a boy, you came to San Antonio from Boca del Toros, and as between old friends, we will say the sum is gold."
And Torres caught a sure but vague glimpse of the enormousness, as well as genuineness, of the queen's treasure, which at some remote time the lost souls had ravished from its hiding-place in the Maya mountain.
"Very good,"
said Torres with a quick cavalier action, recovering the stone.
"It belongs to a friend of mine. He wanted to borrow money from me on it. I can now lend him up to 500 gold on it, thanks to your information. And I shall be grateful to buy for you, the next time we meet in the pulqueria, a drink. Yes, as many drinks as you can carry, of the thin red tonic wine."
And as Torres passed out of the shop, not in any way attempting to hide the scorn and contempt he felt for the fool he had made of the jeweler, he knew elation in that Fernandez, the Spanish fox, must have cut his estimate of the gem's value fully in half when he uttered it. In the meanwhile, descending the Gualaca River by canoe, Leoncia, the Queen, and the two Morgans had made better time than Torres to the coast. But ere their arrival, and briefly pending it, a matter of moment that was not appreciated at the time had occurred at the Solano hacienda. Climbing the winding pathway to the hacienda, accompanied by a decrepit old crone whose black shawl over head and shoulders could not quite hide the lean and withered face of blasted volcanic fire, came as strange a caller as the hacienda had ever received. He was a Chinaman, middle-aged and fat, whose moon face beamed beneficent good nature that seems usual with fat persons. By name Poon, meaning the cream of the custard apple, his manners were as softly and richly oily as his name. To the old crone who tottered beside him and was half supported by him, he was the quintessence of gentleness and consideration. When she faltered from sheer physical weakness and would have fallen, he paused and gave her a chance to gain strength and breath. Thrice at such times on the climb to the hacienda he fed her a spoonful of French brandy from a screw-cap pocket-flask. Seating the old woman in a selected, shady corner of the piazza, Poon boldly knocked for admittance at the front door. To him, and in his business, backstairs was the accustomed way. But his business and his wit had taught him the times when front entrances were imperative. The Indian maid who answered his knock took his message into the living-room, where sat the disconsolate Enrico Solano among his sons, disconsolate at the report Ricardo had brought in of the loss of Leoncia in the Maya mountain. The Indian maid returned to the door.
"The Señor Solano was indisposed and would see nobody,"
was her report, humbly delivered even though the recipient was a Chinese.
"Ah,"
observed Poon with a braggart confidence, for the purpose of awing the maid to carrying a second message.
"I am no coolie. I am smart Chinaman. I go to school plenty much. I speak Spanish. I speak English. I like Spanish. I like English. See, I like now in Spanish for the Señor Solano. You cannot write, so you cannot read what I like. I like that I am Poon. I belong Cologne. I come this place to see Señor Solano. Big business, much important, very secret. I like all this yellow paper which you cannot read."
But he did not say that he had further written,
"The Señorita Solano, I have great secret."
It was Alessandro, the eldest of the tall sons of Solano, who evidently had received the note, for he came bounding to the door, far outstripping the returning maid.
"Tell me your business,"
he almost shouted at the fat Chinese.
"What is it? Quick."
"Very good business,"
was the reply, Poon noting the other's excitement with satisfaction.
"I make much money. I buy what you call secrets. I sell secrets. Very nice business."
"What do you know about the Señorita Solano?"
Alessandro shouted, gripping him by the shoulder.
"Everything. Very important information."
But Alessandro could no longer control himself. He almost hurled the Chinaman into the house, and, not relaxing his grip, rushed him on into the living-room and up to Enrico.
"He has news of Leoncia,"
Alessandro shouted.
"Where is she?"
Enrico and his sons shouted in chorus.
"Ah,"
was Poon's thought. Such excitement, although it augured well for his business, was rather exciting for him as well. Mistaking his busy thinking for fright, Enrico stilled his son's back with an upraised hand and addressed the visitor quietly.
"Where is she?"
Enrico asked.
"Ah,"
thought Poon.
"The Señorita was lost. This is a new secret. It might be worth something someday or any day. a nice girl of high family and wealth, such as the Solanos, lost in a Latin American country, was the information well worth possessing. Some day she might be married.
There was that gossip he had heard in Cologne.
Some later day she might have trouble with her husband, or her husband have trouble with her. At which time she or her husband, it mattered not which, might be eager to pay high for the secret. The Señorita Leoncia,
he said finally with sleek suavity.
She is not your girl. She has other papa and mama.
But Enrico's present grief at her loss was too great to permit startlement at this explicit statement of an old secret.
Yes,
he nodded.
Though it is not known outside my family, I adopted her when she was a baby. It is strange that you should know this, but I am not interested in having you tell me what I have long since known. What I want to know now is, where is she now?
Poon gravely and sympathetically shook his head.
That is different secret,
he explained.
Maybe I find that secret, then I sell it to you. But I have old secret. You do not know the name of Señorita Leoncia's papa and mama. I know.
And old Enrico Solano could not hide his interest at the temptation of such information.
Speak,
he commanded.
Name the names and prove them, and I shall reward.
No.
Poon shook his head.
Fairly poor business. I know do business that way. You pay me, I tell you. My secrets, good secrets. I prove my secrets. You give me 500 pesos and big expenses from Cologne to San Antonio and back to Cologne, and I tell you name of Papa and Mama.
Enrico Solano bowed acquiescence and was just in the act of ordering Alessandro to go and fetch the money when the quiet, spirit-subdued Indian maid created a diversion. Running into the room and up to Enrico as they had never seen her run before, she wrung her hands and wept so incoherently that they knew her paroxysm was of joy, not of sadness.
The señorita!
She was finally able to whisper hoarsely as she indicated the side piazza with a nod of head and glance of eyes.
The señorita!
And Poon and his secret were forgotten. Enrico and his sons streamed out to the side piazza to behold Leoncia and the Queen and the two Morgans dropping, dust-covered, off the backs of riding mules recognizable as from the pastures of the mouth of the Gualaca River. At the same time, 2 Indian manservants, summoned by the maid, cleared the house and grounds of the fat Chinaman and his old crone of a companion.
Come some other time,
they told him.
Just now the Señor Solano is very importantly busy.
So I come some other time.
Poon assured them pleasantly, without resentment and without betrayal of the disappointment that was his at his deal interrupted just ere the money was paid into his hand. But he departed reluctantly. The place was good for his business. It was sprouting secrets. Never was there a riper harvest in Canaan out of which, sickle in hand, a husbandman was driven. Had it not been for the zealous Indian attendants, Poon would have darted around the corner of the hacienda to note the newcomers. As it was, halfway down the hill, finding the weight of the crone too fatiguing, he put into her the life and ability to carry her own weight a little farther by feeding her a double teaspoonful of brandy from his screw-top flask. Enrico swept Leoncia off her mule ere she could dismount, so passionately eager was he to fold her in his arms. For several minutes ensued naught but noisy Latin affection, as her brothers all strove to greet and embrace her at once. When they recollected themselves, Francis had already helped the lady who dreams from her mount, and beside her, her hand in his, was waiting recognition.
This is my wife,
Francis told Enrico.
I went into the Cordilleras after treasure, and behold what I found. Was there ever better fortune?
And she sacrificed a great treasure herself,
Leoncia murmured bravely.
She was queen of a little kingdom.
Francis added, with a grateful and admiring flash of eyes to Leoncia, who quickly added,
and she saved all our lives, but sacrificed her little kingdom in doing so.
And Leoncia, in an exaltation of generousness, put her arm around the queen's waist, took her away from Francis, and led the way into the hacienda. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In all the magnificence of medieval Spanish and New World costume, such as was still affected by certain of the great haciendados of Panama, Torres rode along the beach road to the home of the Solanos. Running with him at so easy a lope that it promised an extension that would outspeed the best of Torres's steed, was the great white hound that had followed him down the subterranean river. As Torres turned to take the winding road up the hill to the hacienda, he passed Poon, who had paused to let the old crone gather strength. He merely noticed the strange couple as dirt of the common people. The hauteur that he put on with his magnificence of apparel forbade that he should betray any interest further than an unseeing glance. But him Poon noted with slant oriental eyes that missed no details, and Poon thought,
"He looks very rich. He is a friend of the Solanos. He rides to the house. He may even be a lover of the Señorita Leoncia, or a worse rival for her love. In almost any case, he might be expected to buy the secret of the Señorita Leoncia's birth, and he certainly looks rich, most rich."
Inside the hacienda, assembled in the living room, were the returned adventurers and all the Solanos. The queen, taking her turn in piecing out the narrative of all that had occurred, with flashing eyes was denouncing Torres for his theft of her jewels and describing his fall into the whirlpool before the onslaught of the hound, when Leoncia, at the window with Henry, uttered a sharp exclamation.
"Speak of the devil,"
said Henry.
"Here comes Torres himself."
"Me first,"
Francis cried, doubling his fist and flexing his biceps significantly.
"No,"
decreed Leoncia.
"He is a wonderful liar. He is a very wonderful liar, as we've all found out. Let us have some fun. He is dismounting now. Let the four of us disappear. Father!"
With a wave of hand, she indicated Enrico and all his sons.
"You will sit around desolated over the loss of me. This scoundrel Torres will enter. You will be thirsty for information. He will tell you no one can guess what astounding lies about us. As for us, we'll hide behind the screen there. Come, all of you."
And catching the queen by the hand and leading the way, with her eyes she commanded Francis and Henry to follow to the hiding place. And Torres entered upon a scene of sorrow which had been so recently real that Enrico and his sons had no difficulty in acting it. Enrico started up from his chair in eagerness of welcome and sank weakly back. Torres caught the other's hand in both his own and manifested deep sympathy and could not speak from emotion.
"Alas,"
he finally managed heartbrokenly.
"They are dead. She is dead, your beautiful daughter, Leoncia, and the two Gringo Morgans are dead with her. As Ricardo there must know, they died in the heart of the Maya mountain. It is the home of mystery,"
he continued, after giving due time for the subsidence of the first violent outburst of Enrico's grief.
"I was with them when they died. Had they followed my counsel, they would have all lived, but not even Leoncia would listen to the old friend of the Solanos. No, she must listen to the two Gringos. After incredible dangers, I won my way out through the heart of the mountain, gazed down into the valley of lost souls, and returned into the mountain to find them dying.
Here, pursued by an Indian manservant, the white hound bounded into the room, trembling and whining in excitement as with its nose it quested the multitudinous scents of the room that advertised his mistress. Before he could follow up to where the queen hid behind the screen, Torres caught him by the neck and turned him over to a couple of the Indian housemen to hold.
Let the brute remain,
said Torres.
I will tell you about him afterward. But first, look at this.
He pulled forth a handful of gems.
I knocked on the doors of the dead, and behold, the Maya treasure is mine. I am the richest man in Panama, in all the Americas. I shall be so powerful.
But you were with my daughter when she died.
Enrico interrupted to sob.
Had she no word for me?
Yes.
Torres sobbed back, genuinely affected by the death scene of his fancy.
She died with your name on her lips. Her last words were...
But with bulging eyes, he failed to complete his sentence, for he was watching Henry and Leoncia, in the most natural, casual manner in the world, stroll down the room, immersed in quiet conversation. Not noticing Torres, they crossed over to the window, still deep in talk.
You were telling me her last words were...
Enrico prompted.
I have lied to you.
Torres stammered, while he sparred for time in which to get himself out of the scrape.
I was confident that they were as good as dead and would never find their way to the world again, and I thought to soften their blow to you, Señor Solano, by telling what I am confident would be her last words were she dying. Also, this man Francis, whom you have elected to like, I thought it better for you to believe him dead than to know him for the gringo cur he is.
Here the hound barked joyfully at the screen, giving the two Indians all they could do to hold him back. But Torres, instead of suspecting, blundered on to his fate.
In the valley there is a silly, weak, demented creature who pretends to read the future by magic. An altogether atrocious and bloodthirsty female is she. I am not denying that in physical beauty she is beautiful, for beautiful she is, as a centipede is beautiful to those who think centipedes are beautiful. You see what has happened? She has sent Henry and Leoncia out of the valley by some secret way, while Francis has elected to remain there with her in sin. For sin it is, since there exists in the valley no Catholic priest to make their relation lawful. Oh, not that Francis is infatuated with the terrible creature, but he is infatuated with the paltry treasure the creature possesses. And this is the gringo Francis you have welcomed into the bosom of our family, the slimy snake of a gringo Francis, who has even dared to sully the fair Leoncia by casting upon her the looks of a lover. Oh, I know of what I speak. I have seen...
A joyous outburst from the hound drowned his voice, and he beheld Francis and the Queen, as deep in conversation as the two who had preceded them, walk down the room. The Queen paused to caress the hound, who stood so tall against her that his forepaws on her shoulders elevated his head above hers, while Torres licked his suddenly dry lips and vainly cudgelled his brains for some fresh lie with which to extricate himself from the impossible situation. Enrico Solano was the first to break down in mirth. All his sons joined him, while tears of sheer delight welled out of his eyes.
I could have married her myself.
Torres sneered malignantly.
She begged me on her knees.
And now?
Said Francis.
I shall save you all a dirty job by throwing him out.
But Henry, advancing swiftly, asserted,
I like dirty jobs equally, and this is a dirty job particularly to my liking.
Both the Morgans were about to fall on Torres when the queen held up her hand.
First,
she said,
let him return to me, from there in his belt, the dagger he stole from me.
Ah,
said Enrico, when this had been accomplished.
Should he not also return to you, lovely lady, the gems he filched?
Torres did not hesitate. Dipping into his pocket, he laid a handful of the jewels on the table. Enrico glanced at the queen, who merely waited expectantly.
More,
said Enrico. And 3 more of the beautiful uncut stones Torres added to the others on the table.
Would you search me like a common pickpocket?
He demanded in frantic indignation, turning both trousers pockets emptily inside out.
Me?
Said Francis.
I insist.
Said Henry.
Oh, all very well.
Francis conceded.
Then we'll do it together. We can throw him farther off the steps.
Acting as one, they clutched Torres by collar and trousers and started in a propulsive rush for the door. All others in the room ran to the windows to behold Torres's exit, but Enrico, quickest of all, gained a window first, and afterward, in the middle of the room, the queen scooped the gems from the table into both her hands and gave the double handful to Leoncia, saying,
From Francis and me, to you and Henry, your wedding present.
Poon, having left the crone by the beach and crept back to peer at the house from the bushes, chuckled gratifiedly to himself when he saw the rich caballero thrown off the steps with such a will as to be sent sprawling far out into the gravel. But Poon was too clever to let on that he had seen. Hurrying away, he was half down the hill ere overtaken by Torres on his horse. The Celestial addressed him humbly, and Torres, in his general rage, lifted his riding whip savagely to slash him across the face, but Poon did not quail.
The Señorita Leoncia,
he said quickly, and arrested the blow.
I have great secret.
Torres waited, the whip still lifted as a threat.
You like some other man, merely that very nice Señorita Leoncia?
Torres dropped the whip to his side.
Go on,
he commanded harshly.
What is the secret?
You know one of other men, merely that Señorita Leoncia?
Suppose I don't.
Then suppose you have secret. You can stop the other man.
Well, what is it? Spit it out.
But first,
Poon shook his head.
You pay me $600 gold. Then I tell you secret.
I'll pay you,
Torres said readily, although without the slightest thought of keeping his word.
You tell me first, then if no lie, I pay you. See?
From his breast pocket he drew a wallet bulging with paper bills, and Poon, uneasily acquiescing, led him down the road to the crone on the beach.
This old woman,
he explained.
She no lie. She is a woman. Plenty soon she die. She is afraid. She talk to police along Cologne. Police say she must tell secret or die and go to hell. So she no lie.
Well, if she doesn't lie, what is it she must tell?
You pay me?
Sure, 600 gold.
Well, she born Cadiz in old country. She #1 servant, #1 baby nurse. One time she take job with English family that come traveling in her country. Long time she work with that family. She go back along England. Then by, you know Spanish blood very hot. She get very mad. That family have one little baby girl. She steal little baby girl and run away to Panama. That little baby girl, Señor Solano, he adopt just the same as own daughter. He have plenty sons and no daughter. So that little baby girl, he make his daughter. But that old woman, she no tell what name belong little girl's family. That family very high blood, very rich. Everybody in England know that family. That family's name Morgan. You know that name? In Cologne comes San Antonio men who say Señor Solano's daughter marry English gringo named Morgan. That gringo Morgan, the Señorita Leoncia's brother.
Ah, said Torres with maleficent delight.
You pay me now 600 gold,
said Poon.
Thank you for the fool you are,
said Torres with untold mockery in his voice.
You will learn better perhaps some day the business of telling secrets. Secrets are not shoes or mahogany timber. A secret told is no more than a whisper in the air. It comes, it goes, it is gone. It is a ghost. Who has seen it? You can claim back shoes or mahogany timber. You can never claim back a secret when you have told it.
We talk of ghosts, you and I,
said Poon calmly.
And the ghosts are gone. I have told you no secret. You have dreamed a dream. When you tell men, they will ask who told you, and you will say, Poon. But Poon will say, no, and they will say, ghosts, and laugh at you.
Poon, feeling the other yield to his superior subtlety of thought, deliberately paused.
We have talked whispers,
he resumed after a few seconds.
You speak true when you say whispers are ghosts. When I tell secrets, I do not sell ghosts. I sell shoes. I sell mahogany timber. My proofs are what I sell. They are solid. On the scales, they will weigh weight. You can tell the paper of them, which is legal paper of record, on which they are written. Some of them not paper. You can bite your teeth and break your teeth upon. For the whispers are already gone like morning mists. I have proofs. You will pay me 600 gold for the proofs, or men will laugh at you for lending your ears to ghosts.
All right.
Torres capitulated, convinced.
Show me the proofs that I can tear and bite.
Pay me the 600 gold.
When you have shown me the proofs.
The proofs you can tell and bite are yours after you have put the 600 gold into my hand. You promise. A promise is a whisper, a ghost. I do not do business with ghost money. You pay me real money. I can tell or bite.
And in the end, Torres surrendered, paying in advance for what did satisfy him when he had examined the documents, the old letters, the baby locket, and the baby trinkets. And Torres not only assured Poon that he was satisfied, but paid him in advance, on the latter's insistence, an additional 100 gold to execute a commission for him. Meanwhile, in the bathroom which connected their bedrooms, clad in fresh underlinen and shaving with safety razors, Henry and Francis were singing,
Back to back against the mainmast, held at bay the entire crew.
In her charming quarters, aided and abetted by a couple of Indian seamstresses, Leoncia, half in mirth, half in sadness, and in all sweetness and wholesomeness of generosity, was initiating the Queen into the charmingness of civilized women's dress. The Queen, a true woman to her heart's core, was wild with delight in the countless pretties of texture and adornment with which Leoncia's wardrobe was stored. It was a maiden frolic for the pair of them, and a stitch here and a take-up there modified certain of Leoncia's gowns to the Queen's slenderness.
No,
said Leoncia judicially.
You will not need a corset. You are the one woman in 100 for whom a corset is not necessary. You have the roundest lines for a thin woman that I ever saw. You—"
Leoncia paused, apparently deflected by her need for a pin from her dressing table, for which she turned. But at the same time she swallowed the swelling that choked in her throat, so that she was able to continue.
"You are a beautiful bride, and Francis can only grow prouder of you."
In the bathroom, Francis, finished shaving first, broke off the song to respond to the knock at his bedroom door, and received a telegram from Fernando, the next to the youngest of the Solano brothers. And Francis read,
"Important, your immediate return. Need more margins. Well, market very weak, but a strong attack on all your stock except Tampico Petroleum, which is strong as ever. Wire me when to expect you. Situation is serious. Think I can hold out if you start to return at once. Wire me at once. Bascom."
In the living room, the two Morgans found Enrico and his sons opening wine.
"Having but had my daughter restored to me,"
Enrico said,
"I shall now lose her again. But it is an easier loss, Henry. Tomorrow shall be the wedding. It cannot take place too quickly. It is sure, right now, that scoundrel Torres is whispering all over San Antonio Leoncia's latest unprotected escapade with you."
Ere Henry could express his gratification, Leoncia and the Queen entered. He held up his glass and toasted,
"To the bride."
Leoncia, not understanding, raised a glass from the table and glanced to the Queen.
"No, no,"
Henry said, taking her glass with the intention of passing it to the Queen.
"No, no,"
said Enrico.
"Neither shall drink the toast which is incomplete. Let me make it. To the brides."
"You and Henry are to be married tomorrow,"
Alessandro explained to Leoncia. Unexpected and bitter though the news was, Leoncia controlled herself and dared with assumed jollity to look Francis in the eyes while she cried,
"Another toast! To the bridegrooms!"
Difficult as Francis had found it to marry the Queen and maintain equanimity, he now found equanimity impossible at the announcement of the immediate marriage of Leoncia. Nor did Leoncia fail to observe how hard he struggled to control himself. His suffering gave her secret joy, and with a feeling almost of triumph, she watched him take advantage of the first opportunity to leave the room. Showing them his telegram and assuring them that his fortune was at stake, he said he must get off an answer, and asked Fernando to arrange for a rider to carry it to the government wireless at San Antonio. Nor was Leoncia long in following him. In the library she came upon him, seated at the reading table, his telegram unwritten, while his gaze was fixed upon a large photograph of her which he had taken from its place on top the low bookshelves. All of which was too much for her. Her involuntary gasping sob brought him to his feet in time to catch her as she swayed into his arms, and before either knew it, their lips were together in fervent expression. Leoncia struggled and tore herself away, gazing upon her lover with horror.
"This must stop, Francis,"
she cried.
"More, you cannot remain here for my wedding. If you do, I shall not be responsible for my actions. There is a steamer leaves San Antonio for Colon. You and your wife must sail on it. You can easily catch passage on the fruit boats to New Orleans and take train to New York. I love you. You know it."
"The Queen and I are not married,"
Francis pleaded, beside himself, overcome by what had taken place.
"That heathen marriage before the altar of the sun was no marriage. In neither deed nor ceremony are we married. I assure you of that, Leoncia. It is not too late."
"That heathen marriage has lasted you thus far,"
she interrupted him with quiet firmness.
"Let it last you to New York, or at least to Cologne."
"The Queen will not have any further marriage after our forms,"
Francis said.
She insists that all her female line before her has been so married and that the sun altar ceremony is sacredly binding.
Leoncia shrugged her shoulders non-committally, although her face was stern with resolution.
Marriage or no,
she replied,
you must go, tonight, the pair of you. Else I shall go mad. I warn you, I shall not be able to withstand the presence of you. I cannot, I know I cannot, be able to stand the sight of you while I am being married to Henry, and after I am married to Henry. Oh, please, please do not misunderstand me. I do love Henry, but not in that way. Not in the way I love you. I am not ashamed of the boldness with which I say it. I love Henry about as much as you love the Queen. But I love you as I should love Henry, as you should love the Queen, as I know you do love me.
She caught his hand and pressed it against her heart.
There, for the last time. Now go.
But his arms were around her, and she could not help but yield her lips. Again she tore herself away, this time fleeing to the doorway. Francis bowed his head to her decision, then picked up her picture.
I shall keep this,
he announced.
You oughtn't to.
She flashed a last fond smile at him.
You may,
she added, as she turned and was gone. Yet Poon had a commission to execute, for which Torres had paid him 100 gold in advance. Next morning, with Francis and the Queen hours departed on their way to Cologne, Poon arrived at the Solano hacienda. Enrico, smoking a cigar on the veranda, and very much pleased with himself and all the world, and the way the world was going, recognized and welcomed Poon as his visitor of the day before. Even ere they talked, Leoncia's father had dispatched Alessandro for the 500 pesos agreed upon, and Poon, whose profession was trafficking in secrets, was not averse to selling his secret the second time. Yet he was true to his salt, insofar as he obeyed Torres's instructions in refusing to tell the secret save in the presence of Leoncia and Henry.
That secret has a string on it,
Poon apologized, after the couple had been summoned, as he began unwrapping the parcel of proofs.
The Señorita Leoncia and the man she is going to marry must first, before anybody else, look at these things. Afterward, all can look.
Which is fair, since they are more interested than any of us.
Enrico conceded grandly, although at the same time he betrayed his eagerness by the impatience with which he motioned his daughter and Henry to take the evidence to one side for examination. He tried to appear uninterested, but his side glances missed nothing of what they did. To his amazement, he saw Leoncia suddenly cast down a legal-appearing document, which she and Henry had read through, and throw her arms wholeheartedly and freely about his neck, and wholeheartedly and freely kiss him on the lips. Next, Enrico saw Henry step back and exclaim in a dazed, heartbroken way,
"But, my God, Leoncia, this is the end of everything. Never can we be husband and wife."
Eh?
Enrico snorted.
When everything was arranged? What do you mean, sir? This is an insult. Marry you shall, and marry today.
Henry, almost in stupefaction, looked to Leoncia to speak for him.
It is against God's law and man's,
she said,
for a man to marry his sister. Now I understand my strange love for Henry. He is my brother. We are full brother and sister, unless these documents lie.
And Poon knew that he could take report to Torres that the marriage would not take place and would never take place. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Hearts of Three by Jack London, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catching a United Fruit Company boat at Cologne within 15 minutes after landing from the small coaster, the Queen's progress with Francis to New York had been a swift rush of fortunate connections. At New Orleans, a taxi from the wharf to the station and a racing of porters with hand luggage had barely got them aboard the train just as it started. Arrived at New York, Francis had been met by Bascom in Francis's private machine, and the rush had been continued to the rather ornate palace R.H.M. himself, Francis's father, had built out of his millions on Riverside Drive. So it was that the Queen knew scarcely more of the great world than when she first started her travels by leaping into the subterranean river. Had she been a lesser creature, she would have been stunned by this vast civilization around her. As it was, she was royally inconsequential, accepting such civilization as an offering from her royal spouse. Royal he was, served by many slaves. Had she not, on steamer and train, observed it? And here, arrived at his palace, she took as a matter of course the showing of house servants that greeted them. The chauffeur opened the door of the limousine. Other servants carried in the hand baggage. Francis touched his hand to nothing, save to her arm to assist her to alight. Even Bascom, a man she divined was no servitor, she also divined as one who served Francis, and she could not but observe Bascom depart in Francis's limousine under instruction and command of Francis. She had been a queen in an isolated valley over a handful of savages. Yet here, in this mighty land of kings, her husband ruled kings. It was all very wonderful, and she was deliciously aware that her queenship had suffered no diminishing by her alliance with Francis. Her delight in the interior of the mansion was naive and childlike. Forgetting the servants, or rather ignoring them as she ignored her own attendants in her lake dwelling, she clapped her hands in the great entrance hall, glanced at the marble stairway, tripped in a little run to the nearest apartment, and peeped in. It was the library, which she had visioned in the mirror of the world the first day she saw Francis. And the vision realized itself, for Francis entered with her into the great room of books, his arm about her just as she had seen him on the fluid metal surface of the golden bowl. The telephones and the stock ticker too she remembered, and just as she had foreseen herself do, she crossed over to the ticker curiously to examine, and Francis, his arm still about her, stood by her side. Hardly had he begun an attempted explanation of the instrument, and just as he realized the impossibility of teaching her in several minutes all the intricacies of the stock market institution, when his eyes noted on the tape that Frisco Consolidated was down 20 points, a thing unprecedented in that little Iowa railroad which R.H.M. had financed and builded, and to the day of his death maintained proudly as so legitimate a creation that, though half the banks and all of Wall Street crashed, it would weather any storm. The Queen viewed with alarm the alarm that grew on Francis's face.
"It is magic, like my mirror of the world?"
she half queried, half stated. Francis nodded.
"It tells you secrets I know,"
she continued.
"Like my golden bowl, it brings all the world here within this very room, to you. It brings you trouble, that is very plain. But what trouble can this world bring you, who are one of its great kings?"
He opened his mouth to reply to her last question, halted, and said nothing, realizing the impossibility of conveying comprehension to her, the while, under his eyelids or at the foreground of his brain, burned pictures of great railroad and steamship lines, of teeming terminals and noisy docks, of miners toiling in Alaska, in Montana, in Death Valley, of bridled rivers and harnessed waterfalls, and of power lines stilting across lowlands and swamps and marshes on 200-foot towers, and of all the mechanics and economics and finances of the 20th century machine civilization.
It brings you trouble,
she repeated.
And alas, I cannot help you. My golden bowl is no more. Never again shall I see the world in it. I am no longer a ruler of the future. I am a woman, merely, and helpless in this strange, colossal world to which you have brought me. I am a woman, merely, and your wife, Francis, your proud wife.
Almost did he love her, as, dropping the tape, he pressed her closely for a moment ere going over to the battery of telephones.
She is delightful,
was his thought.
There is neither guile nor malice in her, only woman, all woman, lovely and lovable. Alas, that Leoncia should ever and always arise in my thought between her whom I have and herself whom I shall never have.
More magic,
the Queen murmured as Francis, getting Bascom's office, said,
Mr. Bascom will undoubtedly arrive back in half an hour. This is Morgan talking, Francis Morgan. Mr. Bascom left for his office not 5 minutes ago. When he arrives, tell him that I have started for his office and shall not be more than 5 minutes behind him. This is important. Tell him I am on the way. Thank you. Goodbye.
Very naturally, with all the wonders of the great house yet to be shown her, the Queen betrayed her disappointment when Francis told her he must immediately depart for a place called Wall Street.
What is it?
She asked with a pout of displeasure.
That drags you away from me like a slave.
It is business, and very important,
he told her with a smile and a kiss.
And what is business, that it should have power over you who are a king? Is business the name of your god, whom all of you worship, as the sun god is worshipped by my people?
He smiled at the almost perfect appositeness of her idea, saying,
It is the great American god. Also, is it a very terrible god, and when it slays terribly and swiftly.
And you have incurred its displeasure?
She queried.
Alas, yes, though I know not how. I must go to Wall Street.
Which is its altar?
She broke in to ask.
Which is its altar?
He answered.
And where I must find out wherein I have offended, and wherein I may placate and make amends.
His hurried attempt to explain to her the virtues and functions of the maid he had wired for from Cologne scarcely interested her, and she broke him off by saying that evidently the maid was similar to the Indian women who had attended her in the Valley of Lost Souls, and that she had been accustomed to personal service ever since she was a little girl, learning English and Spanish from her mother in the house on the lake. But when Francis caught up his hat and kissed her, she relented and wished him luck before the altar. After several hours of amazing adventures in her own quarters, where the maid, a Spanish-speaking Frenchwoman, acted as guide and mentor, and after being variously measured and gloated over by a gorgeous woman who seemed herself a queen, and who was attended by 2 young women, and who, in the Queen's mind, was without doubt summoned to serve her and Francis, she came back down the grand stairway to investigate the library with its mysterious telephones and ticker. Long she gazed at the ticker and listened to its irregular chatter. But she, who could read and write English and Spanish, could make nothing of the strange hieroglyphics that grew miraculously on the tape. Next she explored the first of the telephones. Remembering how Francis had listened, she put her ear to the transmitter. Then, recollecting his use of the receiver, she took it off its hook and placed it to her ear. The voice, unmistakably a woman's, sounded so near to her that in her startled surprise she dropped the receiver and recoiled. At this moment, Parker, Francis's old valet, chanced to enter the room. She had not observed him before, and so immaculate was his dress, so dignified his carriage, that she mistook him for a friend of Francis rather than a servitor, a friend similar to Bascom, who had met them at the station with Francis's machine, ridden inside with them as an equal, yet departed with Francis's commands in his ears, which it was patent he was to obey. At sight of Parker's solemn face, she laughed with embarrassment and pointed inquiringly to the telephone. Solemnly, he picked up the receiver, murmured,
"A mistake,"
into the transmitter, and hung up. In those several seconds, the Queen's thought underwent revolution. No god's nor spirit's voice had been which she had heard, but a woman's voice.
"Where is that woman?"
she demanded. Parker merely stiffened up more stiffly, assumed a solemner expression, and bowed.
"There is a woman concealed in the house,"
she charged with quick words.
"Her voice speaks here in that thing. She must be in the next room."
"It was central."
Parker attempted to stem the flood of her utterance.
"I care not what her name is,"
the Queen dashed on.
"I shall have no other woman but myself in my house. Bid her be gone. I am very angry."
Parker was even stiller and solemner, and a new mood came over her. Perhaps this dignified gentleman was higher than she had suspected in the hierarchy of the lesser kings, she thought. Almost might he be an equal king with Francis, and she had treated him peremptorily as less, as much less. She caught him by the hand, in her impetuousness, noting his reluctance, drew him over to a sofa, and made him sit beside her. To add to Parker's discomfiture, she dipped into a box of candy and began to feed him chocolates, closing his mouth with the sweets every time he opened it to protest.
"Come,"
she said when she had almost choked him.
"Is it the custom of men of this country to be polygamous?"
Parker was aghast at such rawness of frankness.
"Oh, I know the meaning of the word,"
she assured him.
"So I repeat, is it the custom of men of this country to be polygamous?"
"There is no woman in this house besides yourself, madam, except servant women,"
he managed to enunciate.
"That voice you heard is not the voice of a woman in this house, but the voice of a woman miles away who is your servant, or is anybody's servant who desires to talk over the telephone."
"She is the slave of the mystery?"
the Queen questioned, beginning to get a dim glimmer of the actuality of the matter.
"Yes,"
her husband's valet admitted.
"She is a slave of the telephone."
"Of the flying speech?"
"Yes, madam, call it that. Of the flying speech."
He was desperate to escape from a situation unprecedented in his entire career.
"Come, I will show you, madam. This slave of the flying speech is yours to command both by night and day. If you wish, the slave will enable you to talk with your husband, Mr. Morgan."
"Now?"
Parker nodded, arose, and led her to the telephone.
"First of all,"
he instructed,
"you will speak to the slave. The instant you take this down and put it to your ear, the slave will respond. It is the slave's invariable way of saying, 'Number?' Sometimes she says it, 'Number, number?' and sometimes she is very irritable. When the slave has said 'number,' then do you say, 'Eddystone 1292. Whereupon the slave will say, 'Eddystone 1292, and then you will say, 'Yes, please.'"
"To a slave I shall say please,"
she interrupted.
"Yes, madam, for these slaves of the flying speech are peculiar slaves that one never sees. I am not a young man, yet I have never seen a central in all my life. Thus, next, after a moment, another slave, a woman who is miles away from the first one will say to you, "This is Eddystone 1292," and you will say, "I am Mrs. Morgan. I wish to speak with Mr. Morgan, who is, I think, in Mr. Bascom's private office." And then you wait, maybe for half a minute or for a minute, and then Mr. Morgan will begin to talk to you.
From miles and miles away.
Yes, madam, just as if he were in the next room. And when Mr. Morgan says goodbye, you will say goodbye and hang up, as you have seen me do.
And all that Parker had told her came to pass, as she carried out his instructions. The two different slaves obeyed the magic of the number she gave them, and Francis talked and laughed with her, begged her not to be lonely, and promised to be home not later than 5 that afternoon. Meanwhile, and throughout the day, Francis was a very busy and perturbed man.
What secret enemy have you?
Bascom again and again demanded, while Francis shook his head in futility of conjecture.
For see, except where your holdings are concerned, the market is reasonable and right. But take your holdings. There's Frisco Consolidated. There is neither sense nor logic that it should be bared this way. Only your holdings are being bared. New York, Vermont, and Connecticut paid 15% the last 4 quarters and is as solid as Gibraltar. Yet it's down, and down hard. The same with Montana Lode, Death Valley Copper, Imperial Tungsten, Northwestern Electric. Take Alaska Tradwell, as solid as the everlasting rock. The movement against it started only yesterday late. It closed 8 points down, and today has slumped twice as much more. Every one, stock in which you are heavily interested, and no other stocks involved. The rest of the market is firm.
So is Tampico Petroleum firm,
Francis said.
And I'm interested in it heaviest of all.
Bascom shrugged his shoulders despairingly.
Are you sure you cannot think of somebody who is doing this, and who may be your enemy?
Not for the life of me, Bascom. Can't think of a soul. I haven't made any enemies because since my father died, I have not been active. Tampico Petroleum is the only thing I ever got busy with, and even now it's all right.
He strolled over to the ticker.
There, 0.5 point up for 500 shares.
Just the same, somebody's after you.
Bascom assured him.
The thing is clear as the sun at midday. I have been going over the reports of the different stocks at issue. They are colored, artfully and delicately colored, and the coloring matter is pessimistic and official. Why did Northwestern Electric pass its dividend? Why did they put that black eye stuff into Mulhaney's report on Montana Lode? Oh, never mind the rest of the black eyeing. But why all this activity of unloading? It's clear. There's a raid on, and it seems on you. And it's not a sudden rush raid. It's been slowly and steadily growing, and is ripe to break at the first rumor of war, at a big strike, or a financial panic, at anything that will bear the entire market. Look at the situation you're in now, when all holdings except your own are normal. I've covered your margins and covered them. A grave proportion of your straight collateral is already up, and your margins keep on shrinking. You can scarcely throw them overboard. It might start a break. It's too ticklish.
There's Tampico Petroleum, smiling as pretty as you please. It's collateral enough to cover everything.
Francis suggested.
Though I've been chary of touching it,
he amended. Bascom shook his head.
There's the Mexican Revolution, and our own spineless administration. If we involve Tampico Petroleum, and anything serious should break down there, you'd be finished, cleaned out, broke. And yet,
Bascom resumed,
I see no other way out than to use Tampico Petroleum. You see, I have almost exhausted what you have placed in my hands, and this is no whirlwind raid. It's slow and steady as an advancing glacier. I've only handled the market for you all these years, and this is the first tight place we've got into. Now your general business affairs? Collins has the handling and knows. You must know. What securities can you let me have? Now, and tomorrow, and next week, and the next 3 weeks.
How much do you want?
Francis questioned back.
$1 million before closing time today?
Bascom pointed eloquently at the ticker.
At least 20 million more in the next 3 weeks, if, and mark you that if well, if the world remains at peace and if the general market remains as normal as it has been for the past 6 months.
Francis stood up with decision and reached for his hat.
I'm going to Collins at once. He knows far more about my outside business than I know myself. I shall have at least $1 million in your hands before closing time, and I've a shrewd suspicion that I'll cover the rest during the next several weeks.
Remember,
Bascom warned him as they shook hands,
it's the very slowness of this raid that is ominous. It's directed against you, and it's no fly-by-night affair. Whoever is making it is doing it big, and must be big.
Several times, late that afternoon and evening, the Queen was called up by the slave of the flying speech and enabled to talk with her husband. To her delight, in her own room by her bedside, she found a telephone, through which, by calling up Collins' office, she gave her good night to Francis. Also, she essayed to kiss her heart to him, and received back, queer and vague of sound, his answering kiss. She knew not how long she had slept when she awoke. Not moving, through her half-open eyes, she saw Francis peer into the room and across to her. When he had gone softly away, she leaped out of bed and ran to the door in time to see him start down the staircase.
More trouble with the great God business,
was her surmise. He was going down to that wonderful room, the library, to read more of the dread God's threats and warnings that were so mysteriously made to take form of written speech to the clicking of the ticker. She looked at herself in the mirror, adjusted her hair, and with a little love-smile of anticipation on her lips, put on a dressing-gown, another of the marvelous pretties of Francis's forethought and providing. At the entrance of the library, she paused, hearing the voice of another than Francis. At first thought she decided it was the flying speech, but immediately afterward she knew it to be too loud and near and different. Peeping in, she saw 2 men drawn up in big leather chairs near to each other and facing. Francis, tired of face from the day's exertions, still wore his business suit, but the other was clad in evening dress. And she heard him call her husband Francis, who in turn called him Johnny. That, and the familiarity of their conversation, conveyed to her that they were old, close friends.
"And don't tell me, Francis,"
the other was saying,
"that you've frivoled through Panama all this while without losing your heart to the señoritas 12 times.
Only once,"
Francis replied after a pause in which the Queen noted that he gazed steadily at his friend.
"Further,"
he went on after another pause,
"I really lost my heart, but not my head, Johnny Pathmore. Oh, Johnny Pathmore, you are a mere flirtatious brute, but I tell you that you've lots to learn. I tell you that in Panama I found the most wonderful woman in the world, a woman that I was glad I had lived to know, a woman that I would gladly die for, a woman of fire, of passion, of sweetness, of nobility, a very queen of women."
And the Queen, listening and looking upon the intense exaltation of his face, smiled with proud fondness and certitude to herself, for had she not won a husband who remained a lover?
And did the lady, did she reciprocate?
Johnny Pathmore ventured. The Queen saw Francis nod as he solemnly replied,
She loves me as I love her. This I know in all absoluteness.
He stood up suddenly.
Wait, I will show her to you.
And as he started toward the door, the Queen, in roguishness of a very extreme of happiness at her husband's confession she had overheard, fled trippingly to hide in the wide doorway of a grand room, which the maid had informed her was the drawing-room, whatever such room might be. Deliciously imagining Francis's surprise at not finding her in bed, she watched him go up the wide marble staircase. In a few moments he descended. With a slight chill at the heart, she observed that he betrayed no perturbation at not having found her. In his hand he carried a scroll or a roll of thin white cardboard. Looking neither to right nor left, he re-entered the library. Peeping in, she saw him unroll the scroll, present it before Johnny Pathmore's eyes, and heard him say,
Judge for yourself. There she is.
But why be so funereal about it, old man?
Johnny Pathmore queried after a prolonged examination of the photograph.
Because we met too late. I was compelled to marry another, and I left her forever just a few hours before she was to marry another, which marriage had been compelled before either of us knew the other existed. And the woman I married, please know, is a good and splendid woman. She will have my devotion forever. Unfortunately, she will never possess my heart.
In a great instant of revulsion, the entire truth came to the Queen. Clutching at her heart with clasped hands, she nearly fainted of the vertigo that assailed her. Although they still talked inside the library, she heard no further word of their utterance as she strove with slow success to draw herself together. Finally, with indrawn shoulders, a little forlorn sort of a ghost of the resplendent woman and wife she had been but minutes before, she staggered across the hall, and slowly, as if in a nightmare wherein speed never resides, dragged herself upstairs. In her room she lost all control. Francis's ring was torn from her finger and stamped upon. Her boudoir cap and her turtle-shell hairpins joined the general havoc under her feet. Convulsed, shuddering, muttering to herself in her extremity, she threw herself upon her bed and only managed, in an ecstasy of anguish, to remain perfectly quiet when Francis peeped in on his way to bed. An hour that seemed 1,000 centuries she gave him to go to sleep. Then she arose, took in hand the crude jeweled dagger which had been hers in the Valley of the Lost Souls, and softly tiptoed into his room. There on the dresser it was, the large photograph of Leoncia. In thorough indecision, clutching the dagger until the cramp of her palm and fingers hurt her, she debated between her husband and Leoncia. Once, beside his bed, her hand raised to strike, and a fusion of tears into her dry eyes obscured her seeing, so that her dagger hand dropped as she sobbed audibly. Stiffening herself with changed resolve, she crossed over to the dresser. A pad and pencil lying handy caught her attention. She scribbled 2 words, tore off the sheet, and placed it upon the face of Leoncia as it lay flat and upturned on the surface of polished wood. Next, with an unerring drive of the dagger, she pinned the note between the pictured semblance of Leoncia's eyes, so that the point of the blade penetrated the wood and left the haft quivering and upright. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, after the manner of cross purposes in New York, wherein Regan craftily proceeded with his gigantic raid on all Francis's holdings, while Francis and Bascom vainly strove to find his identity. So in Panama were at work cross purposes which involved Leoncia and the Solanos, Torres and the Jefe, and, not least in importance, one Yi Poon, the rotund and moon-faced Chinese. The little old judge, who was the Jefe's creature, sat asleep in court in San Antonio. He had slept placidly for 2 hours, occasionally nodding his head and muttering profoundly, although the case was a grave one, involving 20 years in San Juan, where the strongest could not survive 10 years. But there was no need for the judge to consider evidence or argument. Before the case was called, decision and sentence were in his mind, having been put there by the Jefe. The prisoner's lawyer ceased his perfunctory argument, the clerk of the court sneezed, and the judge woke up. He looked about him briskly and said,
"Guilty."
No one was surprised, not even the prisoner.
"Appear tomorrow morning for sentence. Next case."
Having so ordered, the judge prepared to settle down into another nap, when he saw Torres and the Jefe enter the courtroom. A gleam in the Jefe's eye was his cue, and he abruptly dismissed court for the day.
"I have been to Rodriguez Fernandez."
The Jefe was explaining 5 minutes later in the empty courtroom.
"He says it was a natural gem, and that much would be lost in the cutting, but that nevertheless he would still give 500 gold for it. Show it to the judge, Señor Torres, and the rest of the handful of big ones."
And Torres began to lie. He had to lie because he could not confess the shame of having had the gems taken away from him by the Solanos and the Morgans when they threw him out of the hacienda. And so convincingly did he lie that even the Jefe he convinced, while the judge, except in the matter of brands of strong liquor, accepted everything the Jefe wanted him to believe. In brief, shorn of the multitude of details that Torres threw in, his tale was that he was so certain of the jewelers under appraisal that he had dispatched the gems by special messenger to his agent in Cologne, with instructions to forward to New York to Tiffany's for appraisement that might lead to sale. As they emerged from the courtroom and descended the several steps that were flanked by single adobe pillars marred by bullet scars from previous revolutions, the Jefe was saying,
"And so, needing the aegis of the law for our adventure after these gems, and, more than that, both of us loving our good friend the judge, we will let him in for a modest share of whatever we shall gain. He shall represent us in San Antonio while we are gone, and, if needs be, furnish us with the law's protection."
Now it happened that behind one of the pillars, hat pulled over his face, Yi Poon half sat, half reclined. Nor was he there by mere accident. Long ago he had learned that secrets of value, which always connoted the troubles of humans, were markedly prevalent around courtrooms, which were the focal points for the airing of such troubles when they became acute. One could never tell. At any moment a secret might leap at one or brim over to one. Therefore it was like a fisherman casting his line into the sea for Yi Poon to watch the defendant and the plaintiff, the witnesses for and against, and even the court hanger-on or casual-seeming onlooker. So on this morning, the one person of promise that Yi Poon had picked out was a ragged old peon who looked as if he had been drinking too much, and yet would perish in his condition of reaction if he did not get another drink very immediately. Bleary-eyed he was, and red-lidded, with desperate resolve painted on all his haggard, withered lineaments. When the courtroom had emptied, he had taken up his stand outside on the steps close to a pillar.
And why?
Poon had asked himself. Inside remained only the three chief men of San Antonio, the Jefe, Torres, and the judge.
What connection between them or any of them and the drinks of the Anglesia that shook as if blazing in the scorching blaze of the direct sunrise?
Poon did not know, but he did know that it was worthwhile waiting on a chance, no matter how remote, of finding out. So, behind the pillar, where no atom of shade protected him from the cooking sun which he detested, he lolled on the steps with all the impersonation of one placidly infatuated with sun baths. The old peon tottered a step, swayed as if about to fall, yet managed to deflect Torres from his companions, who paused to wait for him on the pavement a dozen paces on, restless and hot-footed as if they stood on a grid, though deep in earnest conversation. And Poon missed no word nor gesture, nor glint of eye nor shifting face line of the dialogue that took place between the grand Torres and the wreck of a peon.
What now?
Torres demanded harshly.
Money, a little money. For the love of God, Señor, a little money.
The ancient peon whined.
You've had your money.
Torres snarled.
When I went away, I gave you double the amount to last you twice as long. Not for 2 weeks yet is there a centavo to you.
I am in debt,
was the old man's whimper, the while all the flesh of him quivered and trembled from the nerve ravishment of the drink so palpably, recently, consumed.
On the pulque slate at Peter and Paul's.
Torres, with a sneer, diagnosed unerringly.
On the pulque slate at Peter and Paul's,
was the frank acknowledgment.
And the slate is pulled. No more pulque can I get credit for. I am wretched, and suffer 1,000 torments without my pulque.
You are a pig creature without reason.
A strange dignity, as of wisdom beyond wisdom, seemed suddenly to animate the old wreck as he straightened up, for the nonce ceased from trembling, and gravely said,
I am old. There is no vigour left in the veins or the heart of me. The desires of my youth are gone. Not even may I labour with this broken body of mine, though well I know that labour is an easement and a forgetting. Not even may I labour and forget. Food is a distaste in my mouth and a pain in my belly. Woman, they are a pest that is a vexation to remember ever having desired. Children, I buried my last 12 years gone. Religion, it frightens me. Death, I sleep with the terror of it. Pulque, ah, dear God, the one tickle and taste of living left to me. What if I drink overmuch? It is because I have much to forget, and have but a little space yet to linger in the sun, ere the darkness, for my old eyes, blots out the sun forever.
Impervious to the old man's philosophy, Torres made an impatient threat of movement that he was going.
A few pesos, just a handful of pesos,
the old peon pleaded.
Not a centavo,
Torres said with finality.
Very well,
said the old man with equal finality.
What do you mean?
Torres rasped with swift suspicion.
Have you forgotten?
Was the retort, with such emphasis of significance as to make Poon wonder for what reason Torres gave the peon what seemed a pension or an allowance.
I pay you according to agreement to forget,
said Torres.
I shall never forget that my old eyes saw you stab the Señor Alfaro Solano in the back.
The peon replied. Although he remained hidden and motionless in his posture of repose behind the pillar, Poon metaphorically sat up. The Solanos were persons of place and wealth. That Torres should have murdered one of them was indeed a secret of price.
Beast, pig without reason, animal of the dirt.
Torres's hands clenched in his rage.
Because I am kind, do you treat me thus? One babbling of your tongue, and I will send you to San Juan. You know what that means. Not only will you sleep with the terror of death, but never for a moment of waking will you be free from the terror of leaving, as you stare upon the buzzards that will surely and shortly pick your bones. And there will be no pulque in San Juan. There is never any pulque in San Juan for the men I send there. So, eh? I thought so. You will wait 2 weeks for the proper time when I shall again give you money. If you do not wait, then never, this side of your interment in the bellies of buzzards, will you drink pulque again.
Torres whirled on his heel and was gone. Poon watched him and his 2 companions go down the street, then rounded the pillar to find the old peon sunk down in collapse at his disappointment of not getting any pulque, groaning and moaning and making sharp little yelping cries, his body quivering as dying animals quiver in the final throes, his fingers picking at his flesh and garments as if picking off centipedes. Down beside him sat Poon, who began a remarkable performance of his own. Drawing gold coins and silver ones from his pockets, he began to count over his money with chink and clink that was mellow and liquid, and that to the distraught peon's ear was as the sound of the rippling and riffling of fountains of pulque.
We are wise,
Poon told him in grandiloquent Spanish, still clinking the money, while the peon whined and yammered for the few centavos necessary for 1 drink of pulque.
We are wise, you and I, old man, and we will sit here and tell each other what we know about men and women, and life and love, and anger and sudden death, the red raid in the heart, and the steel bitter cold in the back. And if you tell me what pleases me, then you shall drink pulque until your eyes run out with it. Your eyes are drowning it. You like the pulque, eh? You like 1 drink now? Now soon? Very quick?
The night, while the jefe politico and Torres organized their expedition under cover of the dark, was destined to be a momentous one in the Solano hacienda. Things began to happen early. Dinner over, drinking their coffee and smoking their cigarettes, the family, of which Henry was accounted one by virtue of his brotherhood to Leoncia, sat on the wide front veranda. Through the moonlight, up the steps, they saw a strange figure approach.
"It is like a ghost,"
said Alvarado Solano.
"A fat ghost?"
Martinez, his twin brother, amended.
"A chink ghost you can poke your finger through."
Ricardo laughed.
"The very chink who saved Leoncia and me from Mary,"
said Henry Morgan with recognition.
"The seller of secrets."
Leoncia gurgled.
"And if he hasn't brought a new secret, I shall be disappointed."
"What do you want, Chinaman?"
Alessandro, the eldest of the Solano brothers, demanded sharply.
Nice new secret. Very nice new secret. Maybe you buy.
Poon murmured proudly.
"Your secrets are too expensive, Chinaman,"
said Enrico discouragingly.
This nice new secret. Very expensive.
Poon assured him complacently.
"Go away,"
old Enrico ordered.
"I shall live a long time, yet to the day of my death I care to hear no more secrets.
But Poon was suavely certain of himself.
One time you have very fine brother,
he said.
One time your very fine brother, the Señor Alvaro Solano, died with knife in his back. Very well. Some secret, eh?
But Enrico was on his feet, quivering.
You know?
He almost screamed his eager interrogation.
How much?
Said Poon.
All I possess,
Enrico cried, ere turning to Alessandro to add.
You deal with him, son. Pay him well if he can prove by witness of the eye.
You bet,
quoth Poon.
I got witness. He got good eyesight. He see man stick knife in Señor Alvaro's back in the dark. His name?
Yes, yes.
Enrico breathed his suspense.
$1,000, his name,
said Poon, hesitating to make up his mind to what kind of dollars he could dare to claim.
$1,000 gold,
he concluded. Enrico forgot that he had deputed the transaction to his eldest son.
Where is your witness?
He shouted. And Poon, calling softly down the steps into the shrubbery, evoked the pulque-ravaged peon, a real-looking ghost who slowly advanced and tottered up the steps. At the same time, on the edge of town, 20 mounted men, among whom were the gendarmes Rafael, Ignacio, Agustino, and Vicente, herded a pack train of more than 20 mules, and waited the command of the jefe to depart on they knew not what mysterious adventure into the Cordilleras. What they did know was that, herded carefully apart from all other animals, was a strapping big mule loaded with 250 pounds of dynamite. Also, they knew that the delay was due to the Señor Torres, who had ridden away along the beach with the dreaded Carew murderer José Mancheno, who only by the grace of God and of the jefe politico had been kept for years from expiating on the scaffold his various offences against life and law. And while Torres waited on the beach and held the Carew's horse and an extra horse, the Carew ascended on foot the winding road that led to the hacienda of the Solanos. Little did Torres guess that 20 feet away, in the jungle that encroached on the beach, lay a placid sleeping, pulque-drunken old peon with, crouching beside him, a very alert and very sober Chinese with a recently acquired $1,000 stowed under his belt. Poon had barely time to drag the peon into hiding when Torres rode along in the sand and stopped almost beside him. Up at the hacienda, all members of the household were going to bed. Leoncia, just starting to let down her hair, stopped when she heard the rattle of tiny pebbles against her windows. Warning her in low whispers to make no noise, José Mancheno handed her a crumpled note which Torres had written, saying mysteriously,
"From a strange Chinaman who waits not 100 feet away on the edge of the shrubbery."
And Leoncia read in execrable Spanish,
"First time, I tell you secret about Henry Morgan. This time I have secret about Francis. You come along and talk with me now."
Leoncia's heart leaped at mention of Francis, and as she slipped on a mantle and accompanied the Carew, it never entered her head to doubt that Poon was waiting for her. And Poon, down on the beach and spying upon Torres, had no doubts when he saw the Carew murderer appear with the Solano señorita, bound and gagged, slung across his shoulder like a sack of meal. Nor did Poon have any doubts about his next action when he saw Leoncia tied into the saddle of the spare horse and taken away down the beach at a gallop, with Torres and the Carew riding on either side of her. Leaving the pulque-sodden peon to sleep, the fat Chinaman took the road up the hill at so stiff a pace that he arrived breathless at the hacienda. Not content with knocking at the door, he beat upon it with his fists and feet, and prayed to his Chinese gods that no peevish Solano should take a shot at him before he could explain the urgency of his errand.
"Oh, go to hell,"
Alessandro said when he had opened the door and flashed a light on the face of the importunate caller.
"I have big secret."
Poon panted.
"Very big, brand new secret."
"Come around tomorrow in business hours."
Alessandro growled as he prepared to kick the Chinaman off the premises.
I don't sell secret."
Poon stammered and gasped.
"I make you pleasant. Give secret now. The senorita, your sister, she is stolen. She is tied upon the horse that runs fast down the beach."
But Alessandro, who had said good night to Leoncia not half an hour before, laughed loudly his unbelief, and prepared again to boot off the trafficker in secrets. Poon was desperate. He drew forth the $1,000 and placed it in Alessandro's hand, saying,
"You go look quick. If the senorita stop in this house now, you keep all that money. If the senorita no stop, then you give money back."
And Alessandro was convinced. A minute later he was rousing the house. 5 minutes later the horse peons, their eyes hardly open from sound sleep, were roping and saddling horses and pack mules in the corrals, while the Solano tribe was pulling on riding gear and equipping itself with weapons. Up and down the coast, and on the various paths leading back to the Cordilleras, the Solanos scattered, questing blindly in the blind dark for the trail of the abductors. As chance would have it, 30 hours afterward, Henry alone caught the scent and followed it, so that, camped in the very footstep of God where first the old Maya priest had sighted the eyes of Chia, he found the entire party of 20 men and Leoncia cooking and eating breakfast. 20 to 1, never fair and always impossible, did not appeal to Henry Morgan's Anglo-Saxon mind. What did appeal to him was the dynamite-loaded mule, tethered apart from the off-saddled 40-odd animals and left to stand by the careless peons, with its load still on its back. Instead of attempting the patently impossible rescue of Leoncia, and recognizing that in numbers her woman's safety lay, he stole the dynamite mule. Not far did he take it. In the shelter of the low woods, he opened the pack and filled all his pockets with sticks of dynamite, a box of detonators, and a short coil of fuse. With a regretful look at the rest of the dynamite, which he would have liked to explode, but dared not, he busied himself along the line of retreat he would have to take if he succeeded in stealing Leoncia from her captors. As Francis, on a previous occasion at XXIX, had sown the retreat with silver dollars, so this time did Henry sow the retreat with dynamite, the sticks in small bundles, and the fuses no longer than the length of a detonator, and with detonators fast to each end. 3 hours Henry devoted to lurking around the camp in the footstep of a god, ere he got his opportunity to signal his presence to Leoncia, and another precious 2 hours were wasted ere she found her opportunity to steal away to him, which would have not been so bad had not her escape almost immediately been discovered, and had not the gendarmes and the rest of Torres's party, mounted, been able swiftly to overtake them on foot. When Henry drew Leoncia down to hide beside him in the shelter of a rock, and at the same time brought his rifle into action, ready for play, she protested.
"We haven't a chance, Henry,"
she said.
"They are too many. If you fight, you will be killed. And then what will become of me? Better that you make your own escape and bring help, leaving me to be retaken, than that you die and let me be retaken anyway."
But he shook his head.
"We are not going to be taken, dear sister. Put your trust in me and watch. Here they come now. You just watch."
variously mounted on horses and pack mules, whichever had come handiest in their haste. Torres, the Jefe, and their men clattered into sight. Henry drew a sight not on them, but on the point somewhat nearer where he had made his first plant of dynamite. When he pulled the trigger, the intervening distance rose up in a cloud of smoke and earth dust that obscured them. As the cloud slowly dissipated, they could be seen, half of them, animals and men, overthrown, and all of them dazed and shocked by the explosion. Henry seized Leoncia's hand, jerked her to her feet, and ran on side by side with her. Conveniently beyond his second planting, he drew her down beside him to rest and catch breath.
"They won't come on so fast this time,"
he hissed exultantly.
"And the longer they pursue us, the slower they'll come on."
True to his forecast, when the pursuit appeared, it moved very cautiously and very slowly.
"They ought to be killed,"
Henry said.
"But they have no chance, and I haven't the heart to do it. But I'll surely shake them up some."
Again he fired into his planted dynamite, and again, turning his back on the confusion, he fled to his third planting. After he had fired off the third explosion, he raced Leoncia to his tethered horse, put her in the saddle, and ran on beside her, hanging on to her stirrup. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Francis had left orders for Parker to call him at 8 o'clock, and when Parker softly entered, he found his master still asleep. Turning on the water in the bathroom and preparing the shaving gear, the valet re-entered the bedroom. Still moving softly about so that his master would have the advantage of the last possible second of sleep, Parker's eyes lighted on the strange dagger that stood upright, its point pinning through a note and a photograph and into the hard wood of the dresser top. For a long time he gazed at the strange array, then, without hesitation, carefully opened the door to Mrs. Morgan's room and peeped in. Next, he firmly shook Francis by the shoulder. The latter's eyes opened, for a second betraying the incomprehension of the sleeper suddenly awakened, then lighting with recognition and memory of the waking order he had left the previous night.
"Time to get up, sir,"
the valet murmured.
"Which is ever an ill time."
Francis yawned with a smile. He closed his eyes with a,
"Let me lie a minute, Parker. If I doze, shake me."
But Parker shook him immediately.
"You must get up right away, sir. I think something has happened to Mrs. Morgan. She is not in her room, and there is a queer note and a knife here that may explain. I don't know, sir."
Francis was out of bed in a bound, staring one moment at the dagger, and next drawing it out, reading the note over and over as if its simple meaning, contained in 2 simple words, were too abstruse for his comprehension.
"Adios forever,"
said the note. What shocked him even more was the dagger thrust between Leoncia's eyes, and as he stared at the wound made in the thin cardboard, it came to him that he had seen this very thing before, and he remembered back to the lake-dwelling of the Queen, when all had gazed into the golden bowl and seen variously, and when he had seen Leoncia's face on the strange liquid metal with the knife thrust between her eyes. He even put the dagger back into the cardboard wound and stared at it some more. The explanation was obvious. The Queen had betrayed jealousy against Leoncia from the first, and here in New York, finding her rival's photograph on her husband's dresser, had no more missed the true conclusion than she had missed the pictured features with her point of steel. But where was she? Where had she gone? She who was the veriest stranger that had entered the great city, who called the telephone the magic of the flying speech, who thought of Wall Street as a temple, and regarded business as the New York man's god. For all the world, she was as unsophisticated and innocent of a great city as had she been a traveler from Mars. Where and how had she passed the night? Where was she now? Was she even alive? Visions of the morgue, with its unidentified dead, and of bodies drifting out to sea on the ebb, rushed into his brain. It was Parker who steadied him back to himself.
Is there anything I can do, sir? Shall I call up the detective bureau? Your father always—
Yes.
Francis interrupted quickly.
There was one man he employed more than all others, a young man with the Pinkertons. Do you remember his name?
Birchman, sir.
Parker answered promptly, moving away.
I shall send for him to come at once.
And thereupon, in the quest after his wife, Francis entered upon a series of adventures that were to him, a born New Yorker, a liberal education in conditions and phases of New York of which, up to that point, he had been profoundly ignorant. Not alone did Birchman search, but he had at work a score of detectives under him, who fine-tooth combed the city, while in Chicago and Boston he directed the activities of similar men. Between his battle with the unguessed enemy of Wall Street, and the frequent calls he received to go here and there and everywhere on the spur of the moment to identify what might possibly be his wife, Francis led anything but a boresome existence. He forgot what regular hours of sleep were, and grew accustomed to being dragged from luncheon or dinner, or of being routed out of his bed to respond to hurry calls, to come and look over new-found missing ladies. No trace of one answering her description, who had left the city by train or steamer, had been discovered, and Birchman assiduously pursued his fine-tooth combing, convinced that she was still in the city. Thus Francis took trips to Matinwan and down Blackwell's, and the Tombs and the all-night court knew his presence. Nor did he escape being dragged to countless hospitals, nor to the morgue. Once a fresh-caught shoplifter, of whom there was no criminal record and to whom there was no clue of identity, was brought to his notice. He had adventures with mysterious women cornered by Birchman's satellites in the back rooms of Rain's Hotel, and, on the West Side in the 50s, was guilty of trespassing upon two comparatively innocent love idols to the embarrassment of all concerned, including himself. Perhaps his most interesting and tragic adventure was in the $10 million mansion of Philip January, the Telluride mining king. The strange woman, a Lady Slender, had wandered in upon the Januaries a week before, ere Francis came to see her. And as she had heartbreakingly done for the entire week, so she heartbreakingly did for Francis, wringing her hands, perpetually weeping, and murmuring beseechingly,
"Oh, so you are wrong. On my knees I tell you, you are wrong. Also, you, and you only do what I love. There is no one but you also. There's never been anyone but you. It is all a dreadful mistake. Believe me. Also believe me, or I shall die."
And through it all, the Wall Street battle went on against the undiscoverable and powerful enemy who had launched what Francis and Bascom could not avoid acknowledging was a catastrophic war-to-the-death raid on his fortune.
If only we can avoid throwing Tampico Petroleum into the whirlpool,
Bascom prayed.
"I look to Tampico Petroleum to save me,"
Francis replied.
"When every security I can lay hand to has been engulfed, then throwing in Tampico Petroleum will be like the eruption of a new army upon a losing field."
And suppose your unknown foe is powerful enough to swallow down that final, splendid asset and clamor for more,
Bascom queried. Francis shrugged his shoulders.
"Then I shall be broke. But my father went broke half a dozen times before he won out. Also was he born broke. I should worry about a little thing like that."
For a time in the Solano hacienda, events had been moving slowly. In fact, following upon the rescue of Leoncia by Henry along his dynamite-sown trail, there had been no events. Not even had Poon appeared with a perfectly fresh and entirely brand-new secret to sell. Nothing had happened, save that Leoncia drooped and was apathetic, that neither Enrico nor Henry, her full brother, nor her Solano brothers, who were not her brothers at all, could cheer her. But while Leoncia drooped, Henry and the tall sons of Enrico worried and perplexed themselves about the treasure in the Valley of the Lost Souls, into which Torres was even then dynamiting his way. One thing they did know, namely, that the Torres expedition had sent Agustino and Vicente back to San Antonio to get 2 more mule loads of dynamite. It was Henry, after conferring with Enrico and obtaining his permission, who broached the matter to Leoncia.
"Sweet sister,"
had been his way.
"We're going to go up and see what the scoundrel Torres and his gang are doing. We do know, thanks to you, their objective. The dynamite is to blow an entrance into the valley. We know where the lady who dreams sank her treasure when her house burned. Torres does not know this. The idea is that we can follow them into the valley where they have drained the Maya caves, and have as good a chance, if not a better chance, than they in getting possession of that marvelous chest of gems. And the very tip of the point is that we'd like to take you along on the expedition. I fancy, if we manage to get the treasure ourselves, that you wouldn't mind repeating that journey down the subterranean river."
But Leoncia shook her head wearily.
"No,"
she said after further urging.
"I never want to see the Valley of Lost Souls again, nor ever hear it mentioned. There is where I lost Francis to that woman."
"It was all a mistake, darling sister. But who was to know? I did not, you did not, nor did Francis. He played the man's part fairly and squarely. Not knowing that you and I were brother and sister, believing that we were truly betrothed, as we were at the time, he refrained from trying to win you from me, and he rendered further temptation impossible, and saved the lives of all of us by marrying the Queen."
"I miss you and Francis, singing your everlasting back to back against the mainmast,"
she murmured sadly and irrelevantly. Quiet tears welled into her eyes and brimmed over as she turned away, passed down the steps of the veranda, crossed the grounds, and aimlessly descended the hill. For the 20th time since she had last seen Francis, she pursued the same course, covering the same ground from the time she first espied him rowing up to the beach from the Angelique, through her dragging him into the jungle to save him from her irate menfolk, to the moment, with drawn revolver, when she had kissed him and urged him into the boat and away. This had been his first visit. Next, she covered every detail of his second visit, from the moment, coming from behind the rock after her swim in the lagoon, she had gazed upon him, leaning against the rock as he scribbled his first note to her, through her startled flight into the jungle, the bite on her knee of the labari, which she had mistaken for a deadly viperine, to her recoiling collision against Francis and her faint on the sand. And, under her parasol, she sat down on the very spot where she had fainted and come to find him preparing to suck the poison from the wound which he had already excoriated. As she remembered back, she realized that it had been the pain of the excoriation which brought her to her senses. Deep she was in the sweet recollections of how she had slapped his cheek even as his lips approached her knee, blushed with her face hidden in her hands, laughed because her foot had been made asleep by his too efficient tourniquet, turned white with anger when he reminded her that she considered him the murderer of her uncle, and repulsed his offer to untie the tourniquet. So deep was she in such fond recollections of only the other day, that yet seemed separated from the present by half a century, such was the wealth of episode, adventure, and tender passages which had intervened, that she did not see the rattletrap rented carriage from San Antonio drive up the beach road, nor did she see a lady, fashionably clad in advertisement that she was from New York, dismiss the carriage and proceed toward her on foot. This lady, who was none other than the Queen, Francis's wife, likewise sheltered herself beneath a parasol from the tropic sun. Standing directly behind Leoncia, she did not realize that she had surprised the girl in a moment of high renunciation. All that she did know was that she saw Leoncia draw from her breast and gaze long at a tiny photograph. Over her shoulder the Queen made it out to be a snapshot of Francis, whereupon her mad jealousy raged anew. A poniard flashed to her hand from its sheath within the bosom of her dress. The quickness of this movement was sufficient to warn Leoncia, who tilted her parasol forward so as to look up at whatever person stood at her back. Too utterly dreary even to feel surprise, she greeted the wife of Francis Morgan as casually as if she had parted from her an hour before. Even the poniard failed to arouse in her curiosity or fear. Perhaps, had she displayed startlement and fear, the Queen might have driven the steel home to her. As it was, she could only cry out,
"You are a vile woman! A vile, vile woman!"
To which Leoncia merely shrugged her shoulders and said,
"You would better keep your parasol between you and the sun."
The Queen passed round in front of her, facing her and staring down at her with woman's wrath compounded of such jealousy as to be speechless.
"Why?"
Leoncia was the first to speak after a long pause.
"Why am I a vile woman?"
"Because you are a thief."
The Queen flamed.
"Because you are a stealer of men, yourself married. Because you are unfaithful to your husband, in heart at least, since more than that has so far been impossible."
"I have no husband,"
Leoncia answered quietly.
"Husband-to-be, then. I thought you were to be married the day after our departure."
"I have no husband-to-be,"
Leoncia continued with the same quietness. So swiftly tense did the other woman become that Leoncia idly thought of her as a tigress.
"Henry Morgan!"
the Queen cried.
"He is my brother."
"A word which I have discovered is of wide meaning, Leoncia Solano. In New York, there are worshippers at certain altars who call all men in the world brothers, all women sisters."
"His father was my father,"
Leoncia explained with patient explicitness.
"His mother was my mother. We are full brother and sister."
"And Francis?"
the other queried, convinced, with sudden access of interest.
"Are you too his sister?"
Leoncia shook her head.
"Then you do love Francis?"
the Queen charged, smarting with disappointment.
"You have him,"
said Leoncia.
"No, for you have taken him from me."
Leoncia slowly and sadly shook her head and sadly gazed out over the heat-shimmering surface of Chiriqui Lagoon. After a long pause of silence, she said wearily,
"Believe that. Believe anything."
"I divined it in you from the first,"
the Queen cried.
"You have a strange power over men. I am a woman not unbeautiful. Since I have been out in the world, I have watched the eyes of men looking at me. I know I am not all undesirable. Even have the wretched males of my lost valley with downcast eyes looked love at me. One dared more than look, and he died for me, or because of me, and was flung into the whirl of waters to his fate. And yet you, with this woman's power of yours, strangely exercise it over my Francis, so that in my very arms he thinks of you. I know it. I know that even then he thinks of you."
Her last words were the cry of a passion-stricken and breaking heart, and the next moment, though very little to Leoncia's surprise, being too hopelessly apathetic to be surprised at anything, The queen dropped her knife in the sand and sank down, buried her face in her hands, and surrendered to the weakness of hysteric grief. Almost idly and quite mechanically, Leoncia put her arm around her and comforted her. For many minutes this continued, when the queen, growing more calm, spoke with sudden determination.
"I left Francis the moment I knew he loved you,"
she said.
"I drove my knife into the photograph of you he keeps in his bedroom, and returned here to do the same to you in person. But I was wrong. It is not your fault, nor Francis's. It is my fault that I have failed to win his love. Not you, but I it is who must die. But first, I must go back to my valley and recover my treasure. In the temple called Wall Street, Francis is in great trouble. His fortune may be taken away from him, and he requires another fortune to save his fortune. I have that fortune, and there is no time to lose. Will you and yours help me? It is for Francis's sake."
End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So it came about that the Valley of the Lost Souls was invaded subterraneously from opposite directions by two parties of treasure seekers. From one side, and quickly, came the Queen and Leoncia, Henry Morgan, and the Solanos. Far more slowly, although they had started long in advance, did Torres and the Jefe progress. The first attack on the mountain had proved the chiefest obstacle. To blow open an entrance to the Maya caves had required more dynamite than they had originally brought, while the rock had proved stubborner than they expected. Further, when they had finally made a way, it had proved to be above the cave floor, so that more blasting had been required to drain off the water. And, having blasted their way into the waterlogged mummies of the conquistadores and to the room of the idols, they had to blast their way out again and on into the heart of the mountain. But first, ere they continued on, Torres looted the ruby eyes of Chia and the emerald eyes of Huitzotl. Meanwhile, with scarcely any delays, the queen and her party penetrated to the valley through the mountain on the opposite side. Nor did they entirely duplicate the course of their earlier traverse. The queen, through long gazing into her mirror, knew every inch of the way. Where the underground river plunged through the passage and out into the bosom of the Gualaca River, it was impossible to take in their boats. But by assiduous search under her directions, they found the tiny mouth of a cave on the steep wall of the cliff, so shielded by a growth of mountain berries that only by knowing for what they sought could they have found it. By main strength, applied to the coils of a rope which they had brought along, they hoisted their canoes up the cliff, portaged them on their shoulders through the winding passage, and launched them on the subterranean river itself, where it ran so broadly and placidly between wide banks that they paddled easily against its slack current. At other times, where the river proved too swift, they lined the canoes up by towing from the bank, and wherever the river made a plunge through the solid tie-ribs of mountain, the queen showed them the obviously hewn and patently ancient passages through which to portage their light crafts around.
"Here we leave the canoes,"
the queen directed at last, and the men began securely mooring them to the bank in the light of the flickering torches.
"It is but a short distance through the last passage. Then we will come to a small opening in the cliff, shielded by climbing vines and ferns, and look down upon the spot where my house once stood, beside the whirl of waters. The ropes will be necessary in order to descend the cliff, but it is only about 50 feet.
Henry, with an electric torch, led the way, the queen beside him, while old Enrico and Leoncia brought up the rear, vigilant to see that no possible half-hearted peon or Indian boatman should slip back and run away. But when the party came to where the mouth of the passage ought to have been, there was no mouth. The passage ceased, being blocked off solidly from floor to roof by a debris of crumbled rocks that varied in size from paving stones to native houses.
"Who could have done this?"
the Queen exclaimed angrily. But Henry, after a cursory examination, reassured her.
"It's just a slide of rock,"
he said.
"A superficial fault in the outer skin of the mountain that has slipped, and it won't take us long with our dynamite to remedy it. Lucky we fetched a supply along."
But it did take long. For what was the remainder of the day, and throughout the night, they toiled. Large charges of explosive were not used because of Henry's fear of exciting a greater slip along the fault overhead. What dynamite was used was for the purpose of loosening up the rubble so that they could shift it back along the passage. At 8 the following morning, the charge was exploded that opened up to them the first glimmer of daylight ahead. After that, they worked carefully, being apprehensive of jarring down fresh slides. At the last, they were baffled by a 10-ton block of rock in the very mouth of the passage. Through crevices on either side of it, they could squeeze their arms into the blazing sunshine, yet the stone block thwarted them. No leverage they applied could more than quiver it, and Henry decided on one final blast that would topple it out and down into the valley.
"They'll certainly know visitors are coming, the way we've been knocking on their back door for the last 15 hours.
He laughed as he prepared to light the fuse. Assembled before the altar of the sun god at the Longhouse, the entire population was indeed aware, and anxiously aware, of the coming of visitors. So disastrous had been their experiences with their last ones, when the lake dwelling had been burned and their queen lost to them, that they were now begging the sun god to send no more visitors. But upon one thing, having been passionately harangued by their priest, they were resolved, namely, to kill at sight and without parley whatever newcomers did descend upon them.
"Even Davasco himself,"
the priest had cried.
"Even Davasco,"
the lost souls had responded. All were armed with spears, war clubs, and bows and arrows, and while they waited, they continued to pray before the altar. Every few minutes runners arrived from the lake, making the same reports, that while the mountain still labored thunderously, nothing had emerged from it. The little girl of 10, the maid of the Longhouse who had entertained Leoncia, was the first to spy out new arrivals. This was made possible because of the tribe's attention being fixed on the rumbling mountain beside the lake. No one expected visitors out of the mountain on the opposite side of the valley.
"Davasco!"
she cried.
"Davasco!"
All looked and saw, not 50 yards away, Torres, the jefe, and their gang of followers, emerging into the open clearing. Torres wore again the helmet he had filched from his withered ancestor in the chamber of the mummies. Their greeting was instant and warm, taking the form of a flight of arrows that arched into them and stretched 2 of the followers on the ground. Next, the lost souls, men and women, charged, while the rifles of Torres's men began to speak. So unexpected was this charge, so swiftly made, and with so short a distance to cover, that though many fell before the bullets, a number reached the invaders and engaged in a desperate hand-to-hand conflict. Here the advantage of firearms was minimized, and gendarmes and others were thrust through by spears or had their skulls cracked under the ponderous clubs. In the end, however, the lost souls were outfought, thanks chiefly to the revolvers that could kill in the thickest of the scuffling. The survivors fled, but of the invaders, half were down, and down forever, the women having in drastic fashion attended to every man who fell wounded. The jefe was spluttering with pain and rage at an arrow which had perforated his arm, nor could he be appeased until Vicente cut off the barbed head and pulled out the shaft. Torres, beyond an aching shoulder where a club had hit him, was uninjured, and he became jubilant when he saw the old priest dying on the ground, with his head resting on the little maid's knees. Since there were no wounded of their own to be attended to with rough and ready surgery, Torres and the Jefe led the way to the lake, skirted its shores, and came to the ruins of the queen's dwelling. Only charred stumps of piles, projecting above the water, showed where it had once stood. Torres was nonplussed, but the Jefe was furious.
Here, right in this house that was, the treasures just stood,
he stammered.
A wild goose chase. Huh.
The Jefe grunted.
Señor Torres, I always suspected you were a fool.
How was I to know the place had been burned down?
You ought to have known, you who are so very wise in all things.
The Jefe bickered back.
But you can't fool me. I had my eye on you. I saw you rob the emeralds and rubies from the eye sockets of the Maya gods. That much you shall divide with me. And now.
Wait, be a trifle patient.
Torres begged.
Let us first investigate. Of course I shall divide the 4 gems with you, but what are they compared with a whole chest full? It was a light, fragile house. The chest may have fallen into the water undamaged by fire when the roof fell in, and water will not damage precious stones.
In amongst the burnt piling, the Jefe sent his men to investigate, and they waded and swam about in the shoal water, being careful to avoid being caught by the outlying suck of the whirlpool. Agustino the Silent made the find, close in to shore.
I am standing on something,
he announced, the level of the lake barely to his knees. Torres plunged in, and reaching under till he buried his head and shoulders, felt out the object.
It is the chest, I'm certain,
he declared.
Come, all of you, drag this out to the dry land so that we may examine into it.
But when this was accomplished, and just as he bent to open the lid, the Jefe stopped him.
Go back into the water, the lot of you,
he commanded his men.
There are a number of chests like this, and the expedition will be a failure if we don't find them. One chest would not pay the expenses.
Not until all the men were floundering and groping in the water did Torres raise the lid. The Jefe stood transfixed. He could only gaze and mutter inarticulate mouthings.
Now will you believe?
Torres queried.
It is beyond price. We are the richest 2 men in Panama, in South America, in the world. This is the Maya treasure. We heard of it when we were boys. Our fathers and our grandfathers dreamed of it. The conquistadores failed to find it. It is ours. Ours.
And while the 2 men, almost stupefied, stood and stared, one by one their followers crept out of the water, formed a silent semicircle at their backs, and likewise stared. Neither did the Jefe and Torres know their men stood at their backs, nor did the men know of the lost souls that were creeping stealthily upon them from the rear. As it was, all were staring at the treasure with fascinated amazement when the attack was sprung. Bows and arrows at 10 yards distance are deadly, especially when due time is taken to make certain of aim. 2/3 of the treasure-seekers went down simultaneously. Through Vicente, who had chanced to be standing directly behind Torres, no less than 2 spears and 5 arrows had perforated. The handful of survivors had barely time to seize their rifles and whirl when the club attack was upon them. In this, Rafael and Ignacio, two of the gendarmes who had been on the adventure to the Juquitan oil fields, almost immediately had their skulls cracked. And as usual, the Lost Souls women saw to it that the wounded did not remain wounded long. The end for Torres and the Jefe was but a matter of moments, when a large roar from the mountain, followed by a crashing avalanche of rock, created a diversion. The few lost souls that remained alive darted back terror-stricken into the shelter of the bushes. The Jefe and Torres, who alone stood on their feet and breathed, cast their eyes up the cliff to where the smoke still issued from the new-made hole, and saw Henry Morgan and the Queen step into the sunshine on the lip of the cliff.
You take the lady.
The Jefe snarled.
I shall get the gringo Morgan, if it's the last act of what seems a life that isn't going to be much longer.
Both lifted their rifles and fired. Torres, never much of a shot, sent his bullet fairly centered into the Queen's breast. But the Jefe, master marksman and possessor of many medals, made a clean miss of his target. The next instant, a bullet from Henry's rifle struck his wrist and traveled up the forearm to the elbow, whence it escaped and passed on. And as his rifle clattered to the ground, he knew that never again would that right arm, its bone pulped from wrist to elbow, have use for a rifle. But Henry was not shooting well. Just emerging from 24 hours of darkness in the cave, not at once could his eyes adjust themselves to the blinding dazzle of the sun. His first shot had been lucky. His succeeding shots merely struck in the immediate neighborhood of the Jefe and Torres as they turned and fled madly for the brush. 10 minutes later, the wounded Jefe in the lead, Torres saw a woman of the Lost Souls spring out from behind a tree and brain him with a huge stone wielded in both her hands. Torres shot her first, then crossed himself with horror and stumbled on. From behind arose distant calls of Henry and the Solano brothers in pursuit, and he remembered the vision of his end he had glimpsed but refused to see in the mirror of the world, and wondered if this end was near upon him. Yet it had not resembled this place of trees and ferns and jungle. From the glimpse he remembered nothing of vegetation, only solid rock and blazing sun and bones of animals. Hope sprang up afresh at the thought. Perhaps that end was not for this day. Maybe not for this year. Who knew? 20 years might yet pass ere that end came. Emerging from the jungle, he came upon a queer ridge of what looked like long disintegrated lava rock. Here he left no trail, and he proceeded carefully on beyond it, through further jungle, believing once again in his star that would enable him to elude pursuit. His plan of escape took shape. He would find a safe hiding place until after dark. Then he would circle back to the lake and the whirl of waters. That gained, nothing and nobody could stop him. He had but to leap in. The subterranean journey had no terrors for him because he had done it before. And in his fancy he saw once more the pleasant picture of the Gualaca River flashing under the open sky on its way to the sea. Besides, did he not carry with him the 2 great emeralds and 2 great rubies that had been the eyes of Chia and Hazatzal? Fortune enough, and vast good fortune, were they for any man. What if he had failed, by the Maya treasure, to become the richest man in the world? He was satisfied. All he wanted now was darkness, and one last dive into the heart of the mountain, and through the heart of the mountain to the Gualaca flowing to the sea. And just then, the assured vision of his escape so vividly filling his eyes that he failed to observe the way of his feet, he dived. Nor was it a dive into swirling waters. It was a head-foremost, dry-land dive down a slope of rock. So slippery was it that he continued to slide down, although he managed to turn around with face and stomach to the surface and to claw wildly up with hands and feet. Such effort merely slowed his descent, but could not stop it. For a while at the bottom he lay breathless and dazed. When his senses came back to him, he became aware, first of all, of something unusual upon which his hand rested. He could have sworn that he felt teeth. At length, opening his eyes with a shudder, and summoning his resolution, he dared to look at the object. And relief was immediate. Teeth they were in an indubitable weather-white jawbone, but they were pig's teeth, and the jaw was a pig's jaw. Other bones lay about, on which his body rested, which, on examination, proved to be the bones of pigs and smaller animals. Where had he glimpsed such an arrangement of bones, he thought, and remembered the Queen's great golden bowl. He looked up.
Ah, Mother of God, the very place!
He knew it at first sight, as he gazed up what was a funnel, at the far spectacle of day. Fully 200 feet above him was the rim of the funnel. The sides of hard, smooth rock sloped steeply in and down to him, and his eyes and judgment told him that no man born of a woman could ever scale that slope. The fancy that came to his mind caused him to spring to his feet in sudden panic and look hastily about him. Only on a more colossal scale, the funnel in which he was trapped had reminded him of the funnel pits dug in the sand by hunting spiders that lurked at the bottom for such prey that tumbled in upon them. And his vivid fancy leaping, he had been frightened by the thought that some spider monster, as colossal as the funnel pit, might possibly be lurking there to devour him. But no such denizen occurred. The bottom of the pit, circular in form, was a good 10 feet across, and carpeted, he knew not how deep, by a debris of small animals' bones.
Now for what had the Mayas of old times made so tremendous an excavation?
He questioned, for he was more than half convinced that the funnel was no natural phenomenon. Before nightfall he made sure, by a dozen attempts, that the funnel was unscalable. Between attempts, he crouched in the growing shadow of the descending sun, and panted dry-lipped with heat and thirst. The place was a very furnace, and the juices of his body were wrung from him in profuse perspiration. Throughout the night, between dozes, he vainly pondered the problem of escape. The only way out was up, nor could his mind devise any method of getting up. Also, he looked forward with terror to the coming of the day, for he knew that no man could survive a full 10 hours of the baking heat that would be his. Ere the next nightfall the last drop of moisture would have evaporated from his body, leaving him a withered and already half sun-dried mummy. With the coming of daylight, his growing terror added wings to his thought, and he achieved a new and profoundly simple theory of escape. Since he could not climb up, and since he could not get out through the sides themselves, then the only possible remaining way was down. Fool that he was! He might have been working through the cool night hours, and now he must labor in the quickly increasing heat. He applied himself in an ecstasy of energy to digging down through the mass of crumbled bones. Of course there was a way out, else how did the funnel drain? Otherwise it would have been full or part full of water from the rains.
Fool, and thrice times thrice a fool!
He dug down one side of the wall, flinging the rubbish into a mound against the opposite side. So desperately did he apply himself that he broke his fingernails to the quick and deeper, while every fingertip was lacerated to bleeding. But love of life was strong in him, and he knew it was a life-and-death race with the sun. As he went deeper, the rubbish became more compact, so that he used the muzzle of his rifle like a crowbar to loosen it, ere tossing it up in single and double handfuls. By mid-forenoon, his senses beginning to reel in the heat, he made a discovery. Upon the wall which he had uncovered, he came upon the beginning of an inscription, evidently rudely scratched in the rock by the point of a knife. With renewed hope, his head and shoulders down in the hole, he dug and scratched for all the world like a dog, throwing the rubbish out and between his legs in true dog fashion. Some of it fell clear, but most of it fell back and down upon him. Yet he had become too frantic to note the inefficiency of his effort. At last the inscription was cleared, so that he was able to read,
Peter McGill of Glasgow, on March 12, 1820. I escaped from the pit of hell by this passage by digging down and finding it.
A passage! The passage must be beneath the inscription.
Torres now toiled in a fury. So dirt-soiled was he that he was like some huge, four-legged, earth-burrowing animal. The dirt got into his eyes, and on occasion into his nostrils and air passages, so as to suffocate him and compel him to back up out of the hole and sneeze and cough his breathing apparatus clear. Twice he fainted, but the sun, by then almost directly overhead, drove him on. He found the upper rim of the passage. He did not dig down to the lower rim, for the moment the aperture was large enough to accommodate his lean shape, he writhed and squirmed into it and away from the destroying sun rays. The cool and the dark soothed him, but his joy and the reaction from what he had undergone sent his pulse giddily up, so that for the third time he fainted. Recovered, mouthing with black and swollen lips a half-insane chant of gratefulness and thanksgiving, he crawled on along the passage. Perforce he crawled, because it was so low that a dwarf could not have stood erect in it. The place was a charnel house. Bones crunched and crumbled under his hands and knees, and he knew that his knees were being worn to the bone. At the end of 100 feet, he caught his first glimmering of light. But the nearer he approached freedom, the slower he progressed, for the final stages of exhaustion were coming upon him. He knew that it was not physical exhaustion, nor food exhaustion, but thirst exhaustion. Water, a few ounces of water, was all he needed to make him strong again. And there was no water. But the light was growing stronger and nearer. He noted, toward the last, that the floor of the passage pitched down at an angle of fully 30 degrees. This made the way easier. Gravity drew him on and helped every failing effort of him toward the source of light. Very close to it, he encountered an increase in the deposit of bones. Yet they bothered him little, for they had become an old story, while he was too exhausted to mind them. He did observe, with swimming eyes and increasing numbness of touch, that the passage was contracting both vertically and horizontally. Slanting downward at 30 degrees, it gave him an impression of a rat trap, himself the rat, descending head foremost toward he knew not what. Even before he reached it, he apprehended that the slit of bright day that advertised the open world beyond was too narrow for the egress of his body, and his apprehension was verified. Crawling unconcernedly over a skeleton that the blaze of day showed him to be a man's, he managed, by severely and painfully squeezing his ears flat back, to thrust his head through the slitted aperture. The sun beat down upon his head, while his eyes drank in the openness of the freedom of the world that the unyielding rock denied to the rest of his body. Most maddening of all was a running stream not 100 yards away, tree-fringed beyond, with lush meadow grass leading down to it from his side. And in the tree-shadowed water, knee-deep and drowsing, stood several cows of the dwarf breed peculiar to the Valley of Lost Souls. Occasionally they flicked their tails lazily at flies, or changed the distribution of their weight on their legs. He glared at them to see them drink, but they were evidently too sated with water.
Fools! Why should they not drink with all that wealth of water flowing idly by?
They betrayed alertness, turning their heads toward the far bank and pricking their ears forward. Then, as a big antlered buck came out from among the trees to the water's edge, they flattened their ears back and shook their heads and pawed the water till he could hear the splashing. But the stag disdained their threats, lowered his head, and drank. This was too much for Torres, who emitted a maniacal scream which, had he been in his senses, he would not have recognized as proceeding from his own throat and larynx. The stag sprang away. The cattle turned their heads in Torres's direction, drowsed, their eyes shut, and resumed the flicking of flies. With a violent effort, scarcely knowing that he had half torn off his ears, he drew his head back through the slitted aperture and fainted on top of the skeleton. 2 hours later, though he did not know the passage of time, he regained consciousness and found his own head cheek by jowl with the skull of the skeleton on which he lay. The descending sun was already shining into the narrow opening, and his gaze chanced upon a rusty knife. The point of it was worn and broken, and he established the connection. This was the knife that had scratched the inscription on the rock at the base of the funnel at the other end of the passage, and this skeleton was the bony framework of the man who had done the scratching. And Álvarez Torres went immediately mad.
"Ah, Peter McGill, my enemy,"
he muttered.
"Peter McGill of Glasgow, who betrayed me to this end. This for you, and this, and this."
So speaking, he drove the heavy knife into the fragile front of the skull. The dust of the bone, which had once been the tabernacle of Peter McGill's brain, arose in his nostrils and increased his frenzy. He attacked the skeleton with his hands, tearing at it, disrupting it, filling the pent space about him with flying bones. It was like a battle in which he destroyed what was left of the mortal remains of the one-time resident of Glasgow. Once again, Torres squeezed his head through the slit to gaze at the fading glory of the world. Like a rat in the trap, caught by the neck in the trap of ancient Maya devising, he saw the bright world and day dim to darkness as his final consciousness drowned in the darkness of death. But still the cattle stood in the water and drowsed and flicked at flies. And later the stag returned, disdainful of the cattle, to complete its interrupted drink. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not for nothing had Regan been named by his associates the Wolf of Wall Street. While usually no more than a conservative, large-scale player, ever so often, like a periodical drinker, he had to go on a rampage of wild and daring stock gambling. At least 5 times in his long career had he knocked the bottom out of the market or lifted the roof off, and each time to the tune of a personal gain of millions. He never went on a small rampage, and he never went too often. He would let years of quiescence slip by until suspicion of him was lulled asleep and his world deemed that the wolf was at last grown old and peaceable. And then, like a thunderbolt, he would strike at the men and interests he wished to destroy. But though the blow always fell like a thunderbolt, not like a thunderbolt was it in its inception. Long months, and even years, were spent in deviously preparing for the day and painstakingly maturing the plans and conditions for the battle. Thus had it been in the outlining and working up of the impending Waterloo for Francis Morgan. Revenge lay back of it, but it was revenge against a dead man. Not Francis, but Francis's father was the one he struck against, although he struck through the living into the heart of the grave to accomplish it. 8 years he had waited and sought his chance, ere old R.H.M., Richard Henry Morgan, had died. But no chance had he found. He was truly the wolf of Wall Street, but never by any luck had he found an opportunity against the lion, for to his death R.H.M. had been known as the Lion of Wall Street. So, from father to son, always under a show of fair appearance, Regan had carried the feud over. Yet Regan's very foundation on which he built for revenge was meretricious and wrongly conceived. True, 8 years before R.H.M.'s death he had tried to double-cross him and failed, but he never dreamed that R.H.M. had guessed. Yet R.H.M. had not only guessed, but had ascertained beyond any shadow of a doubt, and had promptly and cleverly double-crossed his treacherous associate. Thus, had Regan known that R.H.M. knew of his perfidy, Regan would have taken his medicine without thought of revenge. As it was, believing that R.H.M. was as bad as himself, believing that R.H.M., out of meanness as mean as his own, without provocation or suspicion, had done this foul thing to him, he saw no way to balance the account save by ruining him, or, in lieu of him, by ruining his son. And Regan had taken his time. At first, Francis had left the financial game alone, content with letting his money remain safely in the safe investments into which it had been put by his father. Not until Francis had become, for the first time, active in undertaking Tampico Petroleum to the tune of millions of investment, with an assured many millions of ultimate returns, had Regan had the ghost of a chance to destroy him. But, the chance given, Regan had not wasted time, though his slow and thorough campaign had required many months to develop. Ere he was done, he came very close to knowing every share of whatever stock Francis carried, on margin or owned outright. It had really taken 2 years and more for Regan to prepare. In some of the corporations in which Francis owned heavily, Regan was himself a director, and no inconsiderable arbiter of destiny. In Frisco Consolidated, he was president. In New York, Vermont, and Connecticut, he was vice president. From controlling one director in Northwestern Electric, he had played kitchen politics until he controlled the 2/3 majority. And so with all the rest, either directly or indirectly through corporation and banking ramifications, he had his hand in the secret springs and levers of the financial and business mechanism which gave strength to Francis's fortune. Yet no one of these was more than a bagatelle compared with the biggest thing of all, Tampico Petroleum. In this, beyond a paltry 20,000 shares bought on the open market, Regan owned nothing, controlled nothing, though the time was growing ripe for him to sell and deal and juggle in inordinate quantities. Tampico Petroleum was practically Francis's private preserve. A number of his friends were, for them, deeply involved. Mrs. Carruthers even gravely so. She worried him, and was not even above pestering him over the telephone. There were others, like Johnny Pathmore, who never bothered him at all, and who, when they met, talked carelessly and optimistically about the condition of the market and financial things in general, all of which was harder to bear than Mrs. Carruthers' perpetual nervousness. Northwestern Electric, thanks to Regan's machinations, had actually dropped 30 points and remained there. Those on the outside who thought they knew regarded it as positively shaky. Then there was the little, old, solid as the Rock of Gibraltar, Frisco Consolidated. The nastiest of rumors were afloat, and the talk of a receivership was growing emphatic. Montana Lode was still sickly under Mulhaney's unflattering and unmodified report, and Weston, the great expert sent out by the English investors, had failed to report anything reassuring. For 6 months, Imperial Tungsten, earning nothing, had been put to disastrous expense in the great strike which seemed only just begun. Nor did anybody, save the several labor leaders who knew, dream that it was Regan's gold that was at the bottom of the affair. The secrecy and the deadliness of the attack was what unnerved Bascom. All properties in which Francis was interested were being pressed down as if by a slow-moving glacier. There was nothing spectacular about the movement, merely a steady, persistent decline that made Francis's large fortune shrink horribly. And, along with what he owned outright, what he held on margin suffered even greater shrinkage. Then had come rumors of war. Ambassadors were receiving their passports right and left, and half the world seemed mobilizing. This was the moment, with the market shaken and panicky, and with the world powers delaying in declaring moratoriums, that Regan selected to strike. The time was ripe for a bear raid, and with him were associated 6 other big bears who tacitly accepted his leadership. But even they did not know the full extent of his plans, nor guess at the specific direction of them. They were in the raid for what they could make, and thought he was in it for the same reason, in their simple directness of pecuniary vision, catching no glimpse of Francis Morgan, nor of his ghostly father, at whom the big blow was being struck. Regan's rumor factory began working overtime, and the fastest to drop, in the dropping market, were the stocks of Francis, which had already done considerable dropping ere the bear market began. Yet Regan was careful to bring no pressure on Tampico Petroleum. Proudly it held up its head in the midst of the general slump, and eagerly Regan waited for the moment of desperation when Francis would be forced to dump it on the market to cover his shrunken margins in other lines.
Lord, Lord!
Bascom held the side of his face in the palm of one hand and grimaced as if he had a jumping toothache.
Lord, Lord!
He reiterated.
The market's gone to smash, and Tampico Pet along with it. How she's slumped! Who'd have dreamed it?
Francis, puffing steadily away at a cigarette, and quite oblivious that it was unlighted, sat with Bascom in the latter's private office.
It looks like a fire sale,
he vouchsafed.
That won't last longer than this time tomorrow morning. Then you'll be sold out, and me with you.
His broker simplified, with a swift glance at the clock. It marked 12, as Francis's swiftly automatic glance verified.
Dump in the rest of Tampico Pet,
he said wearily.
That ought to hold back until tomorrow.
Then what tomorrow?
His broker demanded.
With the bottom out and everybody, including the office boys, selling short.
Francis shrugged his shoulders.
You know I've mortgaged the house, Dreamworld, and the Adirondack camp to the limit.
Have you any friends?
At such a time,
Francis countered bitterly.
Well, it's the very time,
Bascom retorted.
Look here, Morgan. I know the set you ran with at college. There's Johnny Pathmore.
And he's up to his eyes already. When I smash, he smashes. And Dave Donaldson will have to readjust his life to about $160 a month. And as for Chris Westhouse, he'll have to take to the movies for a livelihood. He always was good at theatricals, and I happen to know he's got the ideal film face.
There's Charlie Tippery?
Bascom suggested, though it was patent that he was hopeless about it.
Yes.
Francis agreed with equal hopelessness.
There's only one thing the matter with him. His father still lives.
The old cuss never took a flyer in his life,
Bascom supplemented.
There's never a time he can't put his hand on millions, and he still lives, worse luck.
Charlie could get him to do it, and would, except the one thing that's the matter with me.
No securities left?
His broker queried. Francis nodded.
Catch the old man parting with $1 without due security.
Nevertheless, a few minutes later, hoping to find Charlie Tippery in his office during the noon hour, Francis was sending in his card. Of all jewelers and gem merchants in New York, the Tippery establishment was the greatest. Not only that, it was esteemed the greatest in the world. More of the elder Tippery's money was invested in the great diamond corner than even those in the know of most things knew of this particular thing. The interview was as Francis had forecast. The old man still held tight reins on practically everything, and the son had little hope of winning his assistance.
"I know him,"
he told Francis.
"and though I'm going to wrestle with him, don't pin an iota of faith on the outcome. I'll go to the mat with him, but that will be about all. The worst of it is that he has the ready cash, to say nothing of oodles and oodles of safe securities and United States bonds. But you see, Grandfather Tippery, when he was young and struggling and founding the business, once loaned a friend $1,000. He never got it back, and he never got over it. Nor did Father Tippery ever get over it either. The experience seared both of them. Why, Father wouldn't lend a penny on the North Pole unless he got the pole for security after having had it expertly appraised. And you haven't any security, you see. But I'll tell you what, I'll wrestle with the old man tonight after dinner. That's his most amiable mood of the day. And I'll hustle around on my own and see what I can do. Oh, I know a few 100,000 won't mean anything, and I'll do my darndest for something big. Whatever happens, I'll be at your house at 9 tomorrow.
Which will be my busy day.
Francis smiled wanly as they shook hands.
I'll be out of the house by 8.
And I'll be there by 8 then.
Charlie Tippery responded, again wringing his hand heartily.
And in the meantime, I'll get busy. There are ideas already beginning to sprout.
Another interview Francis had that afternoon. Arrived back at his broker's office, Bascom told him that Regan had called up and wanted to see Francis, saying that he had some interesting information for him.
I'll run around right away,
Francis said, reaching for his hat while his face lighted up with hope.
He was an old friend of Father's, and if anybody could pull me through, he could.
Don't be too sure.
Bascom shook his head and paused reluctantly a moment before making confession.
I called him up just before you returned from Panama. I was very frank. I told him of your absence and of your perilous situation here, and, oh yes, flatly and flat out, asked him if I could rely on him in case of need. And he baffled. You know, anybody can baffle when asked a favor. That was all right. But I thought I sensed more. No, I won't dare to say enmity, but I will say that I was impressed. How shall I say? Well, that he struck me as being particularly and peculiarly cold-blooded and non-committal.
Nonsense!
Francis laughed.
He was too good a friend of my father's.
Ever heard of the Cosmopolitan Railways merger?
Bascom queried with significant irrelevance. Francis nodded promptly, then said,
But that was before my time. I merely have heard of it, that's all. Shoot, tell me about it. Give me the weight of your mind.
Too long a story, but take this one word of advice. If you see Regan, don't put your cards on the table. Let him play first. And, if he offers, let him offer without solicitation from you. Of course, I may be all wrong, but it won't damage you to hold up your hand and get his play first.
At the end of another half-hour, Francis was closeted with Regan, and the stress of his peril was such that he controlled his natural impulses, remembering Bascom's instruction, and was quite fairly nonchalant about the state of his affairs. He even bluffed.
In pretty deep, eh?
Was Regan's beginning.
Oh, not so deep that my back teeth are awash yet.
Francis replied airily.
I can still breathe, and it will be a long time before I begin swallowing.
Regan did not immediately reply. Instead, pregnantly, he ran over the last few yards of the ticker tape.
You're dumping Tampico Pet pretty heavily just the same.
And they're snapping it up.
Francis came back, and for the first time, in a maze of wonderment, he considered the possibility of Bascom's intuition being right.
Sure, I've got them swallowing.
Just the same, you'll note that Tampico Pet is tumbling at the same time it's being snapped up, which is a very curious phenomenon.
Regan urged.
In a bear market, all sorts of curious phenomena occur.
Francis bluffed with a mature show of wisdom.
And when they've swallowed enough of my dumpings, they'll be ripe to roll on a barrel. Somebody will pay something to get my dumpings out of their system. I fancy they'll pay through the nose before I'm done with them.
But you're all in, boy. I've been watching your fight, even before your return. Tampico Pet is your last.
Francis shook his head.
I'd scarcely say that.
He lied.
I've got assets my market enemies never dream of. I'm luring them on, that's all. Just luring them on. Of course, Regan, I'm telling you this in confidence. You were my father's friend. Mine is going to be some cleanup, and if you'll take my tip, in this short market, you start buying. You'll be sure to settle with the sellers long in the end.
What are your other assets?
Francis shrugged his shoulders.
That's what they're going to find out when they're full up with my stuff.
It's a bluff.
Regan admired explosively.
You've got the old man's nerve, all right, but you've got to show me it isn't bluff.
Regan waited, and Francis was suddenly inspired.
It is,
he muttered.
You've named it. I'm drowning over my back teeth now, and they're the highest out of the wash. But I won't drown if you will help me. All you've got to do is remember my father and put out your hand to save his son. If you'll back me up, we'll make them all sick.
And right there, the Wolf of Wall Street showed his teeth. He pointed to Richard Henry Morgan's picture.
Why do you think I kept that hanging on the wall all these years?
He demanded. Francis nodded, as if the one accepted explanation was their tried and ancient friendship.
Guess again.
Regan sneered grimly. Francis shook his head in perplexity.
So I shouldn't ever forget him.
The wolf went on.
And never a waking moment have I forgotten him. Remember the Cosmopolitan Railways merger? Well, old RHM double-crossed me in that deal, and it was some double-cross, believe me. But he was too cunning ever to let me get a comeback on him. So there his picture has hung, and here I've sat and waited. And now the time has come.
You mean?
Francis queried quietly.
Just that.
Regan snarled.
I've waited and worked for this day, and the day has come. I've got the whelp where I want him at any rate.
He glanced up maliciously at the picture.
And if that don't make the old gent turn in his grave.
Francis rose to his feet and regarded his enemy curiously.
No,
he said, as if in soliloquy.
It isn't worth it.
What isn't worth what?
The other demanded with swift suspicion.
Beating you up,
was the cool answer.
I could kill you with my hands in 5 minutes. You're no wolf. You're just mere yellow dog, the part of you that isn't plain skunk. They told me to expect this of you, but I didn't believe, and I came to see. They were right. You were all that they said. Well, I must get along out of this. smells like a den of foxes. It stinks.
He paused with his hand on the doorknob and looked back. He had not succeeded in making Regan lose his temper.
And what are you going to do about it?
The latter jeered.
If you'll permit me to get my broker on your phone, maybe you'll learn.
Francis replied.
Go to it, my laddie buck.
Regan conceded. Then, with a wave of suspicion,
I'll get him for you myself.
And having ascertained that Bascom was really at the other end of the line, he turned the receiver over to Francis.
You were right.
The latter assured Bascom.
Regan's all you said, and worse. Go right on with your plan of campaign. We've got him where we want him, though the old fox won't believe it for a moment. He thinks he's going to strip me, clean me out.
Francis paused to think up the strongest way of carrying on his bluff, then continued.
I'll tell you something you don't know. He's the one who maneuvered the raid from the beginning. So now you know who we're going to bury.
And after a little more of similar talk, he hung up.
You see,
he explained again from the door.
You were so crafty that we couldn't make out who it was. Why, hell, Regan, we were prepared to give a walloping to some unknown that had several times your strength. And now that it's you, it's easy. We were prepared to strain, but with you, it will be a walkover. Tomorrow, around this time, there's going to be a funeral right here in your office, and you're not going to be one of the mourners. You're going to be the corpse, and a not nice-looking financial corpse you'll be when we get done with you.
The dead spit of RHM.
The wolf grinned.
Lord, how he could pull off a bluff.
It's a pity he didn't bury you and save me all the trouble,
was Francis's parting shot.
And all the expense.
Regan flung after him.
It's going to be pretty expensive for you, and there isn't going to be any funeral from this place.
Well, tomorrow's the day,
Francis delivered to Bascom as they parted that evening.
This time tomorrow, I'll be a perfectly nice, scalped and skinned and sun-dried and smoke-cured specimen for Regan's private collection. But who'd have believed the old skunk had it in for me? I never harmed him. On the contrary, I always considered him father's best friend. If Charlie Tippery could only come through with some of the Tippery surplus coin.
Or if the United States would only declare a moratorium.
Bascom hoped, equally hopelessly. And Regan, at that moment, was saying to his assembled guests and rumor factory specialists,
Sell! Sell! Sell all you've got and then sell short. I see no bottom to this market.
And Francis, on his way uptown, buying the last extra, scanned the 5-inch lettered headline.
I see no bottom to this market. Thomas Regan.
But Francis was not at his house at 8 next morning to meet Charlie Tippery. It had been a night in which official Washington had not slept, and the night wires had carried the news out over the land that the United States, though not at war, had declared its moratorium. Wakened out of his bed at 7 by Bascom in person, who brought the news, Francis had accompanied him downtown. The moratorium had given them hope, and there was much to do. Charles Tippery, however, was not the first to arrive at the Riverside Drive Palace. A few minutes before 8, Parker was very much disturbed and perturbed when Henry and Leoncia, much the worse for sunburn and travel stain, brushed past the second butler who had opened the door.
"It is no use your coming in this way,"
Parker assured them.
"Mr. Morgan is not at home."
"Where's he gone?"
Henry demanded, shifting the suitcase he carried to the other hand.
"We've got to see him pronto, and I'll have you know that pronto means quick. And who in hell are you?"
"I am Mr. Morgan's confidential valet,"
Parker answered solemnly.
And who are you?
My name's Morgan.
Henry answered shortly, looking about in quest of something, striding to the library, glancing in, and discovering the telephones.
Where's Francis? With what number can I call him up?
Mr. Morgan left express instructions that nobody was to telephone him except on important business.
Well, my business is important. What's the number?
Mr. Morgan is very busy today.
Parker reiterated stubbornly.
He's in a pretty bad way, eh?
Henry quizzed. The valet's face remained expressionless.
Looks as though he was gonna be cleaned out today, eh?
Parker's face betrayed neither emotion nor intelligence.
For a second time, I tell you, he is very busy.
He began.
Hell's bells!
Henry interrupted.
It's no secret. The market's got him where the hair is short. Everybody knows that. A lot of it was in the morning papers. Now come across, Mr. Confidential Valet. I want his number. I've got important business with him myself.
But Parker remained obdurate.
What's his lawyer's name, or the name of his agent, or of any of his representatives?
Parker shook his head.
If you will tell me the nature of your business with him,
the valet essayed. Henry dropped the suitcase and made as if to leap upon the other and shake Francis's number out of him. But Leoncia intervened.
Tell him,
she said.
Tell him,
Henry shouted, accepting her suggestion.
I'll do better than that. I'll show him. Here, come on, you.
He strode into the library, flung the suitcase on the reading table, and began opening it.
Listen to me, Mr. Confidential Valet. Our business is the real business. We're going to save Francis Morgan. We're going to pull him out of the hole. We've got millions for him, right here inside of this thing.
Parker, who had been looking on with cold, disapproving eyes, recoiled in alarm at the last words. Either the strange callers were lunatics or cunning criminals. Even at that moment, while they held him here with their talk of millions, Confederates might be ransacking the upper parts of the house. As for the suitcase, for all he knew, it might be filled with dynamite.
Here.
With a quick reach, Henry had caught him by the collar as he turned to flee. With his other hand, Henry lifted the cover, exposing a bushel of uncut gems. Parker showed plainly that he was overcome, although Henry failed to guess the nature of his agitation.
Thought I'd convince you,
Henry exulted.
Now be a good dog and give me his number.
Be seated, sir, and madam,
Parker murmured, with polite bows and a successful effort to control himself.
Be seated, please. I have left the private number in Mr. Morgan's bedroom, which he gave me this morning when I helped him dress. I shall be gone but a moment to get it. In the meantime, please be seated.
Once outside the library, Parker became a most active, clear-thinking person. Stationing the second footman at the front door, he placed the first one to watch at the library door. Several other servants he sent scouting into the upper regions on the chance of surprising possible Confederates at their nefarious work. Himself he addressed, via the butler's telephone, to the nearest police station.
Yes, sir,
he repeated to the desk sergeant.
They are either a couple of lunatics or criminals. Send a patrol wagon at once, please, sir. Even now, I do not know what horrible crimes are being committed under this roof.
In the meantime, in response at the front door, the second footman, with visible relief, admitted Charlie Tippery, clad in evening dress at that early hour, as a known and tried friend of the master. The first butler, with similar relief, to which he added sundry winks and warnings, admitted him into the library. Expecting he knew not what nor whom, Charlie Tippery advanced across the large room to the strange man and woman. Unlike Parker, their sunburn and travel stain caught his eye, not as insignia suspicious, but as tokens worthy of wider consideration than average New York accords its more or less average visitors. Leoncia's beauty was like a blow between the eyes, and he knew she was a lady. Henry's bronze, brazed-upon features, unmistakably reminiscent of Francis and of R.H.M., drew his admiration and respect.
"Good morning,"
he addressed Henry, although he subtly embraced Leoncia with his greeting.
"Friends of Francis?"
"Oh, sir,"
Leoncia cried out.
"We are more than friends. We are here to save him. I have read the morning papers. If only it weren't for the stupidity of the servants."
And Charlie Tippery was immediately unaware of any slightest doubt. He extended his hand to Henry.
"I am Charlie Tippery,"
he said.
"And my name's Morgan, Henry Morgan."
Henry met him warmly, like a drowning man clutching at a life-preserver.
"And this is Miss Solano, the Señorita Solano, Mr. Tippery. In fact, Miss Solano is my sister."
"I came on the same errand,"
Charlie Tippery announced, introductions over.
"The saving of Francis, as I understand it, must consist of hard cash or of securities indisputably negotiable. I have brought with me what I have hustled all night to get, and what I am confident is not sufficient."
"How much have you brought?"
Henry asked bluntly.
1,800,000? What have you brought?"
"Piffle,"
said Henry, pointing to the open suitcase, unaware that he talked to a 3 generations gem expert. A quick examination of a dozen of the gems picked at random, and an even quicker eye estimate of the quantity, put wonder and excitement into Charlie Tippery's face.
"They're worth millions! Millions!"
he exclaimed.
"What are you going to do with them?"
"Negotiate them so as to help Francis out,"
Henry answered.
"They're security for any amount, aren't they?"
"Close up the suitcase,"
Charlie Tippery cried.
"while I telephone. I want to catch my father before he leaves the house,"
he explained over his shoulder while waiting for his switch.
"It's only 5 minutes' run from here."
Just as he concluded the brief words with his father, Parker, followed by a police lieutenant and 2 policemen, entered.
"There's the gang, Lieutenant. Arrest them,"
Parker said.
"Oh, sir, I beg your pardon, Mr. Tippery, not you, of course. Only the other 2, Lieutenant. I don't know what the charge will be. Crazy, anyway, if not worse, which is more likely?"
"How do you do, Mr. Tippery?"
The lieutenant greeted familiarly.
"You'll arrest nobody, Lieutenant Burns."
Charlie Tippery smiled to him.
"You can send the wagon back to the station. I'll square it with the inspector, for you're coming along with me and the suitcase and these suspicious characters to my house. You'll have to be bodyguard. Oh, not for me, but for the suitcase. There are millions in it, cold millions, hard millions, beautiful millions. When I open it before my father, you'll see a sight given to a few men in this world to see. And now, come on, everybody. We're wasting time."
He made a grab at the suitcase simultaneously with Henry, and as both their hands clutched it, Lieutenant Burns sprang to interfere.
"I fancy I'll carry it until it's negotiated,"
Henry asserted.
"Surely, surely,"
Charlie Tippery conceded.
"As long as we don't lose any more precious time. It will take time to do the negotiating. Come on, hustle."
End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Hearts of Three by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Helped tremendously by the moratorium, the sagging market had ceased sagging, and some stocks were even beginning to recover. This was true for practically every line, save those lines in which Francis owned, and which Regan was bearing. He continued bearing and making them reluctantly fall, and he noted with joy the huge blocks of Tampico petroleum which were being dumped obviously by no other person than Francis.
Now's the time.
Regan informed his bear conspirators.
Player coming and going. It's a double rough. Remember the list I gave you. Sell these and sell short. For them there's no bottom. As for all the rest, buy and buy now, and deliver all that you sold. You can't lose, you see, and by continuing to hammer the list you'll make a double killing.
How about yourself?
One of his bear crowd queried.
I've nothing to buy,
came the answer.
That will show you how square I've been in my tip, and how confident I am. I haven't sold a share outside the list, so I have nothing to deliver. I am still selling short and hammering down the list and the list only. There's my killing, and you can share in it by as much as you continue to sell short.
There you are.
Bascom, in despair in his private office, cried to Francis at 10:30.
Here's the whole market rising except your lines. Regan's out for blood. I never dreamed he could show such strength. We can't stand this. We're finished. We're smashed now. You, me, all of us. Everything.
Never had Francis been cooler. Since all was lost, why worry? Was his attitude, and, a mere layman in the game, he caught a glimpse of possibilities that were veiled to Bascom, who too thoroughly knew too much about the game.
Take it easy,
Francis counseled, his new vision assuming form and substance with each tick of a second.
Let's have a smoke and talk it over for a few minutes.
Bascom made a gesture of infinite impatience.
But wait,
Francis urged.
Stop! Look, listen. I'm finished, you say?
His broker nodded.
You're finished?
Again the nod.
Which means that we're busted, flat busted.
Francis went on to the exposition of his new idea.
Now it is perfectly clear, then, to your mind and mine, that a man can never be worse than a complete, perfect, 100% entire, total bust.
We're wasting valuable time,
Bascom protested as he nodded affirmation.
Not if we're busted as completely as you've agreed we are,
smiled Francis.
Being thoroughly busted, time, sales, purchases, nothing can be of any value to us. Values have ceased, don't you see?
Go on. What is it?
Bascom said, with the momentarily assumed patience of abject despair.
I'm busted higher than a kite now. And, as you say, they can't bust me any higher.
Now you get the idea,
Francis jubilated.
You're a member of the exchange. Then go ahead. Sell or buy. Do anything your and my merry hearts decide. We can't lose. Anything from zero always leaves zero. We've shot all we've got, and more. Let's shoot what we haven't got.
Bascom still struggled feebly to protest, but Francis beat him down with a final,
Remember, anything from zero leaves zero.
And for the next hour, as in a nightmare, no longer a free agent, Bascom yielded to Francis's will in the maddest stock adventure of his life.
Oh, well.
Francis laughed at 11:30.
We might as well quit now. But remember, we're no worse off than we were an hour ago. We were zero then, we're zero now. You can hang up the auctioneer's flag any time now.
Bascom, heavily and wearily taking down the receiver, was about to transmit the orders that would stop the battle by acknowledgement of unconditional defeat, when the door opened, and through it came the familiar ring of a pirate's stave that made Francis flash his hand out in peremptory stoppage of his broker's arm.
Stop!
Francis cried.
Listen.
And they listened to the song preceding the singer.
Back to back against the mainmast, held at bay the entire crew.
As Henry swaggered in, carrying a huge and different suitcase, Francis joined with him in the stave.
What's doing?
Bascom queried of Charlie Tippery, who, still in evening dress, looked very jaded and worn from his exertions. From his breast pocket he drew and passed over 3 certified checks that totaled $1,800,000. Bascom shook his head sadly.
Too late,
he said.
That's only a drop in the bucket. Put them back in your pocket. It would be only throwing them away.
But wait!
Charlie Tippery cried, taking the suitcase from his singing companion and proceeding to open it.
Maybe that will help.
That consisted of a great mass of orderly bundles of gold bonds and gilt-edged securities.
How much is it?
Bascom gasped, his courage springing up like wildfire. But Francis, overcome by the sight of such plethora of ammunition, ceased singing to gasp. And both he and Bascom gasped again when Henry drew from his inside pocket a bundle of 12 certified checks. They could only stare at the prodigious sum, for each was written for $1 million.
And plenty more where that came from,
Henry announced airily.
All you have to do is say the word, Francis, and we'll knock this bear gang to smithereens. Now suppose you get busy. The rumors are around everywhere that you're gone and done for. Pitch in and show them, that's all. Bust every last one of them that jumped you. Shake them down to their gold watches and the fillings out of their teeth.
You found old Sir Henry's treasure after all.
Francis congratulated.
No.
Henry shook his head.
That represents part of the old Maya treasure. About a third of it. We've got another third down with Enrico Solano. And the last third's safe right here in the Jewelers and Traders National Bank. Say, I've got news for you when you're ready to listen.
And Francis was quickly ready. Bascom knew even better than he what was to be done, and was already giving his orders to his staff over the telephone, buying orders of such prodigious size that all of Regan's fortune would not enable him to deliver what he had sold short.
Torres is dead,
Henry told him.
Hurrah!
Was Francis's way of receiving it.
Died like a rat in a trap. I saw his head sticking out. It wasn't pretty. And the Jefe's dead. And somebody else is dead.
Not Leoncia,
Francis cried out. Henry shook his head.
Someone of the Solanos? Old Enrico?
No, your wife, Mrs. Morgan. Torres shot her, deliberately shot her. I was beside her when she fell. Now hold on, I've got other news. Leoncia's right there in that other office, and she's waiting for you to come to her. Can't you wait till I'm through? I've got more news that will give you the right steer before you go into her. Why, hell's bells, if I were a certain Chinaman that I know, I'd make you pay me $1 million for all the information I'm giving you for nothing.
Shoot, what is it?
Francis demanded impatiently.
Good news, of course. Unadulterated good news. Best news you've ever heard. Now, don't laugh, or knock my block off. For the good news is that I've got a sister.
What of it?
Was Francis's brusque response.
I always knew you had sisters in England.
But you don't get me.
Henry dragged on.
This is a perfectly brand new sister, all grown up, and the most beautiful woman you ever laid eyes on.
And what of it?
Growled Francis.
That may be good news for you, but I don't see how it affects me.
Ah, now we're coming to it.
Henry grinned.
You're going to marry her. I give you my full permission.
Not if she were 10 times your sister, nor if she were 10 times as beautiful.
Francis broke in.
The woman doesn't exist I'd marry.
Just the same, Francis boy, you're going to marry this one. I know it. I feel it in my bones. I bet on it.
I'll bet you 1,000 I don't.
Oh, go on and make it a real bet.
Henry drawled.
Any amount you want.
Done, then, for $1,050. Now go right into the office there and take a look at her.
She's with Leoncia?
Nope, she's by herself.
I thought you said Leoncia was in there.
So I did. And so Leoncia is in there, and she isn't with another soul, and she's waiting to talk with you.
By this time, Francis was growing peevish.
What are you stringing me for?
He demanded.
I can't make head nor tail of your foolery. One moment it's your brand new sister in there, and the next moment it's your wife.
Who said I ever had a wife?
Henry came back.
I give up,
Francis cried.
I'm going on in and see Leoncia. I'll talk with you later on, when you're back in your right mind.
He started for the door, but was stopped by Henry.
Just a second more, Francis, and I'm done,
he said.
I want to give you that steer. I'm not married. There's only one woman waiting for you in there. That one woman is my sister. Also, she is Leoncia.
It required a dazed half-minute for Francis to get it clearly into his head. Again, and in a rush, he was starting for the door when Henry stopped him.
Do I win?
Queried Henry. But Francis shook him off, dashed through the door, and slammed it after him. The end. End of chapter 29. End of Hearts of Three by Jack London.